you miss me? I've been out of it comatose, but the depression is over.
Hello and welcome to Controlled Burns, the weekly hobby list podcast with me, Andrew Burns, or Slow Burn from Wildfire Gaming. I'm joined once again by my wife Reagan this week. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
It is time to, after all this build up, to finally break down this farce that was The Last of Us Season 2.
Oh,
And a few weeks ago, we did an episode covering the first two episodes of the show. So we're not going to rehash those. We're going to start with episode 3. And then we're going to take it through the finale for our summaries. And and of course, we'll get all our thoughts out of all the happenings over the course of those 5 episodes. And then I'll provide my updated ranking of all of the moments, episodes, and characters as they stand out over the course of. I mean, I guess we can only go through. So the way that I did it is I didn't go past where we are in the game for that list.
okay.
So I just like stopped. I did play through The Last of Us Part 2 in the game since the last podcast up to the end of where we are in the season, which is the end of LA Day 3. And so my ranking will incorporate everything leading up to that. So as a result of that, whenever we get to the character list, like I actually did not include Abby or really anybody in her crew because even though we see them a little bit, we really don't have the full context. And that's not a spoiler to say now because the season ended with the reveal that we're going back to Abby Day 1.
Yes.
So I just didn't. I was just like, there's no way that I can like talk about those characters without kind of spoiling where they're going with their arc. So I was like, I'll just make a clean break there and not factor them in. So not even Nora, just cutting all of them off, but updated everybody else. So
Okay. Well, and obviously we've both played through the whole game
right,
multiple
right.
times. This is just,
Well, you've only played through it once.
yes, I said you,
Oh,
but this last playthrough you went through specifically to compare to this season of the show.
yeah, and it hadn't really been that long since I played it, but it was the first time that I was able to start up the remastered version, and I gotta tell you, I did not notice a single difference in terms of the visual quality of it. But I gave me a reason to go for more trophy. I could get the platinum trophy again. So,
Well, the major difference was we did the director's commentary.
oh right, well that was awesome. That alone was worth the $10. I would say, just being able to play through it with them talking. It gave us that was by design.
Yes.
So I mean, what more do you want? Um,
My only critique of that would be they only talk when the characters are talking,
right.
which
Well,
I
they only
have
they only
said,
talk during cutscenes. Yeah.
yeah, that's all right. We just rewatch them after we
Yeah, they actually
play.
make it very easy for you to go back and forth between. They have like the scene viewer, which I didn't know at first. That was pretty handy. But
Okay,
anyway,
so let's get into the show.
yeah,
We do have some varying opinions between us.
yeah,
So you'll get to see two sides of
that's
the
true.
spectrum
That
here.
should make things pretty interesting because we are not in agreement here. And in a lot of cases, certainly there are some cases where we.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we both agreed that season 1 was among the best seasons of television.
Yes, absolutely. Piece of art, same writer.
Same writer,
Sure
but
writers.
I would push back on the idea. I think that Neil Druckmann had a lot more time to devote to season 1 than season 2.
That's interesting.
But okay. So, like I said, we already did the first 2 episodes, so we're going to start with episode 3, which is called The Path. And it started with Tommy cleaning up Joel's corpse, basically, and Ellie
Mhm.
waking up in the hospital and screaming like an idiot. So I was immediately annoyed with her in the first couple seconds of this episode.
I completely bought it. It seemed like genuine panic to me, but it's not how game Ellie would scream, so Andrew hates it.
Well, she would just never scream. Um, yeah, well, yeah, that's true. I guess we can kind of get more into our disagreements on Ellie as we get into it because I don't want to just hold this one scream against her, but it is emblematic of larger issues that I have with her. But then we do have a major break from the source material. And I'm just going to point out that just because there's a break in the source material doesn't mean that I automatically criticize it. I really don't have a problem with this.
That's true. I mean, we both agree that almost, no, like literally every side character is better in season one than they are in the game.
I think,
So,
yeah, yeah, probably is literally every single one.
and all the added characters are amazing, and the Bill and Frank episode is incredible
Hmm.
and maybe the best, or one of the best, certainly.
One of the best.
And and that's a huge deviation.
Right.
So, in defense of Andrew, it is not just anything that's not like the game.
Yeah, it's just everything that's not like the game that's worse, which unfortunately is a lot of this season.
Counter to what Craig Mazin says, which is that him and Neil are very intentional about every change they make
Oh, well, I
needs to
believe
be
that
better.
Craig Mazin made a lot of intentional changes. I do not agree that they were better changes. But anyway, this change is that we flash forward by 3 months. So in the game, that is not what happens. Ellie and Dina and Tommy basically go after the WLF immediately.
Mhm.
But here we have a 3 month break where she's been in the hospital this whole time. And this episode goes from bad to worse because she is visited by that awful therapist for a very long and boring scene before she is finally released.
I agree that she's an awful therapist, but I do not agree that she's an awful character.
Well, we certainly have a disagreement about that. Well, I did end up. I will say that's that penultimate episode where we see her husband and everything. Like it did come around for me a little bit,
Oh, that was incredible.
but I think every other scene that she's in is a bad scene. But that that was just pretty awesome.
Well, I think we talked about in our first episode how, uh, like, my initial reaction to her was, oh, what the fuck is she doing? This is this is all sorts of unethical. And then like it kind of hit me where I was like, oh, this is kind of fun.
But
I
here's
like seeing her.
Yeah, well, see, that's an
come off
example
as-
of a scene that you definitely remember and you had a lot of strong opinions about. So you could argue that that was a good scene. I argue that is a worse scene than what we got in the game. But let me ask you this. What did she talk to Ellie about in this hospital?
Well, to me, that whole scene was very reminiscent of uh, little disclosure here. When I was in a mental hospital as a kid, when I was saying whatever I thought that they wanted to hear in
Mm.
order to discharge me,
Well, that is what happened.
it felt really, really reminiscent of that. And
Okay.
I thought I was like totally convincing, and then evidently they didn't buy it because I stayed there longer than people with way worse issues than me. Um, just because I was trying to say what they wanted to hear and not actually opening up. So I thought that scene was really interesting for that reason.
Okay. Well, I thought it was just prolonging the inevitable, which is Ellie getting out of the hospital, but I obviously don't have that experience, so it was I am not as interested in that. But then she goes to visit Joel's house, which is pretty similar to the game. She smells his jacket. And then she's visited by Dina, who reveals that she has information relevant to tracking down these killers, which Ellie did not know. So she's kind of pissed at her for not telling her that sooner, but
She did bring
she gets
cookies,
over that
though.
pretty fast as she does with everything with Dina. And then they take that information to Tommy, and he says that they need to take it to Maria and put it to a council vote.
Which is fun. I like the integration of the council in the show.
I like the integration of the council. I do think that this scene is much worse than the one that we got in the game, where it's uh, just Tommy and Ellie having a moment where Tommy comes to visit her and like brings her some food, and he's like kind of trying to justify why they can't just drop everything and go get Joel. And it's basically it's in that scenario, it's kind of like the council has already voted.
Hmm.
Like, they're saying like they can't leave Jack's vulnerable if we send enough people that we need to go do this. And so he's basically trying to talk her out of it.
But I like that we get to see the
Yeah, that's fair. But we
deliberation.
don't get any scene that between just Ellie and Tommy, so that weakens their relationship. I would say that the relationship between Ellie and Tommy is significantly weakened in the show versus the game.
Yeah, I think they sacrifice some of that in exchange. Like they give some of Tommy's stuff to Dina in order to strengthen Dina, which we agree they absolutely did. Dina
In the first half,
is incredible in the show.
in the first half, I agree with you.
You think second half Dina is better
I think there was a
than show
big,
Dina?
not necessarily, but well, the character takes a backseat either way.
Hmm.
But I thought there was a very notable drop off in that character after the midway of the season.
Interesting.
Which maybe I would have felt that way in the game too if I cared about her in the game, which I did not. We get okay, so here's another interesting break. This is the debut of the Seraphites.
Mm.
And they are debuted not as deranged killers as they are in the game. But it's like a group that's trying to escape their war with the WLF, which if you're not a game fan, you don't know what they're really running from yet.
Yeah, this is a less extremist group.
Yeah, and
Like,
so we kind of are getting a glimpse into their psychology and their sociology before they hide from the approach of some of the wolves. It's particularly focusing on like this father and his daughter. He
mhm.
gives her a hammer.
Well, we're getting a glimpse of them not being a monolith, which,
Well, not really, because we don't know anything else about them. So this basically tells us nothing unless you have seen. Like this would have been more effective probably in like season 3, whenever you've already been introduced to them and you're like, well, these people are all deranged killers, and then you
sure, but
realize that they're not. Because without that
season 8
context, it's just
serves
like
that
these are just
purpose.
some random weird people that we're seeing walking through some woods somewhere.
Sure, I think something else serves that purpose in season 3, and they wanted us
Well, that's
to
for sure.
view them as just pure evil.
Yeah. So
And that makes the wolves look more justified if all we see of Seraphites is pure evil. And we are supposed to feel kind of iffy about them because they're who Abby's with.
right, and then and that begs the question why this scene was needed at all then. Because we have, like you said, in the third season, we have.
Well, because we're gonna have to wait a couple years for that.
Well, I do think they make a lot of decisions based on that fact, and that's a shame.
Hmm.
Um, I I don't think this a lot of the stuff that they do with the Seraphites are bad in this season, but you just I mourn the loss of their rollout in the game, which I think is just masterfully done and shows a level of restraint that is just basically absent from almost every form of storytelling that exists today. And so I am sad about that.
In that you really like their rollout in the game and how little you see of them at first,
Well,
and
it's a
you
very
just get them.
classic way to roll out a scary opposing force. It's very Sephiroth-like or Jaws-like, or even like The Sixth Sense. Like they build up tension before you actually see what is the cause of the tension. Like it's like something that is people discuss in hushed tones before
Mhm.
you actually see it. And so you're able to like build up this thing in your mind about what the hell is this before you finally come to face with it.
Well, and
I
kind of,
That's one of my favorite storytelling techniques, and it is just never used anymore.
do they not kind of do that with the WLF in this case? Because you don't actually see them massacre this group of Seraphites. You just see the aftermath with Ellie and Dina.
Well, that is a reveal that the WLF is bigger than Ellie and Dina are aware of. But I mean that's okay, but that's nowhere near the level of the rollout of the like that the WLF exists. They specifically say that we don't know how big that group is. So that's not really that big of a surprise. If anything, you would expect that they would be bigger than Abby and the rest of them.
Well, it's not just big, it's willing to kill children.
Well, that's not too surprising either. We've already seen them brutally murder this guy that we actually care about.
Okay, I still think of escalation.
Well, I don't think we needed to escalate them much.
Okay.
Whereas the Seraphites, I just think that they're very interesting and to be feared. But anyway, you just don't really get that in the show in the same way, which is a shame. And I in the game, you if you see it in a vacuum, it does it beautifully. But I will say, they showed the Seraphites in the marketing before The Last of Us Part 2 release, and I disagree with that decision as well.
Yeah, I've
Maybe
heard
even
you.
more.
I've heard you be mad
Because
about the
I knew
trailer
about
quite a
them.
bit.
I knew about them going into the game, even though I totally avoided spoilers. But I did see the Naughty Dog release marketing
Hmm.
which you kind of needed to know because like the dance scene you didn't even see until like the end of the game
Sure.
if you hadn't watched the pre-release marketing. So, um, like they expected you to see that, and Neil Druckmann has talked about how he uses marketing as a tool. I agree with a lot of the marketing decisions that he's made, but I strongly disagree with that one. I would definitely talk to him about that if I ever interviewed him. Like,
Okay.
why did you make that decision? Anyway, we cut to Ellie who is training with Jesse. It's a very forgettable scene because it's like I immediately almost thought that my notes were wrong right here when I was like, well, no, that was episode 1 where she was training with that guy. But this is a different training scene with Jesse, and he's giving her advice on how to pitch her, you know, argument before the council about
Which
how
is
to about why they need to go after Joel's killer.
which is pretty good advice. Like she
Yeah, it
shouldn't
is.
just go purely based on anger. She should think through some actual reasons.
Yep. And so she takes that advice to heart and she delivers a pretty well crafted speech. And she says that she's going to accept the vote of the council either way. The one thing that I really like about this scene is that Seth, Bigot Sandwich guy, backs her up.
Well, first we hear
Yeah, some
an
other guy.
argument from some other guy about why they shouldn't. And I just eat that shit up. I love that guy's argument. And then we get Seth on Ellie's side,
Mm.
which is kind of the wrong side of history. Like, they should not do this. It is a bad idea.
No, that's
But
true.
it
But
makes Seth look better in that he's on Ellie's side. So it's kind of
well, it just makes him a more interesting character. Like he's a more nuanced guy than you immediately think whenever he's just you only see him as like this bigoted guy that's being a jerk to Ellie.
Mhm.
It's like no, he actually has his own principles. And one of his principles is if someone comes and attacks us, even if it's somebody that I don't really like that much who just knocked me on my ass the other night, we need to go get these people. And
Mhm.
I thought that was really interesting. I thought that was a good decision. So there you go. Good job, Craig Mazin, on that one.
And of course, Gail is up in the balcony, just not buying any of.
Doing literally nothing.
No, that's not true. She is just, I don't know, she's rolling her eyes, but she's very clearly not buying Ellie's shit.
God,
And
she's so annoying. But anyway, the council votes against it. It's like 4-7 or something. It's like not a particularly close vote. So that's that.
And the only vote we know for sure is revealed later, and that is that
Jesse
Jesse did
Rodriguez.
not vote to go.
Which is a complete change from the game where he says whenever it's just him and Ellie, he's like, I would have come with you if you would have asked.
Yeah.
It completely destroyed his character. But anyway, we can get into that later.
Asking other people to potentially sacrifice themselves for this cause is different than him personally going with
Sure,
it.
if he would have said that during the show, then I would have bought that. But they had already like totally derailed the relationship between these two characters in the show to the degree where it's much worse. I think that they make him a worse character. I obviously think that Ellie is a worse character, and I think they're worse together in the show.
I see what they were trying to do with him, and
Well, this is one
how to
where I
execute
think that
it.
I think you've probably just forgotten the rapport that they have with each other in the game because it is, a pretty small part of the game. A lot of it unfolds over the course of the gameplay section where they're just kind of talking back and forth,
Mhm.
and it's been years since you played it, so.
Well, I remember he's really funny in the game,
Yeah,
and
he
they
is.
certainly took that out.
Yeah, he is. Not once is he funny in the show. That is a big loss.
But I like what they're trying to do with their opposing values, and that's, I don't know. We see that more in the last episode of the season. But I think they did try to make him a little bit too righteous.
Definitely. He was already the most heroic character in the game without being an asshole.
I don't think he's an asshole.
He's a total asshole and selfish. That's like
I don't think
they're trying that's the whole point is
that he's selfish.
yeah, that is the idea of that last sequence with him where Ellie like yells at him. She's like, "You only care about your community."
Well, being community focused is not the same as being selfish. Ellie is selfish.
Well, no.
He
In
is.
that situation, he was more selfish than her. I'm not an Ellie fan in this show, but she wanted to save the Seraphite boy. He didn't. That was a more selfish decision on his part.
I mean, they probably would have gotten themselves killed and then not been able to left Dina alone and
Well, yeah, that
pregnant
is
to die.
probably true.
So,
Right.
it was more valued his own people over the other people, not just save
yeah.
his own skin. I think selfish is the wrong word, but certainly there are flaws in his philosophy, maybe as much as there are in Ellie's philosophy.
Yeah, they sacrificed the rapport between these characters and the like actually making them seem like real human beings in this effort of we're gonna have these opposing ideas,
Mhm.
and that's
That are
worse.
reflective of other things in the show, like the group mentality, the tribal mentality of the wolves and the Seraphites.
Right. So we've already right. So we already have that in other places. So let's rewrite this character to fit this specific narrative that we want instead of being true to who this character who's already established and written already is and weakening him as a result. So I don't like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Then we get another horrible scene in episode 3 with the therapist, this time with Tommy, and she basically, this is one of those scenes where I certainly see her as a conduit through which the showrunners can reveal how much they completely misunderstand what makes Ellie a good and compelling character.
I strongly disagree with that point. I do not think that what the therapist is saying is in any way supposed to reflect how the showrunners feel.
Well, we know that they use characters to do that when they talk about Ellie. Like one of your big criticisms of season 1 was when David told Ellie that she has a violent heart. And then we saw in the aftermath, Craig Mazin talking about, yeah, that's really true. She does have a violent heart. And you're like, well, I don't agree with that at all. They use this character to say something that I don't agree with. Well, I think that's what they do with.
With him thinking that about her, and I think that it's partially true.
Okay.
But for him to, so like in a vacuum, if you just take away him saying that afterwards, I think that's a great thing. And it's like shows one side, like he sees that part of her. But then for him to say that that is her heart, like her whole essence is, I strongly disagree with.
Well, yeah,
But I don't think at all that Gail is supposed to be right. She is.
No, she absolutely is supposed to be right.
I disagree.
He says that Ellie is violent and she's a liar, and there's some people that you can't reach.
Well,
And those are all things that they try to illustrate through the rest of the season with that character.
That last part certainly is not true. That she can't reach it. They show many times. They show more in the show than in the game how she could have gone off of this path. Like she had said she wasn't gonna do anymore at the end of the season. Like she is not beyond saving. I think that Gail is absolutely supposed to be wrong there. There's a really great video about Gail from My Little Thought Tree, who's a therapist, and a lot of it he talks about how bad her therapy is, but also has some really interesting insights there. And I really think that people are misunderstanding that character as like supposed to be a lot more right and good than she actually is. She's great at best.
Well, yeah, we just have a strong disagreement on that because nothing that you've told me has convinced me in any way that I'm wrong. I think that we've seen Craig Mazin use characters to talk about his incorrect misperceptions of Ellie as a character in the past. He is doubling down on that here. He says in season 1 he's like loves therapists or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but he clearly had this agenda to put a therapist in the show, and so he wanted to
psychology degree.
That's it.
From
That's
Princeton.
Thank you. That's what
He's never talked about that in anything in this context.
That's what I was looking for. So like he wanted to like have this character in the show to like psychoanalyze Ellie, and I mean, I guess I would like that character more if all of the conclusions that she reaches are wrong, but they try to reinforce the things that she says. And one of the things that really annoys me as well with what they've done with Ellie's character, which is just a total miss of where this character is supposed to be, is this idea that she's a liar. Ellie is she's kind of like me. She's almost incapable of lying or covering up her feelings in the game. And part of that is because she has this damage about Joel lying to her.
In the show, I would say she's maybe more honest than in the game. She opens up she tells Dina exactly after she tortures Nora, she opens up to Dina about and you can like criticize that decision. I know you will. But that is her being more honest than she is in the game. And it's another example of Gail being wrong and painting her with one brush when she's a lot more confident.
Well, in this case, Gail is saying that she's a liar because she knows she's telling Tommy she's still going to go after those people, even though she says she's going to accept the results of this council vote.
And he says there's a difference between lying and being a liar.
Does he say that?
Yes. Okay. And he is right in this case.
That's interesting.
She lies, but that doesn't mean everything she says is a lie. It doesn't mean she's a liar.
Well, I think it's the only major lie that I could think of that she says here, like in this season or in this section of the game. Like when Jesse...
Proving my point about Gail being wrong.
Okay, well then why even have her then?
Well, like Kathleen says things that are terrible philosophies and takes on characters. Like everything
Kathleen,
she says about
we get interesting. They flesh her out over the course of 2 episodes, and we come to understand all the reasons that she has the psychology that she has.
well, I think we get some of that. I think that she has some resentment against Ellie because if Ellie hadn't,
Ellie's the one that told her the
I
truth.
know, and if Ellie hadn't done that, she would have had more positive, she would have had an easier time with that loss. So I think she's resentful against both of them. Joel, obviously,
Well, it certainly makes sense for her to be resentful against Joel.
but she wouldn't have known any of that horrible stuff if Ellie hadn't told her. I think she would have been happier in ignorance. She knows that.
Okay.
She thinks that it was selfish of Ellie to tell her that.
Well, you're just making these assumptions now. At no point has she said this.
Okay, but you have said about the season specifically, you don't want everyone to spell everything out. You want to be able to read into it. And
I know, but like that's my argument for why I think you might be reading a little bit more into it because they spell out everything that they want you to understand in this show. There is no subtext. Whereas in the game, so much of it is through subtext, and not only that, but also like literal. Ellie has a journal so that you can like get some of what her actual thoughts are that way.
I don't think because they spell some things out more than they do in the game, you should just give up on reading into character motivations in the show.
I think you should. I think that they will tell you everything that they want you to know because they don't trust their audience at all
Well, that's a very pessimistic view.
understand any of the themes that they're laying out, and they beat you over the head with everything that they want to get across. And I don't think that's only a criticism of the show. I think that is where a lot of particularly television and film writing is today, where they have no respect for their audience in that way.
Hmm. Well, I do think that some loss of respect for audiences is a little justified because so many people watch things on their phone.
Maybe it's true.
Um,
But
I don't like that.
it certainly makes for a worse story than what they had originally. But anyway, as we have established, Ellie does decide to leave anyway. She's joined by Dina, who also is coming with her. I will say it makes more sense in the show that Dina wants to come than in the game because she actually has a relationship with Joel, unlike in the game.
Mhm.
And
she was there, like they wronged her too.
yeah, she was there. That's a good point. She was actually there, unlike before. In the game, it's like she has like this loyalty to Ellie, which I always did feel was a little convenient in the sense that, I mean, like they literally just started this relationship. I understand
They've been friends.
Yeah, they've known each other for years. I understand that, but she's been friends with a lot of other people in that town. I would assume.
Yeah.
And it's only the Dina that comes with her. So anyway, I'm just giving the show. Just take the W.
Yeah.
I'm giving the show a little bit of credit here.
That gives her a personal motivation and not just I'm going to follow around my love interest.
Right.
Which strengthens her as a character.
Yes. I still don't have any real criticisms with their character after this point. But that night, Seth opens the gate for them, and he gives Ellie a better rifle. This is something that I don't know if I would have noticed if I had not been a part of the online discourse. But Ellie never uses this rifle a single time. I think a common criticism of the show, and not one that I necessarily agree with, but certainly one that I see a lot, is that there is not enough action in this show. Ellie kills like 3 people the entire time, usually by accident, and like it's just a complete betrayal of how capable and kind of badass she is in the game. I do think that there is some truth to that, but I don't really. Whenever they do try to do an action sequence, you need to have a reason to do that, or else it kind of falls a little bit flat. Like I even kind of thought the attack on Jackson was a little bit flat, and that was like one of the better ones. So like I don't think I'm not too upset about the idea of her like of them not doing a ton of action in this season. I do think it's ludicrous that she has not shot that rifle.
I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of like resentment against Seth. Like, I don't know. I personally am very grateful that they backed off the action. Playing The Last of Us, ate up the story and then was just waiting for the action to be over.
Right.
So
Whereas
get back to that.
when you actually play it, the action is, especially the second one, just been really amazed going back to like how unbelievably fun that loop is. It is some of the best action combat I've ever seen. But yeah, I
The
understand.
show you're not playing.
Right, and I understand why that's why it doesn't work as well for a show, so I understand why they cut a lot of it, but I do think they went too far in the sense that she never used that rifle. That's insane. She could have used that rifle to shoot Owen at the end. Would have been something.
Hmm.
As the sun rises, they visit Joel's grave, which I guess is outside of the town for some reason. And that,
Yeah, they talked about that in the podcast.
oh, I'm sure they did. That comforts Ellie. She puts some coffee beans out.
Andrew's not listening to the podcast.
No, I can't stand to listen to these fools. Then we skip ahead to when they're almost in Seattle, which is consistent with how it is in the game as well. And they discuss, oh yeah, but they do kind of extend this out where this is where they kind of have their little talk about the kiss from the party, and they're kind of reframing their relationship in a way that I think is a little bit more natural than the game's version, where they do move awful fast. So they're like not really an item yet in the show, and I think that's a good change. Then the next day they find the butchered remains, frankly, of those seraphites that we saw in the earlier scene, which includes the little girl.
Yeah, very
And
sad.
then they see Seattle in the distance looking deserted, and it's kind of like this big cliffhanger, I guess.
Well, isn't it? They think it's deserted, but then don't you see?
Yes, we do get a scene where there's a ton of wolves on the move, revealing that the enemy force is much bigger than they anticipated, which does kind of mirror the experience of Abby's crew in Jackson. When they get there, they're like, oh my God, this is way bigger than we thought it was going to be.
Mhm.
So, yes, that is true. So, there was some okay stuff in there. It's definitely not the worst episode of this season. I, this is still when I thought Dina was operating at a high level.
Yeah, I love their dynamic in this episode.
Yeah, I think it's more that part is more believable. I liked what they did with Seth. I thought seeing the council vote was somewhat interesting. So I think that was cool. I think it was a good idea to make an episode out of this whole sequence. Don't like the
Gives us some
therapist.
time, a little bit more time in Jackson too.
Yes, that's fine. Mostly, I just hate the therapist in this episode. Episode 204 is called Day One. I do really like the beginning scene of this episode. This is actually the episode, if you go on IMDb, this is the most criticized episode. This is the lowest rated episode of any of the Last of Us season 1 or 2. And I understand why, and we're going to get to that. But
Okay.
I actually don't agree, because I really like this episode for what they do with the backstory of the character of Isaac, who is the
Mhm.
leader of the WLF. And when we start this episode, he's actually not yet the leader of the WLF, and it features Josh Peck, which I got a kick out of,
Yeah.
acting like a complete ass, and
An asshole.
and then Isaac, basically, like they stop. I can't remember why they stopped. I think it was
Well,
just
they're
like,
Fedra soldiers.
yeah, and there was like they had some of the resistance guys were like out there. They were probably going out to like kill some of these guys, frankly.
Mhm.
And so Isaac goes out there and he meets with the leader of this resistance group, which is the beginning of the WLF. And then like he brings out, there's like this one character in the truck that he actually brings out. He's like the youngest recruit, I guess.
Yeah, he's brand new, and he's the only one that's kind of questioning, like,
Yeah.
wait, are we?
He's not in the club with the rest of the guys, not
Oh.
laughing at all of their jokes about killing people.
Why do we call them voters?
And so he brings him out, which was a cool touch. And then he just like throws a grenade and locks them in. They're all killed. It's a very
Mhm.
cool scene.
Well, and then he gives him the choice.
He gives the new kid the choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the only one who gives a choice.
Mhm.
Obviously, the rest of
Yeah,
them
it doesn't.
think
The rest of them,
they're
he's just like
cold-blooded.
they're far gone. Well, it's also like an example of how I think he had to do this to prove his loyalty to this new group, because he's not like the leader of this new group immediately. It's that woman, whoever she is.
Mhm. And I didn't realize at the end of the episode until they talked about it in the after the episode that the guy we see at the end of the episode
Yeah, I missed that too.
is the same kid, and he's just become so
Super hard.
jaded and hardened.
But I always liked Isaac in the original game. But I did think that he was kind of underutilized in terms of when you actually get to see him. Most of him is fleshed out through the notes, which a lot of people can miss. Now, in my current playthrough, I've been getting every note because you have to do that to get the platinum trophy. So I'm like really well read on him in the game version.
But like that's not as
Right,
like getting
right.
a cutscene of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, definitely. So I really like that they fleshed him out, and that is one of the higher points of this season, I think, is what they did with him, which is mostly concentrated in this episode.
Yeah, that was good.
Then we have
Not mostly, because then is this episode
Yeah,
I get the
yeah,
pan
it is,
thing?
yeah.
Okay.
And so then we cut to Dina. She finds a pregnancy test in a supermarket. Some foreshadowing for the big reveal later this episode. Which is fine, I guess. She and Ellie ride Shimmer through the through Seattle. This is an example of just the showrunners just beating you over the head with everything that they want you to take away from. It's just filled with pride flags,
It's not filled. There's
and just some of the most. Yes, it is. It is like they're everywhere you look, it's rainbows. Some of the most heavy-handed, and hokey bits of visual storytelling I've ever seen.
You're exaggerating. I read a YouTube comment from someone that said that they lived in Seattle in 2003.
In 2003.
Which is 2 years away from, or is it 2003 or 2001 that this is set?
This is set in 2003.
Okay, so they said 2003 and that there were absolutely
Okay.
pride stuff
Well,
in
maybe
Seattle. They were like, it's Seattle. This is not
maybe there was.
forced. Have you been to?
Like in the game version, the uh outbreak happens in 2013. I do think it would have been more believable for it to have happened in 2013. But also, the outbreak starts in October. If it would have been like June or something, which is actual Pride Month, then that also would have been more believable. But it was just ludicrous. I would understand like maybe like one or two little things here and there, but like it was just the whole freaking thing was a rainbow. So I thought that was a little bit ridiculous.
I love rainbows. I
I
love
know you
it.
do.
And I had no problem with it. I cannot believe people are this up in arms about some rainbows.
Well, then you're not very plugged into the current climate in this country.
If you do not know me, listeners,
She's not.
I
That is an
I have
accurate
not been
statement.
on social media since 2017.
That's just fine for
YouTube
us.
comments are my only gauge on what people think, and those are very unreliable.
Yes, they are. Anyway, after they get past, if they can get past all their little flags, they see the WLF marked TV stations. This is a big cut. We're jumping forward quite a bit in terms of the storytelling because actually Seattle Day One is a huge sequence in the game. We're going around this huge area. It's like the most open section in terms of the gameplay, so you can go to all these little buildings and pick stuff. It was just really fun. But of course, they cut that because there's really no storytelling that's happening there, and well, there is, but it's just like a lot more drawn out and subdued than what they're going for here, which I understand. I understand why they cut it. So they jump right, and they also cut out that guy with that Ellie cuts in the sequence where Joel is killed, and so they have to. That's actually the first person they take out in the game, where they kind of. Well, Shimmer gets killed, which they also took out of the show, and then they like get taken to like this base, and it's not the TV station; it's like some school or something, and then Dina basically comes in. Well, it's actually only Ellie that gets taken. So Dina has to come in and free her. And then Ellie, she kind of comes in and like distracts them. And then Ellie like cuts herself free and kills the guy and stabs him. It's the first bit of like satisfaction that you get as a game player. It's like, yeah, we got one of them, cross it off. And it was really interesting because I don't think you actually went through and listened to all of the cutscenes. Everything that like I did in the game where with all the commentary, you heard a lot of them. I don't think you actually ended up hearing them all.
Yeah, we didn't quite get through the end.
And it was really interesting because Neil Druckmann was talking about how this was supposed to, or maybe it was Halle Gross, was talking about how this was actually supposed to. It goes really fast, and then they were like, "Well, that wasn't very satisfying, but maybe the next one will be satisfying." And I think that's interesting from them because that is not how I felt when I played this game. I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, we just got that." And that's what Ellie says is like, "Ah, you motherfucker," or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, and that's how Brandon felt too. So at least the two people that I know of that I've spoken with that played this did not agree with what they said.
How Ellie is supposed to feel?
No, like you as the player.
Okay, well, I, as the not player, as the watcher, don't feel satisfaction from Ellie killing anybody.
Right.
But I'm
in that sense, it did not work for you because they absolutely wanted you to feel satisfied and certainly justified with killing these people,
and then
which it worked for me.
At least the first time you play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, only the first time. Although even I'm always a little bit satisfied when she kills this guy, quite frankly. Although he is a Jack and Daxter fan, so I do like that about him.
So this guy did not stand out in my memory at all.
Right. If they were going to make a cut, it's definitely this guy. I don't have I think that's another thing I've seen criticized is them bringing down Abby's group and cutting this guy because it is somebody that, well, I guess people feel like Ellie was so ineffectual in her revenge quest, which is kind of true, that they're like, well, if they would have given her this guy, at least that would have been something else that she could accomplish successfully while she was there. And that there's something to be said for that, but man, this episode is already full without that, and so they would have had to basically extend the season to do that, and I kind of agree with them that it probably wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
I think they could have made her more effective in other areas to make up for her deficiencies.
I don't even mind her. Like, this was not a very well thought out plan. Any thinking through it came from Dina.
Oh,
And
no,
not like
that's horrible also.
it's not like Game Ellie did a lot of thinking through
Oh
either.
yes. Well, yeah, that is true. But she
Like it goes ludicrously well for so little planning in the game.
that okay. I see you, but I think there's maybe somewhere they could meet in the middle where it's like, yeah, maybe they don't have to make Ellie this action hero badass, but maybe she could have like not sucked at everything that she tried like she did in the game or in the show.
Well, I mean, they could kill a lot of infected. They get out of a lot of situations.
They usually have to get bailed out of even that. Jesse has to bail him out of that time when they run into what, like five uh stalkers.
I think it was like
She couldn't even
I
fight
think it
off
was
one.
13.
She couldn't
I
even
think it
fight
was
off one stalker in the
13.
first episode successfully without getting bitten. I mean, come on.
Well, it was her first. She didn't know what their deal was. It
Mhm.
was her first instance with that having to like their tactics.
It's just really interesting because in a criticism I had of her in the first season was that she was too capable. I was like, well, this is ridiculous. She has no experience doing any of these things. Like, and here she is, like with Joel, like, they kind of try to make her like, I don't know. Like, an example I come up with is in that first episode, she like walks into his room and he hasn't even entered the room yet. She's already completely figured out his little code with Bill and Frank and like tricks him into saying what it is or something. And I'm just like, I don't know why they needed to do that. Whereas now it's like I think they heard that criticism and now they've like overcompensated where she's like, oh, well, let's just make her suck at everything that she tries. And that was a mistake because people like actually want to, you run the risk, like you could create like a Ray where she's just like good at everything and that also sucks.
Yeah,
But,
smells are definitely more relatable.
like you need to, I don't know. I feel like your main character needs to have some level of competence for people to like them. And I do not think that they did a good job of hitting that with this version of Ellie. But anyway, that's all to say that they cut that character and they are jumping ahead to the WLF TV station
Real
scene.
quick, in terms of not killing the horse,
Oh yeah.
I don't really know what purpose that served in the game
It-
other than
it-
just a cost
I'll
to
tell you.
the revenge fest.
Okay, well, there's that. What it serves there is it's actually the first time that you have encountered any of the WLF yourself. And the first thing they do immediately is just shoot that horse like they don't give a shit about her. And it's like kind of like really immediately reframing them again of like, oh yeah, did you need more reason to hate these people and absolutely hunt them down and kill them viciously? Here you go. They just fucking shot your horse at point blank range. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm ready to kill these people.
Well, I think we get plenty of reason. Also, from a gameplay perspective, now that I think about it, it makes you have to walk around,
Definitely.
not ride a horse, and we don't need that in the show.
Yeah.
I am okay with not seeing.
Yeah, I don't really
this
care that
animal
much.
die.
Yeah, I don't really care that much about them not killing Shimmer either. It's just a change. Yeah, so I mean, like I said, all of these changes that they've made, I understand and don't really hate as much as I think some other people did.
I do wonder if in future seasons we will see Shimmer die, or if she just gets to.
That will be interesting. Mildly interesting, I guess. They see the WLF marked TV station in the distance. They start moving toward that. But first, they have to stop off in the record store where Ellie melts Dina's heart with the power of an overplayed 80s anthem.
Okay, now before you get all critical and
Now, I don't really have any criticisms of the song. I do think, or of this scene, I am sick of hearing that song, but I didn't really like that song very much before the show or the game, so it's not really that big a deal. It's just an 80s hit.
this is one of my favorite performances from both of them, and I really love with Dina. It's like the clearest instance I can think of in acting of just seeing on someone's face over the course of one scene, seeing them fall in love. It was so convincing. And so, like anyone saying that Ellie is out of her league,
Well, I
like
certainly think that.
this serenade just like totally drives it home for me. Like their chemistry. Like this is the turning point. She had some feelings before then, but this is like where she fell in love. And it's so clear and it's so beautifully done. And I really love it.
Hmm.
And you can't miss it. It's not skippable.
Yeah. I've always thought that the scene was a little overrated, frankly. But glad that you liked it. We get another great Isaac scene, though, which I certainly enjoyed, where he is torturing a member of the Seraphite. So he actually does torture a Seraphite in the game, but it doesn't happen until you're in the Abbey section, obviously, because Ellie does not come into contact with Isaac.
Mhm.
And I really like this scene a lot. I kind of like it actually more than the scene where he turns on the WLF in the beginning. So
Well,
like,
this is a Craig Mazin thing. Like they talked about that in the podcast. Oh,
well, that's not true. I just told you that there was a torture scene in the original.
no, not just the torture, but the whole monologue, the whole idea for what makes it unique and not just him torturing him.
Oh, you mean the pan stuff? That was fine. I think what is more interesting is it paints Isaac as kind of something of a fallen hero because he's not a bad guy from what we know in the original. Like he's turning on these guys who are bad guys.
Sure. I mean, brutally.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, they were gonna have to get killed one way or another if they were at a war, and he was picking a different side. So actually, he put him down pretty fast. If we're being honest, like they died instantly. Um, so he is like, and he turned on them for the right reasons, right? Like these were bad guys. And so it kind of paints him as something of a fallen hero because now it is like 10 years later and he's just like absolutely torturing this guy and has no remorse about it whatsoever. But I also like it in the terms of the psychology of the Seraphite because he
Definitely.
very quickly gets under Isaac's skin because he's clearly actually devoted to this cause and he makes a good argument there where he's like, you will not win because you lose soldiers every day and no one ever leaves the Seraphites.
Mhm.
And that like causes Isaac to just like stop. Oh, well, what really puts him over the edge is he's going to torture him some more, and then he's like already putting his hand out, like he's just like, "Go ahead, do
Mhm.
it."
Well, and that's
So
when
then,
he
then
knows
he
like
kills
there's
him.
nothing he can do.
No, no.
Like, but he's shaking when he does it.
Yeah,
It is really well done.
yeah.
It's brutal to watch.
I really think that whoever the Seraphite guy kind of seals the scene in a way. I know that they're
Yeah.
trying to make Isaac like the star with like his little pan talk, which was also entertaining. But yeah, it was the Seraphite which was really good. I still wish we were not seeing this until a little bit later.
And you know,
I really like the scene
I
itself.
agree with that in a sense that we don't really get an arc for Isaac in this season. Like if this
Well,
had been all we'd seen, then we would kind of have an arc with Isaac. But then we get him again in the last episode where he's just talking
that was totally
about
unnecessary.
Abby. So like that like threw it off. Like it's just like now we
Yeah,
have to have some scattered Isaac.
yeah, they
But
should have just stopped it here because it was all concentrated in this one episode, all the Isaac stuff.
yeah, I think that would have been better.
Yeah.
If they had just stopped it there, then I would have been okay
And
with
I would
the
have,
season.
I wouldn't have even minded seeing this. I think they should have. Well, I guess there wasn't really any other episode that was open enough for them to put the Isaac stuff in, but so maybe I would have liked to see this scene like where it is in the game where you're not getting so much of the Seraphites yet because Ellie and company have still not seen the Seraphite yet, and so I disagree with the decision to like see them and flesh them out as much as they are right now. And I think that really weakens the next scene where Ellie and Dina arrive at the TV station and they see the handiwork of the Seraphites. And it just works so much better in the game where you're just like, well, who the fuck did this? Like that is like such an awesome moment. Like at that point in the game, you've seen a little bit of their graffiti. And so you
Mhm.
know that there must be like some weird like cult out here or something, or there was. You don't even necessarily know that it's something that's still persistent. And you've also seen at this point in the game people that Tommy has tortured and killed, and you know what that looks like.
Mhm.
And then you go into the TV station and you see this, and it's like very clearly different. You're like, whoa, who did this? And it also drives home like the kind of the Sephiroth nature of it. The first person you see Sephiroth kill, or don't see him kill, but see the aftermath of him killing, is the president of Shinra, who has been kind of framed as the antagonist the entire time
In Final Fantasy
in
VII.
Final Fantasy VII. And so it's like in a sense you're like, oh, like they have other enemies. It's not just me. That's kind of interesting. But
Mhm.
also, you are instantly are fearful of whoever did this to them because it's like that in the case of Final Fantasy VII, the character the Shinra president was a very powerful character, and then he was killed like he was nothing off screen. And the wolves, it's like quite a few of them all at once that have just like been strung up and absolutely brutalized. And so they were also killed. And it what appears to be, I'm sure that it actually did take some effort, but it appears to be a very effortless manner. And so it's like
So
really intimidating.
the extra step was done to shine the studio lights on them. Like each one was spotlighted.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's like
Yeah,
a
like they are
presentation.
specifically put up. It's really kind of more like the snake in a way in Final Fantasy VII, where he puts the snake, impales the snake on the tree.
Mhm.
Um,
But it kind of serves a different purpose in that we've just seen one of them tortured, and and before that we saw them like tracked down and
yeah, so you understand why they hate the WLF.
Well, yes, but it's also you're kind of feeling bad for these people, and then this is where you see like they are just as bad or worse.
Well, see, I don't. Yeah, you see that they obviously take it to an extreme, but I think that you get mixed messages here because people are already geared to hate the WLF, and so you're just like now, and you're saying that these people are justified to hate to be at war with the WLF. I mean, they're child killers and torturers, and so
But
whenever
you hear
they,
the uh Isaac say in the last scene that the scars or I'm sorry, the Seraphites also kill children.
well, sure, but I just don't you think that this would work so much better if you see their handiwork before? I mean, you actually defending the way that they rolled this out here?
I don't have strong feelings about it either way,
Hmm.
to be honest. I'm just saying what we got in exchange for what you're saying what we lost, and I'm just saying here's what we got in exchange.
Yeah,
Here's why they did
I
it.
think what we got in exchange is very good and could have been even better if it was shown later in the story.
Okay.
So I think it's a huge disappointment. And now, like when they come into the TV station, the show, I felt absolutely nothing because I was like, yeah,
Hmm.
we know that there's this opposing force that they're at war with, so it's not a surprise at all.
Well, I mean, but you know that either way.
That's
You've
true.
played the
I
game.
know, but I am sad for people who there's so many people that are watching the show. It hits a way wider audience, or at least a very different audience than the game.
Yeah.
I mean, your Aunt Laura watches The Last of Us, or you watch The Last of Us. She probably didn't bother watching this garbage, but
But you should still
um,
feel something because you like
yeah, except for they had
why
fucked it
does
up.
it okay, so you're just disappointed that they fucked.
I'm more disappointed for other people who are never going to get the superior version of this story. And I think that really, if you want to go into it right now, I think that is why I'm so critical of this season of television because it really is objectively not a terrible season of television. I think it is significantly worse than the first season, worse than any season of television that we have watched in recent memory. I will say that. Like we watched all the way through all of Game of Thrones. Maybe it's better than some of the, like those very final seasons, but certainly worse than the seasons of Game of Thrones that we've analyzed on this podcast. Certainly worse than this season of House of Dragon that we're watching. Certainly worse than the two episodes or seasons of Andor that we watched. And so I do think that it's you know, a
That's tough
solid,
competition.
yeah, a solid season of television. But that is still a marked fall from the first season, which was a really excellent season of television. So, but anyway, what I'm saying is,
As much of a fall as Umbrella Academy had.
no, that's for sure. I certainly agree with that. But so what I'm saying is, it's not a. I'm very harsh on it. It's even though it's not like just a god awful season, but I really feel strongly about it because I really, really love The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
And I think that it is better than the first game, which is not a super popular opinion among the general populace.
But those are both things we agree on.
It is a very bold story. It is a very risky story. It totally is told in a way that does just basically throws away the typical arcs that you utilize in storytelling. Um, like the way that you hit a climax and then all of a sudden, well, sorry, you're gonna have to actually wait to get to that climax for another 10 hours. Like that's just like sort of unheard of.
Hmm.
Um, and I just don't really have anything negative to say about that one. And so to see this other version that is just so much worse, and this is the only version that so many people are going to experience, is like really sad. Like for The Witcher is another example where it's like, well, God, that show completely, absolutely destroyed, way worse than The Last of Us season two. Completely, just abandons everything with the books and creates something that is significantly worse. However, there is no barrier to people reading that book. Anybody that can read would be able to pick up the Witcher books and get that actual story.
You know, that's a fair point. Whereas I could not play The Last of Us. Like I do not have the baseline
You
skill
probably
set.
could if you put it on like the super easy difficulty
Is
and
that what you had it on? Because I tried to play
no.
Last of Us 1
Oh, I don't
and
remember. It's been
I
so long.
got frustrated
Right.
and did not like it. And then you had to
And
pick
you're
it up.
26.
I'm
So you
22.
have a much higher chance of being able to actually pull that off than, the Gen Xers or whatever that haven't played a video game since Pac-Man and have no hope of ever experiencing the actual good version of this story. And so I am very sad about that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I will say in defense of my one defense of the Witcher show is I really like Yennefer's backstory.
No,
And
we're not.
that's kind of a well, it's an interesting parallel of that they were able to embellish something and add something in a similar way that Last of Us season one was able to add some good backstories and flesh out some side characters, which Yennefer absolutely is in early Witcher books.
Yes.
She is a side character.
Well, we don't need to talk about that right now. If you want to do a Witcher series, then we can do that later. Some of the wolves show up while Ellie and Dina are at the TV station. Ellie has to kill one, her first kill of the season, which draws the attention of the rest. She and Dina escape to a subway tunnel where they encounter a gigantic swarm of infected. And at one point, Ellie allows herself to get bitten to defend Dina.
How is this the most criticized episode?
I'll tell you. It starts right now, where they take shelter in a theater, and we get a very long, drawn-out scene where Dina thinks that she has to shoot Ellie. But then once she realizes that she doesn't, they have sex instead. And Dina says that she is pregnant, and rather than get upset like she does in the game, Ellie is just ecstatic about this and says she's going to be a dad in a very cringy moment.
As a
then
joke.
they decide they deign to fight the WLF together, and that's like the beginning. This scene was universally panned, and I think not just from game players. I think it went beyond game players to where people were like, "This is ridiculously unbelievable in this moment for this to be what's happening here," and therefore this season and like this sequence was so hated that it actually overrode the I think legitimately great stuff that we see in this episode where with like I talked about with Isaac. So I'm just telling you, this is the reason that this episode is the lowest ranked one.
You want to know what I thought?
I'm sure you loved it.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I ate it up. I thought that they were adorable. I bought it. She thought that she was going to kill her, and then suddenly like Dina has been up all night. They both have this immense relief at either not dying or not having to kill the other one. Uh, Dina gets this off of her chest, and then they're intimate for the first time. And I think it's beautiful. And I think that the I'm gonna be a dad thing is a sweet little joke in the middle of a sweet little scene. And I don't miss all the tension and that Ellie being an absolute jerk about it in the original.
Right. So, okay, so you live in this fantasy land where you want everybody to be happy and roses all the time.
I don't want everybody
But-
happy and roses all the time. It's a nice juxtaposition to all the dark horror we just saw.
Well, okay. Well, it is certainly juxtaposition. That's the problem, is that there's just no way that this should happen at this stage of, which I think is why they get it out of the way early in the game. Because after Joel is killed, Ellie is one-track minded. She still has her little moments with Dina where she's sweet to her, but underlying it all, there is this very clear intent behind Ellie, like this focus on she is here to do a job and it is not a pretty job. And so anything that gets in her way is a problem. And so for Ellie, whenever she finds out that Dina is pregnant, so like already, so they kind of roll it out, they foreshadow it in a different way in the game, where of course, in the show, they got to hit you over the head with it, so she takes a pregnancy test. In the game, it's just like Dina is slow.
Well, they don't show the pregnancy test. Like, I didn't realize it was a pregnancy test that she found. It was either you or Brandon that did, but they did not show that she found the pregnancy
They
test.
did. They did.
She
They don't
found
show her taking it.
something.
It's definitely a lot more heavy-handed. Whereas in the game, it's like spread out over the course of the day, which of course is very long. Where at the beginning, Dina is like really capable. She bails Ellie out when she gets captured by Scar Guy.
Dina is certainly less capable in the game than she is in the show.
No.
Okay, you're the first person I've heard say that.
Now, eventually, like she falls off pretty fast because of the whole pregnancy thing. But in the first like half of Seattle Day 1, they go really out of their way through gameplay to justify Dina. Like anytime that you kill something, she also kills something to make it feel like, oh, she's really pulling her weight. I noticed this the first time I played because I really didn't care about her that much, and I was like, oh, they're really trying to make me like Dina. She's killing this zombie here. And then like I said, when she is screwed. She is going to be executed by the WLF. Dina comes in and saves her ass. And so she is really bailing her out in the first half of the day. But she doesn't have the endurance because she is pregnant. And so as the day prolongs, like she is like really having trouble. She starts getting sick. She starts like getting really tired. Ellie's really kind of having to like kind of drag her through these situations. And like she's like, Ellie, I'm really tired. And Ellie's like, okay, we'll get through this and we'll find somewhere that we can rest. They finally get to the theater.
She's not mad at her for being really tired and
No,
holding her
she's
back.
not. No, she's not.
Is that not inconsistent with
very
what you
pragmatic.
said?
No, she obviously cares about her. She's not just gonna leave her. She's very pragmatic about it.
I thought she was really mad about anything that held her back.
No. Well, I mean, I'm sure that in the back of her mind, she's like, all right, come on. Let's get it moving here. But she's like really sweet about it. She's like trying to get them to safety before she addresses it. As soon as they get to safety, she's like, do you want to tell me what's going on with you? And Dina's like, I think I'm pregnant. And Ellie is like, how long have you known about this? And she's like, well, I didn't know for sure. I was late, a few weeks ago. And she's like, a few weeks? We could have turned back a few weeks ago. Um, you know, and so she's like, well, I didn't want to be a burden. She's like, well, you're a burden now. And so like that kind of is into that conversation. Because like Ellie kind of she realizes like she's like, okay, that was maybe coming on a little strong. And so she kind of separates herself from the conflict and goes into the rest of the check out the rest of the theater because it is an unknown building, to be fair. They need to kind of vet it out. So yes, I understand that it's not like this happy triumphant moment, but I do think it is a lot more tonally consistent and psychologically consistent with the headspace that Ellie is in at this point after Joel has been killed. And so that is why I prefer the game version, even though the show version is clearly they wrote the show version to be like this thing that was like this real happy moment that everybody was going to like, and clearly it did not work with a lot of people because it's the lowest rated episode. So I think it's not just me that picked up that it was tonally inconsistent.
It worked for me. I think that Ellie is conflicted. A lot of, she's multifaceted on this journey. She's not one-track minded. Don't think that means that her addiction to revenge is less
No, I disagree.
poignant.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, I think my opinion is valid too.
Okay, well, certainly an opinion I disagree with. So that's the end of episode 4. And then we get to episode 5, which I think is worse than episode 4, but most people thought it was at least an improvement because there wasn't any scene that I guess people hated as much as that one. This is called Feel Her Love. The cold open of this one is, I didn't really go into a whole lot of detail in the notes, but basically what it is it's the foreshadowing that there's spores under the hospital. So it's like, if you really want to get into it, there's this woman that works for the WLF and her son was infected and he's down in the basement and I don't know, they kind of like explain all that.
Well, she ends up making the opposite decision of Joel instead of sacrificing everyone in the hospital to save her child.
There was no saving her child.
Well, we don't necessarily know that because Ellie's immune. So
Well, we do know that because they when you go in there later.
Before. Well, we know that, and it ends up being that she saving her child could be killing him because he does not die. He's in this half state or whatever. So she's still sacrificing her child, and that he has this horrible half-life of being a spore machine.
Well, I reject the idea that it's really a choice. I think it's just obvious what she had to do. Anyway, the point of the scene, the point of
Joel would act logically
in this scenario. Yes, I do. But the point of this scene is not to deal with any of that. It's to say there's spores under the hospital and it's a dangerous place, which is important later. So we get to Dina, who is good at everything, and she is triangulating the position of the WLF and transmissions. I really don't have a problem with that. What I do not like is Ellie's characterization in this scene. She's coming in, she's all happy, she's making all these jokes about how, oh, I'm dumb and you're so smart, and I hate it. So there's that. Then she goes to the stage. I don't even really remember why she goes over there. She goes to the stage, finds some guitars.
She's letting Dina focus.
And plays about a second of Future Days, which I guess is foreshadowing for them they're going to do it in the next episode.
Well, it's that she like can't even stand it. Like she thinks like, she's in a good place. Like maybe I can face this, and then it immediately you're like, no, bad feelings.
All right, fair enough. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I hate interaction between her and Dina. I honestly might like it. I might hate it even more than the scene that we had in the last one, because in the last one it is a moment of, well, she's at least sort of capping off this relationship. I reject the idea that she should be in a headspace where she can really do that. I think it would be more interesting if Dina was like coming on to her in this scene like that and Ellie cut her off. Like that would have been more tonally consistent to me. But
The thing is, when we were watching it, I don't remember you or Brandon hating the end of the last
well, yeah, because
episode.
you were so obviously loving it, so we didn't want to yuck on your yum.
Okay. Well,
Internally, I was disgusted, but I wasn't saying anything out loud.
hmm.
But in this scene, I was even more disgusted. So it's not like that's like the bottom of it for me, because at least in that moment she's like, well, it's this girl that she's clearly been into for some time, so she's capping that off. But now it's like the next day, she should be back. She should be back in the headspace now of, I got a job to do here. But instead, she's like coming in with Dina cracking jokes, and this is like what really hammers home where Ellie is with me in this season, where she is happier post Joel's death than she is before his death, and I just think that is ludicrous. Like I like that she's angsty and kind of, well, I don't really like a lot of her characterization in the first couple episodes either, but overall, I like this idea that she's angsty, and because that's the space that she's supposed to be in, because there's stuff about her relationship with Joel that we do not understand yet because we haven't been shown it. Now, I don't really like how they roll that out as much in the first couple episodes either. But anyway, beyond that, like she's clearly like more kind of angsty and distant and insular in those first couple of episodes than she is later on when Joel has been killed in front of her. So that is why I hate it. It's not because I don't think that she should be with Dina or whatever.
She's having emotional swings. I think that
Yeah, I don't like that.
feels
The version of
very
Ellie
human to
the
me.
version of Ellie that we get in the game does
Is
not have
one
emotional swings.
dimensional.
Not more one-dimensional. She has a lot more. She has just as much, if not more, going on in her head. She just doesn't say everything that comes to the surface of her brain. And I really like that character. And I talked about this is something that I thought about on my own that I have mentioned to you. One thing that I really like about Ellie in the game is that she really reminds me a lot of my brother Brandon, where when Brandon was a younger kid, he was a 14-year-old, he was also very happy and light and kind of encapsulated a lot of the character traits that Ellie has when she is in the first game. And then over time, he lost a lot of those traits and became a lot more insular and muted and low key. And I thought that to me, like that just was so, like there's like a sadness to that in a way, but that was like so much more realistic to me, or likable to me, I guess, than with or Ellie kind of follows a similar track than what they did in the show, where I think I really don't really feel like there's like much of a change between her characterization in season 1 and season 2, like kind of at all. And
I don't know
this
that I
show,
agree with that. I do think she gets much darker. And I think
no,
for me, I guess it's more, I find show Ellie more, like I think game Ellie is really cool and I love game Ellie. And in the first game, she's my favorite character. But in the show, I think her character is more relatable to me and that she retains some of that childlike wonder, but has these really big swings between very light and very dark,
yeah, I don't like that
very
as
high
much.
and very low moments.
Clearly,
So that's personal preference.
yep, it's a big disagreement. So anyway, Dina figures their route out, and they head out. Along the way, they see their first "Feel Her Love" graffiti, totally backwards from where we should see it, where it's supposed to be foreshadowing the Sarah fights, who now we've seen a million times, so it means absolutely nothing. Then they have a conversation about Dina's first kill and the death of her family. This is like the first time that we're seeing Dina really be serious. So this is the scene that revealed to me that Isabella Merced is a lot better at being like this cheerful, bubbly, charming character than this angry and serious character. And that stuck out to me like a sore thumb in this sequence. I was like, boy, that was not anywhere near as convincing as the stuff that she's done and with her character up to this point.
Which isn't how I felt at all. I really liked how she did this monologue. I was very interested. I didn't remember any of this backstory from the game, which is a little different than how it is
Yeah, it is a little bit
in the
different.
game.
I don't have any problem with them changing her backstory because I didn't care about it at all in the original source material, so they can do whatever they want with it. I think that this and so in a way like that was a opportunity for them to improve because it was something that was like such a nothing in the original for me. But boy, I did not feel that improvement here. I was like, I am ready for this scene to be over.
That's so sad. I know that she practiced that monologue for months, and I thought she did a great job. So it just worked for me, and it didn't for you.
Yeah.
It's true of a lot of this.
Yeah, hopefully she practices some more. They get into an abandoned building and they find a ton of stalkers and they're fucked. These stalkers are just overrunning them and they can't handle these guys at all. But luckily Jesse comes in and he
It's
saves
like
them,
11 or 13.
gets them out of there. Well, see what they need to do is the strategy that I employ, which is just walk right into them, and because like they do hide, so
Hmm.
you can't really use your same tactics that you normally use. So you just walk right out with your shotgun equipped and just say, "Come at me, bro," and just blast them as soon as they get close.
Well, my thing with the stalkers is okay, so they hide and then like
Right. That's why.
that's to me, that's when you run. I was like, oh, they're hiding. There's distance. I got a head start.
Well, that's
I'm out of here.
yeah. It doesn't. Well, that's interesting. You might could do that in the game at times, actually. Like that is a difference in strategy that we would have probably if we were playing those sequences. But like anytime I like that, this sequence basically does happen in the game. It's not you're not in a warehouse, but you are in like this office building where you go into and you encounter a bunch of stalkers. And every time I'm like, well, I'm about to walk right down the middle of this room and with my shotgun equipped and fuck these guys up. And it's fun in gameplay because it is a big change to how you handle most combat encounters,
Hmm.
and so I like them for that reason. But anyway, I don't really have a huge problem with this scene. It's just another example of Ellie not being capable of dealing with this scenario, which a lot of people don't like.
Odds were way against her.
Right, so maybe it would have been a better idea for them to give her odds that she could overcome at one point in this season, and people would be like, "Wow, Ellie handled that like a pro. Nice
You're
job."
exaggerating.
To me, this isn't as big of a problem for me as what I'm hearing from other people. But realistically, in hindsight, there is not a single scenario that Ellie goes into in this game and performs adequately.
In the show.
Yeah, in the show.
I
And I think that
don't
was by
think that.
design by Craig Mazin. He says, and this is what really got him a lot of hot water in the last podcast, which I did not listen to, so perhaps this was taken out of context. But the thing that everybody was like flaming him about after that last episode last week is, oh, well, the big uh, difference between Ellie and Abby is Abby is really capable. She's actually good at doing these things, and Ellie is not. And like everybody was like, well, yeah, that sucks. Why did you make it like that? And so everybody was just like totally roasting his ass for that. So anyway, that certainly was reinforced by how they did this character in this show.
In the game as well, it takes Ellie 3 days to find Abby and has lots of setbacks, has
Oh,
lots of
absolutely, Abby is
advances over
more
her.
capable than Ella is. I don't think there's any question about that, or that would be a problem. I just think that well, part of what's so great about the game is that you see all the badass stuff that Ellie does. Like this whole time, you're just been like, man, I've just been tearing through these people. I am on a rampage. Abby is in trouble. And then you finally find her, and she's like instantly kills Jesse. She's got Tommy at gunpoint, and Ellie's like throwing away her gun. She's like, okay, yeah, you got me. She's like, wow, Ellie is nothing compared to this character, and Ellie is badass. So how badass is this character? Whereas in the show, they were like, wow, Ellie is a fuck up. This character is not, which is worse.
I think fuck up is a stretch. I think he might have. I think
Give
he
me an example of
was.
something that she does not fuck up in this season.
I just. I'm sure that there was some stuff in the first two episodes.
You're sure, but you're not so sure that you can point them out to me.
It's like, and even if like each thing ends in like, okay, there's something that overcomes her. Like she still like gets through it. Like she does a
She
lot
gets
better
through
than I
it.
would.
Yeah, she gets through it by the skin of her teeth, no doubt. Make her a very lucky character, nothing else. Anyway, so Jesse comes in and saves her asses, gets him out of there. He reveals that Tommy came with him, so that's a big change, obviously, that we haven't really talked about a ton up to this point, is that in the game, Tommy goes first. And the reason he does that isn't necessarily because, well, I mean, he definitely wants to. He's of a similar mind with Ellie that he clearly wants to go, but he's like trying to justify to her why it's a bad idea. And she's like, "Is this you talking or is this Maria?" And he's like, "Doesn't answer that question." Here he says, "It's a valid point," you know. But anyway, so clearly he realizes, like, well, it's not even a realization. Ellie just straight up tells him, "Well, you can't stop me from going. I'm going, so that's all there is to it."
Hmm.
And he's like, "All right, well, why don't you just give me a day, and then we can go together, or whatever." Which it's revealed that he was lying. He actually leaves before her, And I guess the idea is that maybe he can just go take care of it, and then that'll protect Ellie from having to, maybe he doesn't trust her as much as he trusts himself, which makes sense. He's obviously had a lot more experience than she has, and so he basically just goes off himself to try to take care of it before she gets involved.
Which isn't the best plan.
No, it's not. It's not a great plan.
Something happens to him, she's doubly motivated.
Yeah, it's not a good plan at all. They should have gone together, obviously. But anyway, that's
He should have, like, he is one of the leaders of this town. He could have prevented her from going if he.
well, that's not really true.
Hey, there were ways.
I mean, he could have locked her in a cell, I guess.
That's what he told Maria to do in the game. He said,
That's-
lock her up.
That is true. Yeah, so there you go. I got Tommy dialed in. But anyway, that's not what happens, and he goes ahead of her. Which honestly, I like better because it kind of presents like well anyway we'll get into it later with my character list, but I really think that Tommy is significantly muted in the game or in the show versus the game. In the game, they take out literally his two best scenes that are just completely removed from the show. The show tries to make up for that by giving him the big fight scene in the town, but as I've talked about, that didn't really kind of work for me as much as these other scenes that we lost. And then I think that it's kind of I don't know. There's something kind of awesome about his relationship with Joel. There's like so much underlying that relationship that we don't get to see or like see spelled out for us in the game and in the show too. But in the game, like there's something about Tommy just going out himself to like, man, he's like, yeah, he left before I did. You know what I mean?
Part of the issue with that would be they gave him a kid. And so he would be a much less likable character.
Well,
I
was actually kind of excited about that because I was like, oh, this is gonna give Maria even more justification to leave him later when because like it's a mirror to what Ellie is gonna do to Dina later, where she's gonna leave her for the well, I guess it's kind of a spoiler, but they're gonna leave her and
Jesus.
and like this like she's gonna be like mirroring what Tommy did, but they didn't end up paying on that at all. It's like, why did they even have the kid?
That is one of my biggest critiques of the season is we have the kid like really early on, and then I swear we do not see this kid after the attack on
No,
Jackson.
that's not true. There's one scene where Maria says, "Tell your daddy did a good job."
But there is no emotional weight to that scene. There is no
not at all
reconnection with the kid after they all survived the battle.
Yeah.
Like there's like a hug thing to the point where I was like, oh, the kid died and they're just gonna like show us later because why else would they not?
Well,
we did nothing with that kid and that made me mad.
My preference would have been what I said, where he leaves Maria and the kid, and that gives her justification to leave him. Second place would have been the kid dying in the battle, and then at least like Tommy is like in this really dark place, and maybe he's kind of works out some of his darkness on these WLF whenever he goes to get him.
Well,
they did neither of those things.
Thinking like this kid has no chance, like this kid is so
yeah, totally, absolutely
break our hearts, and instead like he has a cute moment with Joel.
Yeah, that's it,
and that's like it.
Yeah,
and that, there better be a big payoff with that kid season 3 or
maybe there will
or whatever, because that did piss me off.
Yeah. So I think that this weakens his character of like coming with Jesse later. And it also weakens Jesse's character. Because think about how badass it is that Jesse, asked by no one, goes by himself to Seattle in the game to help Ellie and Dina. Like that is so awesome.
It's a little dumb.
He doesn't even know that Dina's pregnant, and he does it. He does it out of loyalty to his friends that he cares about, and one of them dumped his ass. Like he's like such a hero in the game. So I think this decision for them to come together actually weakens both of them.
I think it makes them both smarter.
It makes Tommy less of a loose cannon, which is a weakening of that character, and then it makes Jesse less badass, which weakens his character. So that sucks. Anyway,
but it does make them both smarter and less almost suicidally reckless, which is supposed to be Ellie's thing.
Yeah, well, anyway. This is an example of how they have weakened every single one of these main characters, except for Dina, and that is a shame. They find themselves in a forest. Well, it's not really a forest. In the game, it's a park where they see the Seraphites disemboweling someone, and they split up to get away. So this is kind of in the game, this is the first time that you actually have the big encounter with the Seraphites. And I understand why they had to change it a little bit in the show, because literally immediately what happens in the game is Ellie gets an arrow through the shoulder, and so that's probably a little bit less realistic that she would be able to just kind of rip that out and go back on a killing spree.
Definitely.
So they have her shoot Dina, have him shoot Dina instead, which is fine. I don't really have a huge problem with that. But I still think that this scene, even what they did with this scene in the show, would have hit so much harder if we had just never seen these guys before. We had seen the foreshadowing for them with the Feel Her Love stuff. We'd seen the disemboweling of them in the uh, theater, but now we actually see them in the act, and then they turn their attention on the people that we actually care about, our main characters. And I think that would have been way more tense and more
Well, we
effective.
still haven't seen them be violent in the show.
Yes, huh? We just saw them disemboweling somebody in this scene. That's what they see.
Well, yeah, but that's what you said. You wanted that now. Like you see it and then they turn their attention on the main characters.
Right, but it's not so much. I mean, I guess like it's still kind of a reveal in the sense that like we actually saw them violent, and now our people actually have to deal with them. But you've seen them multiple times. You know,
You've seen them,
you
but
basically
haven't seen them
understand.
be violent.
No, but you know that they have been because
Well, in the game, they have been too because you've seen the disemboweled
I know,
bodies.
but in the game you don't even know who they are yet. You don't even know that it's a cult. You don't know that it's like a force. You have no. You just have to guess at what did this to them because you have not seen them at all. And also in the game, like they do, they communicate through whistles, and so you actually hear the whistles even before Ellie gets shot, and you don't know what they are because you haven't heard them yet. And it's just like God, such an awesome reveal moment, and it's really tense in terms of gameplay because you do have to fight them differently than you fight the WLF. They are kind of more vicious than the WLF in a way. They're certainly more capable. They get up on you a lot faster because they use melee weapons and they have those arrows which are a huge pain in the ass and kind of scarier in a way than the guns because you don't hear them coming.
Mhm.
And so anyway, it's just so awesomely effective. It's one of my favorite. There's a lot of stuff that I love about obviously Last of Us Part Two, the game, but one of my favorite things about, in particular, in the first 3 days, is the way that they just slowly roll out the Seraphites, and I just think that they just totally screwed that up in the show. That's very unfortunate.
Hmm.
And then anyway, so then they split up because Jesse's got to get Dina to safety. She's been shot.
They successfully get away.
And then
Ellie,
Ellie,
success. Good job, Ellie.
yeah, and then Ellie apparently sees the entrance to the hospital and heads in. This I completely missed that in the show. It's like I saw her see a gate or something, and then it just like boom, it cuts to she's with Nora, and I was like, whoa, that was fast.
Well, we knew who Nora was because
Yeah,
of
and she's
their.
in the hospital because they heard that on the radio earlier, and that's where they were trying to get.
Mhm.
Whenever they, to be fair, but boy, that happened pretty fast. But anyway, you skip ahead to where Ellie is with Nora all of a sudden, and so she finds her in there, and she uh, like kind of has this conversation with her, and then Nora kind of says, "Well, Joel got what he deserved," and then runs for it, and
She also says in the
yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah. And then so she runs for it, but I don't even remember. In the game, she falls down the elevator shaft. She didn't like go down there on purpose. I feel like in the game, or in the show, she just like goes down there like a fool. Like, oh no, what it is in the game is Ellie is cornered. Like so she gets to like that elevator. She knows not to go down there, obviously, and so she like stops because she's like, well, my chances with against Ellie are better than whatever the hell's down there. But then
Mhm.
Ellie like kind of overpowers her, grabs her. The guys that are chasing her, and she's like using Nora as a shield, and then she looks down and she sees the spores. She's like, "Well, that don't mean shit to me." So she throws Nora down and like jumps down after her.
Mhm.
So another example of her actually having some agency and essentially killing this character, unlike in the show where it's like Nora just kind of stupidly ends up down there on her own. And
Well, she chases her down there. And again, this is an example of confidence from Ellie. Like she
incompetence, I
got
would argue.
no, she got all the way up there. She got to Nora.
We didn't even get to see it.
Okay, it
As
doesn't mean
far,
she didn't do it.
if you are a watcher of this show, you would assume that she was just able to just walk in the front door, and because you didn't see it in the game, it's a huge amount of work to get into that hospital. You got to kill like 20 guys.
It sounds like a pain to watch.
Well, okay, but at least it's an example of how you don't of Ellie not being you don't see her doing anything that shows any amount of competency. You
Okay,
just
so
have
you
to.
don't see it, but that doesn't mean that her character doesn't do
No, it
it.
doesn't mean that your character doesn't do it, but if you have not played the game, you don't have the context of how much work it is to get into the hospital. So therefore, you don't even think about what she did to get in there. She must have just had no, but they didn't show it, so it must have been no problem.
That's not exactly the conclusion I would come to, but
Well, I don't know how you, but that's because you've seen the original. There's no way that you would come to any other conclusion except for you have more context than the average TV viewer.
okay.
Anyway, so they go down in the spore-infested tunnels, and she basically tortures her for information about where Abby is. So, in the game, realistically, they do them pretty similar between the game and the show. It hits a lot harder for me in the game because the focus is always on. Well, first of all, it's one of those things that it's hard to convey in a show where you don't have the agency that you do in the game. Like in the game, you actually have to press the button every time she hits her with um, the pole. So I think
Which,
that
of course, I'm not pressing the button, so I don't have that same experience when
right.
watching you play the game.
I think that does something. But also, I think it's really cool how, well, I just think it's shot better in the lead up to it. Like, Nora comes at her with the pipe, Ellie hits her with the pipe to knock her down. And it's like this awesome moment or this awesome shot where kind of like the camera's like on the ground, kind of like looking at Nora, and you just see like the pole like swinging in front of the camera that Ellie is holding. It's like a really awesome shot that they did not recreate. Um, but it's just like this really intimidating moment from Ellie in the game where it's like, whoa, she's kind of having her Darth Vader hallway moment, and it's even red and everything like it is in Rogue One, where she's like using her superpower in a way where she's like breathing these spores does nothing to her. Nora is just like coughing up a lung down there, and she's like, "Where's Abby?" or whatever. And then the last artful thing that they do in the game is that you actually do not see her hit her with the pipe after that first one where she gets the pipe from her. It like the camera is only on Ellie's face, and you just like see the reactions in her face. You see some blood fly up whenever from like the impacts, but it's only focused on Ellie's face. And I just think that is a cool way to do it. Whereas in the show, they show her beating the shit out of Nora,
You also
and
see a lot of Ellie's face.
not as much. And I guess like the big reveal here for TV viewers is Ellie knows that Joel
What
did.
Joel did.
Yeah, because like Nora said something about it. She's like, "Don't you know what he did?" And she's like, "Yeah, I know." And you're like supposed to be like, "Oh my gosh, what a reveal!" But I don't know. That kind of fell flat for me. Just compared to the again how they rolled all this stuff out in the
Because you already know that
game.
Ellie is doing all this knowing that. If
Well,
you didn't, like if you can put yourself in those shoes, it's like, wow, well, that gives us a new context on Ellie. She knows what Joel did, and she's still
yeah, it
doing this.
does. That's true. I think I
All
would
the
like, and that
protective
is how it
others.
is in the game. And you learn that in a similar way because they both cut to the flashback where she finds out the truth. Um, I like. I think what I respect about the game more is the game does not just straight up lie to you about that. Like you can surmise based on the way that Ellie is that she believes that Joel killed all those people, but you do not actually know that she knew that. And that's true in the show as well. However, the show has literally lied to you. Like she has said, and Joel has said, that she does not know. And that's a lie because both of those characters at this point know that she knows.
When did Ellie say it?
Well, she says it here, but
No, when did Ellie say she does not know?
oh, well, it's been a few weeks since we watched season one,
Like,
season
who
two.
would she say that to? She hasn't told anyone about it except for Dina after this point.
Well, she's having this conversation with, I don't know if it could be the therapist in season three, but she's having this conversation with somebody that definitely sort of leads you to believe that she does not know. And I remember that was a big criticism that I had in the first couple episodes where I was like,
Well, we know that she's not
Ellie's
obsessed with
supposed to know.
Gale.
Yeah, well, I don't remember if it was with Gale or not, but it's been a couple months, so I don't remember exactly. But I do remember getting this very strong indication that Ellie does not know what happened. And then now they're revealing that actually she did know. And I just felt like that was just a lie that they did to, which I guess, was their way to misdirect the audience. But
I absolutely get your point with Joel. Like, I don't remember the context of that, but I think it was in his therapy session, and there's no reason.
and also with
Obviously, I don't have context
Dina.
then, but there's no reason that he should have said that she doesn't know. And I do remember that threw me off.
Well, also with
But
Dina, because
basically, her lying to Gale totally tracks for me.
it's also with Dina because she's like, "What does Ellie talk to you? Why is she acting this way to me. It's like he should know. So I didn't like that. So anyway, I just didn't think that this moment was as earned in the show as it was in the game, where it was like that was actually a huge reveal. Because one of the most brilliant things that the game does is over the course of the game, you are learning more about the relationship, the status of the relationship between Joel and Ellie. In the beginning, when Joel is killed, you think, "Oh man, what a tragedy." Uh, they were kind of, they had like their last conversation was her, kind of telling him that she can handle herself and not being appreciative whenever he stepped in on that thing. But they were had such a great relationship. Other than that, because the only other interaction we see with them in this game is Future Days. And so it's just like, damn, no wonder she's so upset. That's really brutal. And like she talks about, there's like very subtle with Dina when they're going on that first run in the snow. She's like, oh yeah. She's like, what are you doing later? And she's like, oh, I was actually going to watch this movie with Joel. It's like, oh man, I can't believe that. They were just, no wonder she's so upset. They took away this great relationship she had with Joel. And then, through flashbacks, you start to get the sense, oh, actually, she was kind of on the rocks with Joel. Like they show this backstory where they have to clear out this hotel together when they're on a run. And the way that Ellie is being toward Joel, she's like extremely distant. And it's like she kind of like doesn't really want to be around him. You get that sense, and you're like, oh wow, maybe they were actually kind of on the rocks. And then later on, of course, you find out that she confronted him about what happened, and she found out the truth about what he did. And then you were like, and she's like cuts off their relationship, and then you're like,
Mhm.
oh, it's even worse because they were like kind of. It seemed like they were kind of on the upswing, and then, uh, you know, they were killed, and then like that's kind of confirmed later on, like way later when they have
Mhm.
the you see their final conversation.
Okay, well, it's clicked for me why Joel would be in denial, and it's because while the Gail's husband and lying situation like made it was a clear tell for Ellie that he like it was the final thing she needed to realize that he lied about the hospital thing. Joel, there's still plenty of room for deniability
Mm.
in there. It could just be that she's mad about Gail's husband, but like maybe she should have gotten over that by now. uh, so the Joel thing makes sense, and her lying to Gail makes sense for me.
Okay, well, I don't.
And it would be like him being in denial in the same way that Ellie was in denial that he lied.
Well, all right. Well, there is some truth to what you're saying, but overall, the way that the game plays with your perspective about how you have to keep having to reframe their relationship is so unbelievably brilliant and just not done anywhere near to the same effect in the show, and I think that's a real shame.
Well, they didn't want you to have to wait past the season for that, I think.
Not my problem.
And I, for me, I was just like that is a real issue that I was really baffled that they would just like straight up lie to you uh, with a character when they would have no intention to do that. So I'm a little relieved to think through that a little more and realize that Joel could absolutely be in denial there, that she knows.
It just goes back to what I'm saying about how I'm sad that people are getting like this abridged, kind of fucked up version of what I think is one of the greatest stories ever.
Hmm.
So that's very sad. Cliffhanger of this episode is Ellie waking up to Joel entering her room. Clearly, it's flashback. So it's like, hey, audience, we're going to have Pedro Pascal in the next episode. Please watch it.
It's,
So, yes, that
and
is.
it's great. It's something to be excited for.
Yeah. We've got 2 episodes left. Starting with episode 6, The Price. So it starts with a teenage Joel. He's defending Tommy from some abuse from his
Ooh.
father, who is Lalo Salamanca. And he ends up having kind of a heartfelt moment with them about his own abuse at the hands of his father, how he's trying to do a better job. And he says that he hopes Joel will do a little bit better than him, which kind of ends up being this driving force for Joel's fatherhood with Sarah and then Ellie.
I
And that
really love that.
and that guy that plays Lalo is fantastic.
He's from Better Call Saul. I did not recognize him. I kind of
That's
got,
impossible.
I didn't. I kind of thought like, oh, is that the dad from Twilight? Something about the cop outfit,
From
the
Twilight.
uniform.
Came out 20 years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't logical. It was not him.
No.
But yeah, I really like that. Doing a little bit better than our parents did, and there was some grayness to his father.
Hmm.
It was really interesting. And it was fun to see young Joel and Tommy. I wonder if we'll get any more young Tommy in the future. Like I hope they flesh him out in future seasons more. This kind of took a backseat to Dina a little bit, like some of the stuff
Yeah,
that was
definitely.
good with him in the game, they kind of gave to Dina, which worked in that
Well,
Dina's
there's
not
also
much
stuff that they
different.
just took out. I mean, there was a scene that they gave to Gil, which I hated, and then there's another scene that they just sort of skipped over because there's a whole flashback that doesn't make it in.
Hmm. And maybe we'll get more of that. I can't imagine. I mean, we know we're going to get more of Jackson
Yeah,
in the future. So, but yeah, I think that was a strong start to this
that is
episode.
true. Okay, so then Joel is kind of getting things ready for Ellie's 15th birthday. So he secures a cake from Seth.
It's very
He
cute.
misspells her name. Does it say like Eli?
Yeah.
Uh,
Looks a lot like the cake Hagrid makes Harry.
and he I did reject that. And he fixes up a guitar for her.
Lots of love and care.
Uh-huh. And then, but Ellie, so while this is going on, Ellie tries to burn her scar off. So that kind of threatens to derail things. But Joel just kind of rolls with the punch, says he understands.
And this is her 15th birthday?
Yeah. So it's the first one that they're in Jackson together. And then he plays Future Days for her.
It's
Maybe
very
not quite as
sweet.
well as Story Baker does in the game, but
Baker is a singer in Federal
is he?
It's not. Oh, that was his goal. I think he has a band or something, right?
Not that I know of.
The reason
I
that
wouldn't be surprised.
Joel is a singer in the game is because that's what Troy Baker wanted to do when he grew up.
Mm,
And the reason Ellie is an astronaut is because that's what Ashley Johnson wanted to do when she grew up.
that's something.
Isn't that cute?
Mhm. Okay, so then the next thing is the museum scene.
Skip over future days. I'm not going to say why that song means something to us.
Go ahead.
Oh, I want to hear it from you.
So here for me. Well, we had it played at our wedding
Bye.
by my brother and
My
I don't
god sister.
know what Riley is to you. Some random woman that is not in our family.
She is not. How dare you? It was a very sweet joining of the family's moment. It was at our ceremony.
Yes. Well, yeah. Right.
It was lovely.
Hmm.
And we got it from this game.
Of course. Although technically I had heard it way back in the day because I did actually review that album for the East Texan.
Mm.
But it did not stick out to me.
Well, I will say it definitely wasn't great musically. It was mostly spoken.
Yes.
He was not being humble, but he said that singing wasn't his gift. But it was still very sweet and
Mm.
sincere.
Okay, and then the next scene is the museum scene. It's pretty much very similar to the game version. It does skip over the dinosaur part pretty much, other than the one outside. Because in the game, you go through like a big dinosaur exhibit on the inside.
Which they actually built and then just didn't use.
No, what a waste of money. Um, so I guess like they did that to put more emphasis on the space part, which is fine. Um,
Well,
I
it's already kind
don't
of a packed episode.
right. Yeah, that's true. And it's to be honest, the museum scene is another one that I've always thought was a little overrated, just because it's just held up as like the best part of this game, kind of like the giraffes are held up as the best part of the first game. It's like, well, that's ludicrous.
Well, I think it had my favorite sets
Okay.
so far in the series.
Oh, you mean the show?
Hmm.
Well, I don't really care about sets.
Well, just the way that they did that space pod or whatever. Uh, and it's a scene where you can't deny that they had reference for the
Oh
source
yeah,
material.
that is true. I think I still don't know if it works quite as well in the show versus the game, just because you don't get the context of just the shift in gameplay. You get to take a break for a while from all the fighting and tension and combat.
Yeah, but I think the whole episode still feels like a breath of fresh air
Okay.
compared to, I mean, we
Well,
ended the last
certainly. It's
episode with brutal torture, so
breath of fresh air in terms of it's much better than the other episodes this season.
we both agree this is the best season.
And it's no wonder that Neil Druckmann was directly in charge of this one.
And it was written by all three of them.
But
Greg
probably
Halligros
mostly Neil
and
Druckmann and Allie Gross, if I had to guess. Um, But another thing that I think the game version of the scene really nails is the dichotomy of Ellie's character in the past versus where it is in the game because and it's a very good performance by Ashley Johnson, which Neil Druckmann points out during the commentary in the game, which is that he's like, I'm very impressed with the way that you're able to just like switch back to these different mind states that Ellie's in. And that is true. Like, obviously Ellie is very stoic and reserved and for the most part in Last of Us Part 2, but she definitely feels very much like she did in the first game in the scene, which is very impressive. And I don't really think that that came across in the show.
I thought it did to some extent. I thought she definitely seemed more youthful, but not to the same extremes as Ashley Johnson did.
Okay, and then of course another thing that they can't really do in the show is just that obviously they change her character model significantly
Sure.
in the game. But anyway, then we skip to her 16th birthday, which is I think could be it might be later than that. It might actually be her
I think we
17th.
do every year.
No, we definitely don't do every year because the next one's their 19th birthday. So this is probably her 17th birthday to split the difference.
Okay. But it was 16.
No, we absolutely do not do every birthday. But it could be the 16th. But anyway, 16th or 17th. This one is less of a joyous occasion. Joel catches Ellie making out with Kat, who is also in the middle of tatting up her arm. And he's not too thrilled. I really like that he's not just immediately accepting of her gayness here because he did grow up in Texas in the 80s.
Not because it's fun to see, but because it felt very real and
Right.
it felt very flawed and human.
Yeah.
And then it gives him room to grow and to where we're very proud of him when he gets to the point where he maybe overdoes it, but he punches Seth in the face.
Well, that's not true. He just pushes him over. But
All right. In my heart, he punches him in the face.
yeah, so I thought that was really cool. That was a surprising thing for them to put in the show, I felt. Where
It's
like everything has to be 100% in line with, the LGBT cause at all times in most stuff these days. But it was nice to see them not have to do that.
the most extreme end of hateful. Like you don't often see a lot of stuff in between that's maybe more familiar to people in day to day. And I think this is probably a very familiar experience for a lot of people. And seeing him gradually come around. Well, there's a very clear wedge driven between them in this moment with his
Right, because then
reaction.
she does start moving out.
Yes.
And he sets up, that's what he sets up the garage for her.
And he helps her do it, which it's baffling to me from both sides. Like, I cannot imagine her wanting to go from her cute room to that mess of a garage. And I can't imagine letting my daughter move from inside the house to the garage at 16. But
We're 17.
they're both very different people than me.
That
So
is for sure.
it's interesting.
Yep, so that's interesting. And then we go to her 19th birthday. So this is where he's finally agreed to let her go out with him on a patrol. And it is during this where they find a bitten Eugene.
Oh, this part's so good.
And he pleads with him to let him see Gale one more time. And Joel agrees on the surface.
And Eugene is up there, not as great, maybe as great as a lot of the characters they created last season and side characters they improved. Like we've talked about how a lot of except Dina, a lot of the characters this season are worse. But
Well, that's for sure.
Eugene really, I mean, he was hyped up. There was a lot of build up to Eugene.
Yeah,
and
that
I
is
think
true.
that he lived up to it.
Yeah, I certainly was not interested at all in this character. And they did a good job of justifying it. So yeah, Joel initially agrees to let him see her one more time, and he like tells Ellie to go get the horse.
Well, he initially doesn't, and then Ellie's like, "Wait, like, hold out your hand." She does the whole thing like she did with Fireflies, and then he says that he'll do it, and he says, "I promise," right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she makes.
But he backs out on the deal and he kills him, much to Ellie's horror.
Well, he walks him out to a beautiful view, and he has this whole thing about he doesn't want a beautiful view. He needs his wife's final words, and he has the sweet moment where he says, when you love someone, you can always picture him.
Well, Joel says that.
Yeah. And so he does, and then it's like the moment where he's in that headspace. That's when he kills him.
Yeah.
So I cried. It's beautiful. It's tragic.
Yeah.
wish she hadn't done it, obviously, and it would have maybe salvaged their relationship at least for a little while. She would still have plausible deniability.
Yeah, maybe. But back in town, lies to Gail about what happened, and she's like really touched by this. She gives him a hug,
Mhm.
but then Ellie reveals the truth, and Gail is horrified by this. And it is kind of a more subtle reveal than in the game, where by his lie there, that kind of confirms her suspicions about what happened in the Firefly Hospital.
The way that he looked her in the eye in the same way
Hmm.
and promised her. And then she kind of indicates to him that she knows by not using the word he used there, but using the word he used after the fireflies, which is I swore,
Right.
not I
It's another
promised.
example of attention to detail from Neil Druckmann that was by design. Yeah, I like her finding out this way. I think yeah, I really have no criticisms of the game at all, but I did think it was a little bit unbelievable that she traveled all the way back to the hospital with Joel kind of like hot on her heels the whole time,
Yeah.
and then he catches up to her there, and after she's already kind of gone through it, and
Finds a tape
yeah, yeah,
recording
yeah.
of the
So that
exact
one, that
moment
one,
she was looking for.
yeah, that one definitely. I'm not surprised that she finds a tape recorder, but just the idea that she goes all the way back. I mean, that's multiple states away.
And the tape recorder thing almost feels more like a video game mechanic than it does like people actually
Yeah,
making
people
not
don't
able to
actually do
produce
that.
it themselves.
You have Bioshock to thank for that.
Okay.
Everybody has a freaking video recording of themselves.
So I thought this was beautifully done. Really great idea. Whoever's idea it was,
I think we
really
do.
well executed. And I appreciate it. And it's nice that there was a change you like.
Sure. And then finally, we flash forward to see Joel's version of the events at the dance scene, where he decks Seth, and then he gets a dressing down from Ellie. And then the unsurprising reveal that she did, in fact, have a last conversation with him on the porch the night before his death. Uh,
Although I remember when we first watched the scene where we see the porch thing, and you're like, well, they're just not going to do it.
well,
You thought that they,
I think my bigger concern was that they were going to do it right there, and I was like, well, that's despicable.
but then they didn't. You were like, well, they missed their chance. That was going to be it. And I
I,
was like, no, they're going back.
I don't know. That's true.
Okay.
Anyway, this version of the moment actually has to do a little bit more heavy lifting because it actually combines two separate scenes in the game where she calls him out for his lie, in addition to the conversation from the game where she says that she wants to try to forgive him. It's one I would say it's one of the only occasions where they take. Remember, one of my big criticisms of season one was I was like, really great season of television. They improve a lot of things, but every time they try to do something line for line, it was like, yeah, it always paled in comparison to the original. This is the only time, one of the very few times where I thought they were able to do as good. I'm not going to say it was an improvement, but I think it was as good as the version in the game.
Awesome.
So that's very good.
Yeah.
I okay.
I remember this very real feeling um, that I can only think of a few times in my life where it feels like something has been said and it can't be unsaid and everything's going to be different now. Like the weight of that, but also the release of something that's been building up for a long time. Uh, it was just so well captured, that tension there. I don't know if I've ever seen anything capture that feeling as well
No,
as that moment did. That was all due to Pedro Pascal's performance.
right. Yeah, he was definitely carrying it. I do agree. So Brandon had a criticism here where it was that he didn't think that it hit as hard as it does in the game by being placed here instead of being placed like at the very end of the game.
Mhm.
And I do agree with him because like I said earlier, one of the brilliant things about the game is how over the course of the game you are constantly reframing your understanding of the relationship between those two characters and where they left things, and you don't truly understand where they left things until the very end. But this is just an example of where they really didn't have a choice because of just, frankly, the inferior medium of storytelling that they have chosen, which is television versus video games.
Medium that is more accessible to more people.
Yes. And it's particularly in modern times where they just take forever to do anything.
And for me,
So you would have had to wait for the payoff for the scene literally probably 4 or 5 years if it was in season four. So yeah, I feel like they kind of had to do it here. And also it was a situation where Neil Druckmann was in charge and it was probably for the best for him to just handle it himself and not let Craig Mason fuck it up.
in defense of this medium, as someone that just watched you play the game and was not skilled enough to play myself, I'm just gonna be watching either way. And this way I don't have to sit through a bunch of combat. So for me, this is the spirit meeting. And I don't get all the extra effects of
Definitely not.
pressing buttons myself and having accountability there.
Well, you could maybe, I mean, I think you'd have more of an argument if they were actually able to do, like capture it all at once. If it was all in one season, like it is all in one product in the game, then they could actually do things, spread things out as perfectly as they did in the original version, but they can't do that.
I think they maybe could have shot it as like a two-parter, like have us wait 6 months in between, but like continuous filming, like don't stop filming in between seasons. And
Yeah,
it's
like
HBO
Lord of the
money.
Rings.
They can,
They
they
did that
can,
in 2001, so
I
it's
don't know.
probably, and it was a much bigger production.
Yeah, come on,
So yeah,
HBO.
obviously they could have. And they, yeah, that's a pretty big disappointment. But anyway, overall, yeah, it's a really good episode. But then we have, I would kind of argue, I gotta say, if episode 6 is kind of the peak, episode 7 might be the valley for me for this season television, which is unfortunate
Aw.
considering it's the finale. It is called Convergence. It starts with Jesse getting the arrow out of Gina's knee. So we know that.
Ouch.
Yep, that's pretty much all you had to say about that. Then Ellie arrives at the hospital and she has this big conversation with Dina that does take place in the game, but it's much more effective in the game. Where in the show version, in both versions, she's kind of shaken up over the fact that she just tortured this person.
Hmm.
And that makes sense. But in this version, she just decides to go on a multi-minute long explanation. Again, an example of the show over explaining the themes and the plot that they want to hammer home to the audience that they don't trust, and explaining why, oh, I don't know, maybe they didn't deserve to be killed and tortured, and they did kind of have cause to be pissed at Joel and to come kill him.
Well,
Um,
she reveals that he killed Abby's father.
right. So this is a contender for worst scene in the show.
Mm.
It's first of all, she shouldn't even know that. None of us should know that that Joel killed Abby's father. So that's an issue that goes all the way back to the first scene um, of the season. But Ellie certainly should not know that, and so that shouldn't even be on the table for her to over explain that to Dina.
I think this is a quick refresher. Here's why you should be interested in Abby. She's going to be the focus of next season.
Well, you have more than enough
She's
time to justify that later.
later after next season is
Well,
coming.
ideally, what they would have done, as I've explained to you, not on the podcast, but just in our discussions, is that to make this actually feel like right now, I think a big criticism of this from people who are not familiar with the game, like I think kind of going in, we kind of knew this was probably where this season was going to end, right? But for people who do not know the source material, this just felt like that's the last episode. Like, really? Just it does not feel like a finale to a season of television.
Which is so funny because no one felt that about the Andor season 2 finale except for me.
Well, yeah, because
And because it leads into a movie, I get it.
yeah,
And eventually this will lead into a season 2 and people
3.
watching or sorry, season 3, which people watching in the future will not wait in between.
Well, yeah, but the difference between that and Andor is that you can go watch Rogue One right this second, immediately
Hmm.
as soon as that aired, whereas you could have to wait probably 2 years for this season 2 or season
Yep.
3. And but like just and one of the things that I love about Last of Us Part 2 is it is weird in terms of its storytelling structure. So it was going to be a weird cut kind of no matter what. But what they could have done to really actually make it seem monumental is to obviously not have revealed any of that stuff about Abby, and then we just get that incredible scene that we get literally next in the game, where it's the flashback with her and the Firefly, her dad, the Fireflies in the hospital, the zebra, and basically lays out everything. It's the big reveal in the game version of who she is and why she came after Joel so hard.
Yeah. I mean,
That would have been that would have felt like a climactic ending where it was like, okay, we really have a lot to theorize about if you haven't seen the original, or just think about, be excited about as we go into the next season of television.
yeah,
Instead
I
of
think they
just,
want to stretch the whole dad thing into a whole episode.
well,
Like
they
give
probably
her
do.
own flashback episode.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's probably true. That is probably what they want to do. Maybe in that case they should have just well, I think that they probably could have shortened up a lot of like there was a lot of stuff in the first half of this episode that I think could have been cut, frankly. And they could have had room to do a half episode of that stuff. I think it would have been a lot stronger of a finale, and it would have obviously made it to where they didn't have to spoil the big surprise of who Abby is at literally the beginning.
But I think they want it to be like parallel in structure. So I think they want it to be like
It still
day
would,
one, day two, flashback episode, day three,
well, that's just lazy
and
storytelling.
Abby's whatever. Not necessarily like parallels can be nice and satisfying. I will say I defend Ellie's character a lot. She's obviously very different from in the game, but I love both of them. My number one critique of the show, and this was from the first scene of the season, is that they didn't give the Abby reveal the weight it deserved. I think that does mess up a lot of the structure of the storytelling. I'm right with you there.
I think literally, I mean, it's been a couple years since I experienced it, and of course, the last time I experienced it was with Brett, and he hated Abby. But
Which I love Abby.
I think that I don't love her, but I love her as a character in a storytelling
Yeah, yeah, of course, that's what
uh,
I mean.
fulcrum. But I don't know that it would be my absolute tippy top number one moment in the game, but it might be. Like it is a contender. It's that strong. The reveal of who she is and the juxtaposition with the zebra versus the giraffes,
Hmm.
and just like the slow reveal of where they are. The pan, like you get the pan and you see the hospital in the distance because they never come out and say it.
Hmm.
It's just awesome. And they've just totally ruined that in this shit. Like no, they're like I'm sure they'll have that scene, but it's never gonna mean anywhere near the same in the show as it is in the game. And so that's ruined. But that's just another thing that it's an example of what George R. R. Martin says with the butterfly thing, right?
Mm.
Where it's like that one decision is having negative ramifications for scenes that are not even directly attached to it, like this one with Dina, where Ellie is like explaining this stuff that she's not even supposed to know yet. And now they're like kind of trying to, for some reason, drive this wedge in between Ellie and Dina now, where it's like Dina is kind of suddenly having second thoughts about this whole excursion, like we need to go
Well,
home.
that in the game, that wedge comes when she says, "Now you're a burden."
That's not really true because I mean, yeah, that's a wedge for that evening, but then immediately the next morning she's like, "Last night was stupid," and Dina's like, "Absolutely," and they just move past it. So it's not like this long-standing thing. Like, obviously, it's a wound that might create further tension in the relationship, but it's not like this. Because I guess we don't really know where they're going with the Ellie and Dina thing right now because it's the last thing that we saw between them. But
I have a feeling they'll work it out.
so I hate that she knows that. But I also, maybe even more than that, absolutely despise that Ellie is even trying to give weight to that argument or give voice to that argument at this time. Because, yes, Game Ellie is broken up about the fact, like, she's definitely shaken up about the torture. And I don't think, I think a big difference is she does not regret that action. It's just like she's shaken up by it, like that she had to take herself to that. It was uncomfortable for her.
Well, in the game, does she decide at this point, like we're going back?
Nope.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I think I like that in some respects because it shows like she didn't have to go this far. Like there was, like we talked about with Gail, like she can't be saved. Like this was a moment where she could have been, um, until she, obviously doesn't go down that path. Um, and I like hearing her inner conflict here.
Not me. I like being able to read the subtext of characters. A very good example of that, since what's top of mind to me right now, is the character of Damon in House of the Dragon, or Allison.
Recommend Gail.
No, I will not. You cannot recommend that. But
Obviously,
Allison
I
is another
love.
example.
She's hot take, my favorite House of the Dragon
That is a
character.
hot take.
Me and no one else.
I will say, compared to Gale, since you want to compare them, like definitely better than
Well, I
her.
obviously agree with that.
But like that show does an amazing example of where they are constantly like focusing on characters' faces and you're seeing reactions and they're totally nonverbal and you're able to read things into it. amazing level of restraint there.
And I almost think that so much of the Allison hate is people like not watching very closely and like kind of being on their phones and not like actually kept picking up on all that and just
Yeah, I mean
picking up on
that could
like, ooh,
be.
she slashed. Well, I won't get past the dragon spoilers, but
Yeah.
let us know if you want to hear an episode on that. We're rewatching it with
Well,
Brando
we probably
now.
will do that after we finish our Game of Thrones series. Anyway, I think we've probably talked about it enough, but I absolutely hated this scene. I don't know if it's my absolute bottom of the barrel, but it's close. It's certainly a contender.
It's very, we had just rewatched that game scene before we watched this, and it's such a satisfying little moment, or such a sweet little moment where Dina puts her
Well,
head on
it's a lot of
Ellie's
subtleties with
shoulders.
Ellie, where Ellie is like she's shaken up by what she said, and there's this kind of subtext there where she is concerned, like she says, "I don't want to lose you." She is concerned that she is going down such a dark road here that she is gonna lose Dina, which I guess no spoilers, but um, like that is so much more interesting than like coming out and just like with a sledgehammer telling her all of the things that she might be concerned about with this whole thing. But I think with Game Ellie, even though she's concerned about this path that she's walking, it is not a path that she regrets.
Mm.
I think maybe she does have some regret when it comes to Owen and particularly Mel. But I think that's the first time on this journey that she even feels an ounce of regret.
Okay. I don't know that I completely agree there. It depends on how you, it's all, I mean, that's the thing with not spelling it out for you. It all depends on how you interpret the performance.
Well, it's also the journal,
Oh, well, yeah. That,
which she doesn't come out and like say exactly, spell things out exactly in the journal either. But like with Nora, I think she would have preferred to not have to torture her, but that's just what ended up happening. And she's like, "Well, sorry I had to do that, but at least I know where Abby is now."
you're using the term have to a lot. She absolutely did not have to.
Well,
At no point did she have to
to
do
get that
that.
information out of Nora in that moment, she did.
Yes.
So, and for her, that was justified. So the next morning, Ellie and Jesse set out to find Tommy. That's pretty similar to what happens in the game. I did say that Ellie does not come to the conclusion that they need to leave. That's not really true. I mean, it is internally. She absolutely does not want to leave. But Jesse kind of comes to the conclusion that they need to leave because he puts together that Dina's pregnant, kind of in a similar point in the story. They don't talk about it in the show until they're out in the streets. But in the game, they actually talk about it because Dina's like asleep or whatever, so they can
Hmm.
talk freely. They're just in the theater, and he asks Ellie. Well, it's kind of a similar situation where he's kind of like up all night, like watching her, and she's like having a lot of trouble sleeping, and she's sweating, and seems very sick. And so
Hmm.
he's just a smart guy, and he kind of puts it together, and he asks, and Ellie, because she is not a liar, Gail, just comes straight out and tells him, yeah, she is. And
Okay, but this episode, obviously, she was just more honest than Game Ellie. So,
no,
in,
and both,
in the Dina scene,
well, no, that's not honesty. That's just, that's a
it's,
complete change of the character. I don't think that's how Ellie feels in the game. She does not feel regret about, she's not,
she was honest about what Joel did.
she doesn't know what he did in the game.
Uh, yes, she does. She
Well,
went all the way
she
to
does,
stop Nate.
okay, well, I guess she knows that they're fireflies at this point, yes. But she does not know that,
She doesn't know specifically the relationship,
right.
but she can gather.
So as far as she knows, it's like Fireflies just wanting revenge against Joel. Like maybe they want to take Ellie back and get the cure still.
Okay, regardless, she knows this horrendous thing that Joel did,
Yeah, that's true.
and she's not forthcoming about it with Dina in the game, and she is forthcoming in the show, which is an example of her not being a liar, Gail.
No, it's not a lie to not tell Dina that information.
It's a lie of omission.
I
It could,
strongly
it's
disagree.
a very important factor that could and does change your perspective on whether this mission is worth going on.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, like I was gonna say, she didn't really know that this was the Fireflies until this moment, and so that like she until like literally she tortures Nora, she actually does not know.
Hmm.
So it's not like they left under false pretenses.
Sure, but
That
now,
would have been more of a lie by omission.
okay, so
But in this case, they're already out there.
yeah, they're already out there, but this is a point where they can turn back or not. And so this is a point where she's honest with Dina. It's an even bigger example since this is the first time she knew. Now she's immediately honest with her. Gail.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess I disagree with your conclusions, but I agree. We seem to both agree that Gail's an idiot and has no idea about what this character's all about.
See, I just think that's intentional, and you think that that's error.
Yeah, I think it's inconsistency on the part of the writers.
Okay.
But anyway, in the game, Ellie and Jesse have a lot of rapport. Ellie is kind of sad for him that she didn't tell him, and she's like, "I'm sure she will. It's just, she's just got to pick the right moment or whatever." And Jesse's like, really sad about it. He's not like angry with Ellie about, I can't believe that you brought her here and she's pregnant, or like he is in the game or in the show. He doesn't have any resentment toward Ellie at all. He's like, he like kind of lays it out. He's like, I really understand why you came here. Like I told you, I would have come with you, but she needs real care. She's not going to get it here. We need to take her back. And Ellie's like, definitely you're right. She's like, why don't you just take her back and I'll finish business up here? And he's like, she's not going to leave without you. And she's like, all right, well, I agree with you. So she's like, in the commentary, they kind of talk about how what she's doing internally here is coming up with excuses why they can't leave. And so she's like, okay, that excuse didn't work. And she's like, okay, you're right. We need to get her out of here, but I can't just leave Tommy. He's out here because of me. And Jesse's like, all right, let's go get him. And so in the show, Jesse and Tommy have worked out a rendezvous point, so they're just going there. In the game, they do not have that rendezvous point. Tommy's just kind of out on a tear, raising hell on his own,
Yeah.
which is pretty awesome. That comes back full circle in Abby's storyline, and so they really don't know where he is. So they just are just like, well, we now know that Abby is in the aquarium. Maybe Tommy will get that same information. Let's just go there, and we'll wait for him there. So very measured. They have a lot of rapport with each other. They head out. There's a lot of great scenes with them just kind of being together, being friends. Both, they have a lot of similarities. They're both, kind of badass. They're both obviously in love with Dina. And they both are pissed off at these people for killing Joel. So they're just really in lockstep here. Except for Jesse's number one goal is protecting the people that he cares about. Ellie's number one goal is still getting Abby, but she's kind of under the guise right now that they are in lockstep on that.
And that basic dynamic is still there.
I strongly disagree.
That last thing you said.
Well, that last thing is true, yes. But everything else is not here.
Yeah. I was just giving him credit for that one box.
And I feel like they were trying to make him overly selfish, like we talked about earlier, and they kind of tried to hammer that home with the Seraphite scene.
I think that's the wrong word. Just too focused on
The people
him
that he
and
cares about.
Ellie is just focused on her and her need for revenge. So she is definitely, in the juxtaposition between the two, she is the more selfish one, undoubtedly. He's just too community or tribe focused.
Well, in that moment, that's not true because she wanted to risk everything to save that Seraphite. By the way, this is an excellent example of something that I think should have been cut. That could have been cut to make room for the Abby stuff later on. But here's another example of something that could have been cut. We get this random scene with Isaac where he's getting ready with whoever that is. That's the woman that's his second in command. They never really explain who she is. Basically what they're doing is they're getting ready for the big assault on the Seraphite Island, but we don't really understand what they're talking about.
Well, what they're doing is they're hyping up Abby for
Yes,
season 3.
Also talk about Abby. He wants to know where she is because she's supposed to be a successor. Hate that this is shown. We should still have no idea about Abby. One of the beautiful things about the dichotomy between the days is like with Ellie's trip through the days, you're just so singularly focused on trying to figure out where Abby is, and that's like all Ellie cares about. And this whole time, she's just cutting a bloody swath through these people in the game to find out where Abby is. And what's so great about that is that when you finally get to the Abby portion, you realize that not only is Ellie not a concern for her, she literally does not even know she's there for the entire time. Like she is she's less than a speck on her list of priorities and concerns.
Which is reminiscent to me of, I won't spoil it and say which piece of media it is, but something else we watched recently that did that idea beautifully. Which you know exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, so yeah, so I just think that is so genius. And so, but now they're already kind of tipping their hand here where clearly, well, that's another thing is that you have no idea as Ellie that Abby is at odds with the WLF for a significant portion of the time that she's there.
Well, now we're just spoiling things.
Well, I'm not going into explaining why that is, but I mean, they spoil it right here. Like she's like gone AWOL.
Sure.
And so we're not supposed to know that. And so that's another example of them spoiling something that's like super cool to find out about in her days.
Well, because if you don't know that there's any sort of rift between them, you can project all the terrible things that we've seen of the WLF onto Abby.
Yes. And
That's a good
so
point.
you should still be able to do that. But that should not be cleared up for you yet.
Yeah. But they don't want us to go into season 3 with as visceral hatred as of Abby.
Cowardly. It's a cowardly move.
Yes, it is a please watch. There's more going on here.
Another example of weaker media. But I also just don't think it makes sense for just like Isaac's arc to show this. Like we kind of agreed that it was cool that all of his stuff was kind of encapsulated in that one episode. And now we just kind of have this one random scene with him outside of that.
Yeah, I would absolutely cut this. I agree.
Okay, great. And then Ellie and Jesse arrive at the meeting spot with Tommy, which ends up being like a bookstore, which is a location that they go to in the game. But he isn't there. And then Jesse has like this random story, that other great thing that could have been cut, where he talks about how he fell in love with this other woman that was passing through one time for some reason.
Well, it's an example of him giving up his personal needs or wants, his personal desires for the community.
What it actually is
them driving home.
Yes, it's that. It's an example of
See what they're
the
going for in this episode.
hammering it once again over the head, having no trust in the audience. So it's just could have easily been cut for it and made room for the Abby thing that I think should have been there.
What I love is the little giraffe stuffed animal that's laying down like it's dead, and Ellie doesn't take it. She takes something for the baby, and it's not the little giraffe.
Interesting. They hear on the radio where Tommy is, and they head out to find him. But when they get there, oh, yeah, this is another stupid thing. Like they tried to like build up this totally unnecessary tension where it's like Ellie actually doesn't know where Abby is this entire time for some reason, and then she sees the uh, Ferris wheel where the aquarium is, and she's like, "That must be where she is." It's like, why was that there?
I don't remember.
Very contrived.
They mentioned it in the podcast, and I already forget.
Um,
It might have been Halle Gross. I forget who did that.
I doubt it. But when they, so anyway, she, in that moment, she figures out where Abby is and decides to go after her instead while Jesse continues to save Tommy. This is a weakening of the character because it's more interesting if she is, like, this is another example where I don't feel like Ellie is lying on purpose. I think she's lying to herself
In the game?
in the game about where her priorities are. Because
Mm.
like in this whole time, like right now they're kind of in lockstep because they're going to the aquarium. But then that is confronted when they hear some chatter and there's like some commotion over this way, and it's the opposite direction of the aquarium. And Jesse's like, "All right, that's got to be Tommy. Let's go get him." And Ellie's like, "Well, now hang on a second. We don't necessarily know that it's him." And he's like, "We absolutely know that it's him. Let's go get him."
And
And
it was in both of them.
Yeah,
It was a really great crossroads moment. And I think even in the show, she agrees, like before that, she's like, oh yeah, that must be Tommy, let's go. And then once she once she figured out the aquarium thing, she's like, well, we don't really know it's Tommy. I thought it worked in both.
I like it better than the idea that she knows where she is. Well, it doesn't make sense that she doesn't, honestly, because then she tortured Nora for nothing, really. But I like it better that she
clues.
I like it better that she knows where it is, and they're both in lockstep going there, and so they kind of think that they're aligned, and then they realize they're actually not.
Mhm.
And it's like kind of a realization for Ellie, even I think, like, oh, we're not actually. That's not my number one priority. My number one priority is still getting Abby,
Mhm.
and it's still though. I really like how because they have so much respect for each other, and Ellie I think at some level she knows that this is really not the right move.
Mhm.
And so like she can't really justify it. And Jesse kind of realizes that she can, and he is upset with her, but he's not like they don't have this over the top yelling argument like they do in the show. He's just like, well, I really hope you make it. Like
Yeah.
he's just like there's nothing he can say. And then also another thing that Neil Druckmann pointed out in the commentary that I didn't even think about is as soon as he gets Tommy, he takes him straight to the aquarium because his number one goal is getting all the people that he cares about out of there. Even though Ellie disappointed him in that moment,
Mhm.
he's still like going out of his way to save her.
And that's true in the show too.
I know, but it kind of makes more sense in the game because they're not so at odds.
Mm.
So I really love that. But anyway, either way, they separate, and
In the podcast, they talk about this moment in terms of addiction. Like she has decided to quit, but then this glass of booze is right in front of her and she just can't pass it up. Like it's a lot easier to say I'm gonna quit when there's no alcohol in the town.
Yeah.
Like she's out of clues.
It's more interesting, definitely, that where I think she doesn't even realize herself. Like, yeah, it's just more subtle and more realistic, I think, in the game. Or maybe it's just the subtlety I appreciate more. But
Hmm.
anyway, they diverge here. This kicks off a very fun set of like gameplay elements in the game where you have the boat and you kind of have to sail across the river. There's some puzzles with getting the boat like through some of the destroyed buildings and stuff, and
The iconic boat.
it's really fun. There's like this kind of it really sticks out in my mind whenever I'm thinking because obviously you don't. It's been been a while since you played the game. Like not every you don't remember every little beat. But one thing that always stuck with me was obviously getting the boat, and then um, there's like this ruined building that you kind of go past. I think you actually could even just skip it. I mean, you would take some. They'd be shooting at you, but you could probably just like skip them. But there's like this really destroyed building that's just got like some seraphites in it, and like there's a storm raging. But the seraphites they don't use lights; they use like burning barrels and fire and stuff. And
Mhm.
I don't know, it just kind of creates like this memorable visual to me where you had to go through that building and kill the seraphites.
Hmm.
But of course,
This sounds like an organic way to integrate the Seraphites into this little journey if they wanted to.
yeah. But there's no story that happens there, so I understand why they got.
Oh, but I mean, still include a storyless Seraphite.
Oh yeah. Well, that is true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that would have been better for sure. But anyway, so there's a lot of cool gameplay stuff in the game, and it's really fun with having the boat. It's kind of iconic. But in the show, what she does is she sees like the big Seraphite force heading out to Scar Island, and so like she almost shoots these guys, and then she doesn't, which ends up being the right call because there's like a huge army going past on the way to the island.
Which is interesting growth in terms of what they said at the beginning of the season, which is that she would always shoot no matter what. Dina was like, or Dina called her out on that. Like, you always shoot in any situation. She was like, no, I know.
Okay. Well, if they were gonna tip their hand at all about the battle, this like I think it wouldn't be as annoying for me if they just did this. And it was like you see this big force going out in the water. She has no context for what it is, and that would be like a nice little mystery for you. I think that would have been acceptable
Kind of like the explosion in the background, like the big fire.
while she's on the island.
Or
That was definitely too much.
the island while she's on the boat.
No, it's on the island when the explosion happens because they're hanging her ass.
Sure.
It's the explosion that stops them from
It's
doing it.
when she's riding away that you like see burning in the background, I think.
Yeah, I think that's too much. I think seeing the force leave would have been enough. Where it's like, okay, clearly they're amassing for something, something's going on there, but if you're in lockstep with Ellie like you are in the game, she's like, don't care about that. I'm here for one goal and one goal only. Everything else is ancillary to me.
I just think it's a cool shot, and I don't even think she looks back. Like she's looking back while she's riding at this giant fire behind her.
Anyway, what ends up happening, she steals the boat and then she just randomly gets washed ashore on Scar Island. I looked in the game just to see. I was like, if I panned the camera that direction, is Scar Island there? The answer is no. But in the show version, it's apparently very close to where the uh, aquarium is. And so she gets washed ashore on Scar Island. She gets captured by a group of them. They're hanging her. But then there's a big explosion in the distance as the WLF attack begins, and they just leave her there.
And evidently, in the game originally, this was going to be like a whole day of Ellie on Scar Island.
Okay, well, I bet it would have been a lot less clunky and made a lot more sense of the game. I'm glad they cut it. I think it was a good cut even in the game.
Hmm.
But here it makes not only is it super fast, it comes out of nowhere. It's again, I feel stepping on things that are going to happen in the Abby portion that would have hit a lot harder without the added context. And then it is absolutely ludicrous that she survived this. If
Hmm.
there was, if okay, they're getting distracted, whatever, they need to go figure out what that is. It would take a second for them to just literally shoot her in the head and be like, okay, we're done with that. Let's go.
Yeah, it was an easy cut, but I think it was just one of those things where it was just too tempting. Like, oh, we had to cut this whole vision, and this is our little tribute to it.
Cool.
I do not think this is a Craig Mason thing.
Yeah, I reject that entirely. And I think that it would have been, oh man, I wish somebody there would have. I mean, it'd be interesting to look at the personnel for this episode for sure. But they needed an adult in the room, somebody that actually knows how to write a story that could be like, this is completely unnecessary, and it's literally like 5 minutes long. Just That's another contender for worst scene for me in this episode or in this season.
I mean, the idea was that like she had this near-death experience and she still decides, okay, I have this second chance at life. I'm going for Abby. I'm not turning back. But, we
So it's
both
a
do kind
great
of.
another example of them trying to hammer these themes that they want to get across over the head when it's completely unnecessary.
Which we both love the themes. We both think the themes are important. We're just talking about how heavy-handed they are with them.
So she gets back in the boat. That could have been cut entirely, and nothing would have changed. She heads to the aquarium where she finds Mel and Owen, and so she kind of confronts them. She kills Owen when he tries to shoot her. She's like basically just quicker on the draw, Jesse Pinkman style. And the bullet, it's an amazing shot apparently because the bullet goes through his neck and then it like kind of grazes Mel's like carotid artery.
Well, she was already lined up. Like she was pointing the gun at him when he tried this.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb on Mel's part to stand behind somebody that is in a gunfight. But anyway, so
She didn't move. This is where they were standing when she said, probably don't move.
yeah, so anyway, it's super contrived, frankly, that she would. I mean, it's like the JFK magic bullet theory, where like this bullet. I mean, it's conceivable that the bullet could go through his neck and go through her too. But it's just the fact that were lined up perfectly like that is
It is something that I remember happened in your gameplay with someone
right.
else.
That was like
And you
such
thought
a
it was so awesome.
that was such a once in a lifetime thing that happened organically. That was totally different than a canned show. But anyway, what happens in the game? So I couldn't actually remember exactly how this went down in the game because we watched this portion before I got to that part of the game. So what happens in the game is she has kind of more of a altercation with. Oh, well, first of all, the scene is longer because she's like she's got the map. She's trying to get them to do the thing like Joel, like you point and it better match up with where you point and all that stuff.
Does it also start with Owen and Mel arguing?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And you don't obviously without the Abby portion, you don't have a context for what they're arguing about,
Hmm.
which is cool. And then so it's a little bit longer where she's like trying to do that. It's not going very well. Mel is like clearly on like she's like sure, like I'll tell you whatever you need to know. And Owen's like, come on, she's just gonna kill us anyway. Like Owen is defending Abby here,
Hmm.
which is interesting.
Which is also true in the show, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, but I don't know. It's just they give it a little bit more space to breathe here, where you can actually kind of register what they're saying. I feel like in the game, register like that they're opposed on
Which
this
they would have had more time to do if they cut some of that other stuff this
for
episode.
sure. And so what ends up happening is like is closer to Ellie because Ellie she's having Mel point at the map first,
Hmm.
and then she's got her gun. She's pointing it at Mel. She points it at Owen when Owen is talking, and then like she points it back to Mel. And that is where Owen's like, because knowing she's pregnant, he like feels like he has to step in, and so he kind of lunges for Ellie's gun. So they're kind of fighting for it. Gun goes off, and that gets Owen kind of in the gut.
Interesting. Okay, so major change here because in the show, he pretty much dies for Abby. He dies.
He dies for Mel in the game for sure.
Interesting change.
And so in response to that, obviously in like kind of like a fight or flight mode, Mel goes into fight. So she's got this knife that she just happens to have on her, probably because she's a surgeon, and she's like coming
Well, we
at
saw all
Ellen.
these surgical tools
Yeah,
and
you see that
stuff
in both.
going in.
So she's coming at Ellie with the knife, and so you like Ellie kind of like fights her off, and then sticks her in the knife or in the neck with the knife. So it's like
She's
much.
kind of her classic move.
Yeah, it is. So a much more intentional kill of Mel there. Now it is sort of in defense because like Mel was coming at her first, but obviously Ellie was the aggressor here in the beginning. So and she just killed Owen. Um, so it's not the kind of thing where like maybe you could she still has like plausible deniability where she went in the room, not necessarily planning to kill those guys. She specifically says to Owen because Owen says, "Well, she's just gonna kill us either way," and she's like, "That's not true. You guys can survive this. I just need her."
Hmm.
And I think that is true. I think she's being truthful there.
I think she is too, and I think that Owen knows that, and that's why I think he dies for Abby here.
Interesting.
He knows that they could have both survived, and this is a 1 in a million chance he's doing for a chance at saving Abby.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I like that. I like that for their dynamic. It makes him really great because he is partially responsible for the death of the mother of his child and his child. Um, I don't know. That's kind of juicy. It's kind of fun. I've heard a lot of critiques in the two YouTube comment sections I've read, which is my exposure to the public opinion about it being self-defense in the show and not in the game. And honestly, in the game, it kind of sounds what you just described sounds like self-defense to me
It's not as much self
as much.
Yeah, it's definitely not like an intentional. It's not like she goes in there and just absolutely, like Joel style and assassinates those guys.
Well, it's like the same thing where she had a gun on them. Again, so not self-defense is the wrong word here.
Right.
But in both, she has a gun on them, and then she only shoots once Owen starts to shoot at her.
Yeah.
The difference is, but it's still a self-defense thing with Mel. It's just
Right. It's just a more
all in
violent
one
death.
thing.
It's a more intention. It's more direct than the sense that she wasn't even shooting for Mel on the show and then she dies.
I mean, I guess in the game she could have chosen to let Mel kill her instead of
Right, which is
killing
ludicrous.
her.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not as big a deal as people were making.
Yeah, I agree. As far as the changes go, this is far from the one that I think is the most egregious, but I do still prefer the game version. And I hear what you're saying about it's interesting that you kind of feel like Owen dies for Abby instead of Mel in the show version, but I kind of like that. It's almost, and I guess I don't want to spoil too much about where their relationships are at that stage, but he clearly wants to help Abby and does not want to give up her location.
Mhm.
But in the end, it is the gun being pointed at Mel that gets him to leap into action. I kind of like that better.
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
that
certainly just a difference in character, and that makes game Owen more heroic. But Owen is already a pretty heroic character, so this gives him a
well,
shade of gray, or
pretty
almost like
great.
Abby's his fatal flaw. Uh,
Well, yeah, I don't like that as much. I think
I think they're both
it's more
interesting.
likely that he would go. It seems more realistic for him to actually feel like he needed to jump into action in this moment than he just kind of felt like he could get the drop on Ellie, I guess, with that gun in the show, and he was just wrong.
Well, it was the only chance he was going to be. And I don't know. In the podcast, they definitely make it seem like he didn't like his odds, but
Really.
it was like his one shot.
Well, I think it made more sense in the game, but like I said, it's not the most egregious of the changes. But anyway, one thing that is a little bit I thought was a little over the top in the show was the whole Mel trying to get her to cut the baby out thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought I
something
thought
we
that was a
disagreed
little
on.
much.
I thought it was very emotional and was a very quick way to make me feel more about Mel's death before we get all this character development going back through Abby's
Well,
story.
see, yeah, it's another example of I don't agree with that storytelling idea because I think it's more interesting for you to not care about this character at this point and then later on. Because like that's like one of the great things um with Abby is like, or when you go through with Ellie, you just, at least for me, I didn't care about these characters at all. And so when I killed Scarface, loved it. When you find the Seraphites had killed that woman, no problem. Then you kill Nora, it's kind of badass, honestly. And then
How I felt
you
it.
kill these two, and it's like, yeah, you feel some regret about the one being pregnant. It's like, oh, that's unfortunate. But you're kind of more in line with Tommy in that moment where he's like, hey, they were involved, they got what they deserved. You know what I mean? And so that's what he tells her later at the theater.
Hmm.
And so it's just like, yeah, I'm still not too broken about it. But then after you get all the context of who these characters are and everything through the Abby portion, I just remember, I don't want to spoil too much, but obviously Abby finds out that Mel and Owen have been killed at some point.
Hmm.
There's no big spoiler. And so there's a sequence where you are walking up to the aquarium and having played what you have played, you know that what she's gonna find in there, and it's just like, oh man, this is just gonna be absolutely brutal. And like that moment, I think is so good, and I think that it's even better if you just didn't even care about those characters the first time. Like it's just more of a arc for you as the player, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I think the jump there is bigger for Owen than it is for Mel. And they don't do a lot more for Owen there. It's like really Mel that gets more humanization there. And that's true from the beginning of the season. They humanize Mel more in the scene where Joel dies. Uh,
Yeah, that's fine. I think that it's not a bad idea to make her more likable because, well, I guess I don't want to say too much about Mel in the game, but she's a pretty
more
well,
abrasive.
yeah, a little bit, but toward Abby in particular, and there's reasons for that. Like it actually makes sense for her character to not be Abby's biggest fan.
Mhm.
But
She's not made to be the most like charismatic.
yeah, she's kind of not. But she does kind of have a little bit more, I feel like, humanity about her, even in the game, versus the rest of the group. But she does have kind of this disdain for Abby that the rest of the group does not share. So
Hmm.
that's kind of interesting. But I think that it's not a bad idea to try to make her really likable in the show, because she's a little bit of a tragic character.
Hmm.
And so I think that's an interesting idea. But I don't think this is the way to accomplish that. I think that they should have still packed all that into the Abby section.
Mm.
But anyway, um, so all that happens. She dies either way. Obviously she doesn't know anything about cutting a baby out of someone's stomach. So
Regardless of how you feel about the decision, I think good performances all around there. And I don't know, for me, it was very heartbreaking and brutal and very interesting that Ellie didn't even try. Uh, terribly bad advice, deeper than you think.
right,
But obviously she's like barely
yeah.
with it at that point.
So either in
Tragic.
both versions, Jesse and Tommy show up and they get Ellie out of there. So then they're back in the theater and everybody's kind of getting ready to leave. Um, and like kind of have this moment in the game where um, it's kind of interesting. Like Tommy's like, I told you what I said earlier, where he's kind of telling Ellie, "Hey, don't be too broken up about it. They got what they deserve." And he's kind of like making light of things because it's kind of tense, and he's like talking about, man, I'm not looking forward to going through Idaho again or whatever. And then like he's like talking about how he's like went through it. He found this store and he got like this thing for Maria as a peace offering, and they're like, is it real? Like he thinks it's like real gold, and Jesse's not so convinced. He's like, well, I'll just go get it and I'll show you. That's where he leaves and
Mm.
kind of gets ready to be taken down by Abby. And then like that leaves Jesse and Ellie to kind of have a little moment where Jesse's basically a send off. This is the last conversation he's gonna have,
Hmm.
and he's just like she kind of realizes that he kind of came to save her there, and she's like, really, thanks for doing that. And he's like, well, my friend's problems are my problems. Then she's like, you're such a sap, and he's like, okay, how about my friends can't get out of their own damn way? And Ellie's like, that's better. And so I think they kind of have that little moment of kind of recompense because they were a little bit on the rocks whenever they obviously split up there,
Yeah.
including Tommy. And then, of course, they hear a commotion in the other room. They run in. Jesse's instantly killed. That's the same, completely the same in both versions.
Hmm.
And then there's Abby there, and she's got Tommy at gunpoint as a hostage. She's tells Ellie to come out, or else she's going to kill him. And so Ellie's kind of forced to come out, and she throws her gun. And Abby has the line where she's like, "We let you live, and you wasted it." And then in the game, it cuts artfully there. And in the show, once again they have no level of restraint, and they have the stupid gunshot, and they have uh, Ellie screaming at the top of her lungs, just being as unlikable as possible, as always.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a matter of preference.
yes.
It felt
Well, it was widely
real
mocked,
to me.
I will say. I noticed.
It just didn't stand out to me as
It didn't, I will say, it didn't say that to me as much in the moment, but on hindsight, I was like, God, that's obnoxious.
uh I cannot tell you how hyped I was to see Abby.
Yeah.
I
Well, yeah, because
can't be
that's the big kind of cliffhanger at the end, is it cuts to Abby waking up in the uh stadium, says Seattle Day One, and that's the cut.
and honestly to see this actress, this is what cemented that this actress was going to be good for me. I had been a little skeptical even up to now. Like there's so many actresses with Abby's body type that don't have as many roles and so many people that could be represented there. Um, and so I just had been like, if you hadn't been going for like needing a big name, if you'd like broaden your horizons a little bit, surely there's someone that could have done just as well that resembled Abby a little bit more. I know that that's a big thing in the discourse.
Definitely.
But like literally how excited I was to see her, I was like, okay, she's gonna be great. Like if I'm this hyped just from this one shot. But I also love the character. It goes from Ellie to Abby as my favorite character in Last of Us Part 2.
Okay.
And I think that Abby stands a strong chance
Sure.
uh, next season, especially. One thing we did skip over that is a major change from the game is the dog.
Ah, yes. So in the game, she kills the dog. Um, that's not really that shocking at that point because you probably killed a lot of dogs to that point
Sure.
over the course of the gameplay. But this is a dog that obviously you get a lot more context for later on in the Abby
Hmm.
portion. And so in the moment, it's like, yeah, it's another dog that I've killed. Whereas it's a being very heartbreaking if you've played the Abby portion. So
Well, I'll tell you what Craig said about this.
I know what he said. And that's the other thing that he was widely mocked for. He literally should just not say anything because it's gotten to the point where it's like a D&D level hatred that people have for him. And so it's just like everything that he says, people are just like, oh, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Well, I don't think that's fair. They should take everything, take it phrase by phrase.
I think
Not everything that D&D says is the worst. You can't just because they say it doesn't automatically mean it's dumb.
No, but they did say a lot of dumb stuff.
But they did say a lot of
And I
dumb
think
stuff.
Craig has said a lot of dumb stuff.
Well, so for those that don't know, he said that you only get one dead dog in your career, and he already used his up. Is that what you were referring to?
So stupid. That's such a
And
stupid
that
justification.
in a game, it's not as graphic.
Yeah.
It's not as
That's more of an argument. I think the people's response to that was like, well, maybe you shouldn't be in charge of the show then, and I can't strongly disagree, but I at the end of the day, it's another one of those changes where it's like, God, there's so many other changes that I'm much more upset about than that, like not killing a dog, whatever. I didn't really want to see that dog get killed.
sure. Who
So,
does?
it's just like I don't. It's there's so many other things to actually be upset about. I feel.
And that's one, like, they could throw that. It's an easy heartstrings point later in terms of like flipping the script.
Yeah.
Like once you're
Oh, definitely.
like,
Which is what they
feeling
do
for
very
this
well
other
in the
side.
game. I mean, there's some moments with that dog in the game, one in particular, that like actually like pretty consistently gets a tear out of me.
But I think that they can save that. I think they can still use the dog for that purpose, but save it for next season.
Yeah, I don't think it'll hit as hard knowing that the dog survives.
I don't think the dog even has to survive. I think it
No.
just doesn't have to be killed by Ellie in that moment.
But it's just another thing where
It
like
could be killed by Tommy.
I don't think there's any question that the game is better, but it's like I said, of all the changes, like I can't really be. This one is just so low on my list of things that I'm pissed off about with the show that it's like not even really worth mentioning for me.
Tommy could kill it. Jesse could kill it. So many people could kill that dog that we haven't seen or followed.
Well, apparently not because he's already used up his dog kill.
Sure.
Okay. So that's the end of the synopsis.
I did end this episode, regardless of my critiques of season 2, which evidently I might have had more for this episode than any other. Clearly, I agreed with you on a lot of points.
Yeah, we'll see where it ranks for me here in a minute.
But just that little bit of Abby, I was so
That's good.
excited.
I think there's one podcast I listen to in particular, which I really don't think is very good. But, well, I mean, I think the podcast itself is fine. I'm a big fan of Mystic, the YouTuber, Mystic Ryan. He covers PlayStation stuff, and so he's been kind of covering. He started a podcast with one of his friends who I don't really like that much, but well, he's like also a YouTuber or whatever. That they do like this podcast where they're covering PlayStation stuff. I think they've been doing it about a year. Similar, they started at a similar period where we started our podcast.
And Mystic's one of your favorites.
Oh, I love Mystic, yeah. But they have been they're on a bi-weekly schedule with their podcast, and so they have been talking about 2 episodes at a time, and they start off, because those first 2 episodes are not as egregious as the later ones, and so like they, were kind of
Not all the later ones.
interested, right? Well, and they agreed that the 6th episode was the best, but overall they had a number of similar critiques to me. I think maybe I don't think they even went as far as I did in my critiques, frankly, but they agreed that they were with you that they were both pretty excited about the idea of this Abby season coming up, and
I mean, we both agree it's the better
yeah,
of the game.
Definitely, yeah.
And
I think I would. I think the big problem, and I would be a lot more excited about it if the audience did not know who she was.
Yeah,
That really takes a lot away from it for me.
I think that comes down to 2 things. I think it comes down to giving you enough to feel like you have any interest in tuning into season 3. And it comes down, I think, a little bit maybe to how much hate Abby got in the game.
So more cowardice, basically.
And so
not trusting the audience.
Well, I mean, a little bit of that is maybe the trust they didn't earn the trust. Like,
well, the season
so many people hated Abby regardless of anything that game did. Like, it just got so bad that there was nothing that they could do to turn it around.
That's not really true because a lot of the outrage with that game was from people who hadn't even played it. They just read the spoilers.
Sure, but think about like Brett.
He thinks that game's a masterpiece.
I'm talking about in terms of Abby, how they feel about Abby.
Well, he didn't come around on her to the same degree, but he respected her as a character, which
Okay.
is kind of where I am too, except for I think I respect her as a character more than he does. But like, I certainly did not like her at the beginning of playing as her, which is where you're supposed to be.
And I think you're still supposed to be there in the show. It's just they've given you enough to not be like 100% seething hatred. Like
Well,
a tinge of understanding.
I hate that.
It is a little bit cowardly. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's all just to make you interested in season 3.
Well,
I
that is
personally got
a
a
that
lot
is a
better
weakness
hate.
of splitting up the seasons here. Realistically, they could have just, I mean, if they, Breaking Bad, for instance, one of the great shows of all time, their seasons were 13 episodes each, except for the last one, which was 16. Would be more than enough to do both sides of this in this season. That would have just combined them. Then you wouldn't have been asking as much from your audience to come back.
That's a fair point. I'm gonna put that one on HBO. If they can't even let House of the Dragon have 10 episodes for season 2.
I'm putting it on the showrunners. I think HBO would be, well, I mean, I guess in a sense, HBO's happy to have more seasons, but
Didn't HBO cut their budget?
The Last of Us?
Hmm.
Well, if they did, then I guess that's an argument that you can make, but I have not seen that. I have not seen that.
I might be wrong. I know for a fact they cut down Last of Us, or I'm sorry, House of the Dragon season
Okay,
2
well, maybe that's what it is.
by 2 episodes. And
Well, I thought it was
so
just one.
no, it was 2. It was gonna be 10.
Okay. Well, I thought it was 9. It was just 8.
I think it was just 8.
Well, I don't remember.
It was, yeah. So then to ask for like a super long season, even though it should be an issue because it's
Well, if they're
TV
going
isn't
to
like
do
it
it
used to be.
eventually anyway.
Yeah, it would have just been like a little bit. It would have been more of a wait, but we're gonna have a super long wait anyway, and it's easier to get people tuned back in when you have Pedro Pascal at the beginning.
Sure.
So I, I don't know. I don't. I suspect that HBO would not have been as down for that decision.
Okay. Well, maybe that's true. Okay. Well, you ready to get in moments?
Okay.
You want to move up a little closer?
Okay.
Well, just move your chair.
Hopefully you can hear me the first half of this
I'm sure-
podcast.
I'm sure.
Otherwise, you're going to think we have a much more negative opinion as a family.
No, I'm sure that they could. It's just be a little bit quieter than you are now. Okay, so I just went ahead and added up all the moments from everything Last of Us. Well, that's not true because I stopped at the game at the same cutoff point, so I did not go past this because there would absolutely be more moments, many, and very high ranking moments in the second half of the game that I just did not consider here.
So if it's a moment in both the show and the game,
I pick one.
you pick the
Unless they're
one.
like tied, then I just say it's tied.
Okay.
So I say in each case like where they're from. So like an example is my bottom moment. But of course these are all good. These are all like good moments. Otherwise I wouldn't mention them.
Mhm.
39. 39 is a draft, and it's like equally good in both. I would say.
I really love the draft.
We've talked about the drafts and we don't have to go into super big detail on the ones that we've already discussed.
Sure.
In the previous episodes. So we know what the draft moment is. 38 is the game version of the Joel and Tess sequence. And it's different from the
Which
show.
one?
In the beginning, like when you're in Boston and they're
Okay.
going and they take those guys down. I just think that Tess is really badass in that sequence, and it's a cool way to introduce Joel as like this darker character than maybe what you're used to playing in the year of our Lord 2013. And so anyway, I just really like how they introduce those characters in that game.
Overall, though, I think the test is one of the most improved.
We've already talked about that, yes, and I agree with you. 37 is the cold open from episode 1 of the show, season 1.
Good stuff.
That's mostly there for you, but I do like it. 36, this is our first new entry.
36, counted to myself.
Counted to myself, it's the Battle of Jackson from episode 2.
Okay. So, better than you're giving it credit for.
High production quality.
You were.
It's just that what didn't work for me is the tension about Tommy being in danger against the bloater.
Which is so funny because I was like, well, they've made a change. He's gonna die.
Yeah, I think it's like they were kind of trying to throw that character a bone there because they were cutting a lot of what I feel are his best sequences, and I don't think that one measured up to the level of some of his other sequences. And number 35 is an example of a Tommy scene that I really like. This is what I called the guitar strings scene. This is from the original version of Last of Us Part 2. It is one of the Ellie flashback scenes, which they do a much better job of spreading out over the course of her 3 days, which is important because otherwise it would just be a lot of combat.
Yeah, that's something we didn't really talk about
Just they packed it all in
with
that.
that one episode. It like really worked out for that episode.
Yeah.
It made it
Great for that
fantastic.
episode. Maybe hurts the season overall.
It's hard to say whether the pacing would have worked with it interspersed. I kind of think it would have. That YouTuber I like, My Little Thought Tree, uh, really liked the episode and individually, but then within the context of the season, he thought the pacing was really weird to like.
Well, I think that's kind of a shitty comparison or complaint because that's one of the great things that I love about Last of Us Part Two, as I've said, is that it kind of does not adhere to traditional storytelling structures. And some people just have more trouble getting over that than others, and I think those people are just kind of not very interesting, and they should broaden their horizons.
Sure, but this is a different structure than the game had.
Yeah,
Do you like this change?
no, I prefer it in the game, but I also don't know that that would have worked as well in the show, just because you're not spending as much. The stretches of these days are much shorter, obviously, in the show.
Mhm.
Anyway, 35 is just a Star Strings moment. It is the definitely the least impactful of the Ellie cut or flashbacks in the game, but it's still very good because they're all very good. And this is one where she's kind of, I think she's like 16 or 17 here. So this is kind of the one where if you read her journal, she's kind of like talking about Kat. She's where she's in her relationship with Kat, who is of course not shown here, but that's kind of that era of her life. And it's really cool for Tommy in particular because it's the one where she's sniping the infected with Tommy, that she's out on a little run with him and Joel, but it starts with just her and Tommy, and so it's kind of cool for them to just have like a little moment together. And it also kind of depicts Tommy as kind of being an intermediary between Joel and Ellie because their relationship is a little more strained here. But it's not where it is at the end, where it's super strained, like or non-existent.
Which is another role that they passed from him to Dina.
Right. And so I really like that. It kind of makes more sense for Tommy because this is somebody who obviously has known Joel more than anybody else that we see at any point in the show or game. And then, obviously he has known Ellie for longer than pretty much anybody other than Joel. So I think that for Jackson
people.
people.
Same time as Maria?
All right, yeah, I guess. That's true. Maria. She's up there as well. I said pretty much, not everybody.
Okay.
So I just really like Tommy's performance here. Like he's, having a great and old time out there with her, teaching her how to snipe with his rifle, and that's kind of fun, little camaraderie building. And then they go meet Joel, and like she's, kind of great, not really on the best of terms with him right now. And he's like, well, he really cares about you. You gotta go do something together. And so he kind of like pushes them to go. He's like, there's a little music store up the road. You guys ought to go get some guitar strings. And he kind of like pushes them to do that. And he's like he's got Joel's guitar and he's like trying to play it and he sucks. It's just, I don't know. It's a nice little scene with him. And then it kind of devolves into, so then he takes backseat. So then it is just Joel and Ellie, and you kind of get the feel for where their relationship is. And
where's that one placed? Because I didn't watch
it's the end of Seattle Day 2.
Okay.
And we can go back, we can watch it after this if you want. But it's kind of where Ellie in her mind has pretty much convinced herself that Joel is guilty of what he's guilty of, but she has not confirmed that for herself. And so there's a moment here where they end up fighting a bunch of infected, and one of them is somebody that they actually know. It's like there were two kind of teenagers that ran away from Jackson, a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and they run away and they end up getting infected and they die, and it's very sad. But for Ellie, it's like, man, too bad there wasn't a cure, right? And it's kind of like, it's like she's kind of like confronting Joel about like, what his decision, right? And he's kind of having to be confronted with like the outcomes of the decision that he made. And he kind of is able to like kind of shut her down here, where he's like, I know that you wish things were different, but they ain't, and there's nothing that you could have done or whatever. So he's still like very much defensive about his lie here.
Oh, this does remind me. So it was kind of twofold with Eugene. It wasn't just that he looked at her in the eye and lied in the same way that he did before. The other thing is that he told Ellie in his lie that there were loads of other immune people, like dozens or whatever. And the fact that he killed Eugene without waiting to see if he turned is like a clear indicator that he did not think that there was any hope. He did not think that it was possible that someone else could be immune, or at all likely. So he kind of double shot himself in the foot there. Sure. Just something I wanted to mention because I think it's less obvious than the looked her in the eye and lied.
Okay, and then my 34th entry is Ellie's 15th birthday. This is from the show. It's like I really liked the I guess my favorite part was the cake thing with Seth
Yeah.
And this is also where he did his version of Future Days, which obviously is quite as good, but still cool. But I also like that we saw him actually making the guitar for her, fixing it up, and like carving the moth because you never actually see him do that in the game, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah. We were debating a lot before this season whether or not they would include Future Days. And I love that they did, even though it wasn't, technically out
Yeah.
or at all out when uh, obviously the show took it back 10 years when the outbreak happened. And then the first episode was called Future Days, but then didn't have it. And so we were like, well, surely that's our clue that they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
And we did get it. I was very excited.
33 is the museum scene. I just gave it a tie.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So, I mentioned in the game it works a little bit better just because I think of the contrast in gameplay and the contrast in Ellie's character. But, it's about the same in terms of what actually happens in the scene, so that's fine.
All those moments of light in the dark world are just so delightful. And in the show, Joel's tear,
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Add a little addition there.
really, really beautiful. And then he's just such a dad in, in that scene.
Yeah.
And it's just such like him, he's not very good at expressing his love verbally, but he just screams how much he loves her with everything he does here. It's just so sweet.
hmm 32 is Isaac's turn in episode 4 of season 2.
Mm.
So, we kind of talked about it already, but his turn from a Fedra officer to a WLF extremist, frankly, is kind of touched on in the notes in the game, but actually seeing it unfold in the show was cool.
Well, we
And it was
don't
also
see it unfold. There's like a huge skip between him.
well, no, but we see like the
having
moment
the-
where he switches sides.
Yes.
And it's very smooth and cold the way he does it. He
Yeah.
bombs the shit out of a van full of his former colleagues. And
Well,
yeah,
the way he calls them out for like their
right before he does that.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's very cool. And like kind of builds tension there. And it's cool that that is the second, after Marlene, the second character that is the same actor as in the game.
Very cool.
That's very cool. 31 is Through the Valley. So this is a moment from episode 2 of season 2, which is after they kind of extended what happens after Joel's death. Because like in the game, it's an immediate cut because Ellie gets knocked out with the boot from Scarface. And I really liked how it's like kind of after it's just a little music interlude where they actually have the original Ellie voice actors, Ashley Johnson, singing Through the Valley, which was the song that they used for her in before the first thing they ever showed, the first piece of Last of Us content they ever showed was like this, it's like a CG trailer that wasn't actually in the game, but it was like her playing the guitar and she's killed a bunch of people and Joel walks up and anyway, it was cool for that actually to be in the show and like the way that they showed a bunch of different scenes while that music was playing. It was like you see Abby and her crew leaving, you see Tommy and Maria like kind of in the aftermath of the big fight, see Ellie, Jesse, and Dina dragging Jill's corpse. Just really liked that little musical moment.
Yeah, it was beautiful. If I had one change, it would be throw the kid in there for that group hug.
Sure. 30 is like, well, I kind of have a ridiculous name here for it, but I have Ellie's Sin and Jesse's Penance.
Okay.
This is the original version of that because I do prefer the original version to what they did in the show. But it's basically, I kind of encapsulated all of, because it happens real fast, one after the other in the game. So I kind of just put it all together for this one scene. So it's starting with her going out in the boat to the aquarium in this storm. And so then like she gets to the aquarium, brutally murders Owen and Mel, then goes back with Jesse and Tommy, and then obviously Abby shows up and Jesse dies. There is also one thing that is kind of a plot hole in the show, or in a lack of attention to detail probably on the part of Craig Mazin, which is that in the game she drops her map, which is how Abby figures out where they are in the theater.
Well, I'm sure that when we get Abby Day 3, we'll see her process for figuring out where she is.
Sure. But anyway, we already kind of talked about that scene, but I really like how Jesse is the most heroic character in this story, really. And so for him to be the one that dies, I think is very tragic and good storytelling. And it's, anyway, we can talk a little bit more about that whenever I rank my characters. But
Okay.
I really like that. Obviously, that whole sequence is freaking awesome. And, it means even more after you've play it from the other perspective, which obviously we haven't talked about yet. Okay, so that's my number 30. Number 29, certainly a game exclusive. And it's you can't really nail this down to one sequence, so I just kind of encapsulated it as the Seraphite slow reveal in The Last of Us Part 2, the original. So we've talked about, but one of my favorite parts of Ellie's section of the game is the slow rollout and reveal of the Seraphites,
Which
which
is lower than I think for how highly.
well, I mean, there's a lot of stark competition in this series, and realistically, even though I love it, well, part of the reason that hurts it a little bit is there's not like one moment that I can attribute it to.
Sure.
And then also just like I said, there's other things that realistically I care about even more. But I just think this is a really nice touch that adds to this faction.
As long as you ignore the presence of the trailer.
Which but you didn't see whenever you played the game. But,
Yeah.
Of course, the show completely botches this, but and I do mention here in my notes that the marketing of the game spoiled it as well, which is also a big mistake. But if you play the game without any of that, you get this slow rollout, starting with the mysterious messages, referencing the scars, and then you get then, and that's like from the stuff that you can pick up, and then you get like the unexplained graffiti, and then you get the kind of shocking Sephiroth-esque displays of violence in the TV station, and then finally, more than halfway through Ellie's arc, you finally come face to face with them, and they are scary when you have to deal with them. And so that level of restraint and tension building is just very rare in media today, and something that I miss. So,
Speaking of scars, I do think it's interesting. Obviously, Scarface is not in the show, but his name, it's obviously not his real name,
No.
but they immediately other him and call him Scarface in a similar way that the wolves.
well, I don't think
their
they.
pit
I don't know if
scars.
they actually should call him that, or if it's just me that's calling him that.
Oh, well, it was a parallel I drew from,
Yeah.
I guess, you othering him.
Yes. 28 is a show exclusive moment, and it is Better Than Me. So this is the flashback with Joel and his father in episode 6.
Oh, I really loved that.
Really good cold open to that episode. It's cool seeing Joel as a teenager, which we had never seen before. It's awesome seeing, I think it's Tony Dalton is that guy's name that plays Lalo. Love that. And it's just does a really good job of kind of giving us some of Joel's psychology. He kind of already back then had this penchant for kind of sticking up for people
Being
that
a
he cared about.
protector.
And that persisted through his life. And then he gets kind of this spark of inspiration for fatherhood to be a little bit better than his father, who was trying to be a little bit better than his father. And then, of course, it's a showpiece for how good that actor that plays Lalo is. So yeah, literally love that scene. 27 is The Cook, which is the torture scene with Isaac in episode 4 of season 2. Another good Isaac scene where he tortures the Seraphite before he just kills him when he realizes that there's nothing more that he's going to get out of him.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of paints Isaac as kind of a fallen hero because he left the Fedra for like kind of based reasons in that first scene, and then like here he's like, oh geez, this guy's pretty rough.
And
Torture
fuck
guy.
mirrored with the guy that's corrupted from
Right.
bright-eyed to fucking scar what
Well,
he deserved.
Yes, but like we said earlier, I think it's really the psychology of the Seraphite himself who is kind of gets under Isaac's skin that I think is the star of this scene.
Haunting performance.
I wish we were not seeing it until after they were properly revealed, like we discussed, but still a very good scene. 26 is Left Behind, but that's the original version of Left Behind. And specifically like the end when Ellie and what's her name? Riley are bitten.
Mm-hmm.
And just like, just kind of them having, trying to deal with that and like the big shift in tone when it goes like she's having a very happy moment. She just had her first kiss and then boom, her life is kind of ruined.
Yeah.
It's really good stuff. I didn't like it in the show as much because I didn't like that version of Riley as much. And I don't really like her that much in the game either, but I do like that scene a lot.
Brutal.
25 is It Wasn't Time That Did It, which is that scene from episode 9 of the first episode. Very good moment. Where Joel kind of tells her about his suicide attempt. And
gets tears out of me.
it's very good addition. It's an example of how the writing was much better in the first season than the second.
Same writer. So you can't say you hate Craig Mazin because he wrote that.
Well, again, like I've said, I think that Neil Druckmann was clearly a lot more involved in the first season than the second. And I think that is because he just has a lot more going on in his professional life.
But why is that all Craig Mazin's fault?
Because without the actual good writer in the room there, it fell apart.
Well, he wasn't writing. Neil Druckmann was not a writer.
He wrote the story.
Season 1. Okay. But
So he was probably in the room making sure that all the important stuff that didn't need to be changed was there and maintained.
well, I think all the changes, it was like a phone call. It was like a, hey, I had this idea.
Well, I know, but like at the end of the day, it kind of goes back to what George R. R. Martin said. The showrunner has all the ultimate say. Yeah, they can consult with the creator, but realistically, as we know, they do not have to go with what they say.
Sure. Although Neil Druckmann was one of the two showrunners. Like he wasn't an executive producer like George R. R. Martin was, for instance.
Okay, well, for season 1 certainly, but my hypothesis is that because he just has a lot more going on in 2024 and 2025 than he did in 2021 and 2022 when the first season came out. Like just in terms of what he's doing, I just know what he's doing at Naughty Dog, and he's a lot more busy now.
Yeah.
And
I think it just seems like a little bit of a way to put all of the hate onto someone that you're not already attached
it's,
to.
It's just I'm just using the evidence that I have that points me in that direction. Neil Druckmann obviously created the source material, which I thought was a complete masterpiece, no notes. And I have a lot of notes about the second one. And there's a new writer in the room that has the number one priority. He is the one that, if you had to boil it down to who's in charge, it is him. And Neil Druckmann was not a writer on any of the episodes directly, except for one of them, which is the one that was really good. And
but if this is his bag,
and also, I also think that in the first episode, the first season, Craig Mazin was probably being more careful about making changes because, well, first of all, that story is a lot simpler and easier to tell, but also he was still building rapport with this guy. Then I guess he felt like he accomplished that goal, and now he had a little bit more carte blanche to make changes, and a lot of the changes that they made were worse. And so
I just think some of the blame should go on Neil Druckmann.
well,
And
if you can,
at the very least, this is his magnum opus being exposed to a lot more people, and he maybe should have taken more care with it.
well,
Like not stepped back.
maybe well.
Clearly, his company is not in a rush. They haven't released
Well, no,
anything
I
in
think they
forever.
are. I think they are in a rush because they haven't released anything in forever, and he was not in that same rush in 2022 or 2021 whenever they were making the first season because Last of Us Part Two had just come out,
Mhm.
and it was a masterpiece. So yeah, whenever you've gone 5 years and you haven't really released anything other than a bunch of different versions of the same games,
Sounds like that's his fault too.
well, to a degree, but it's also there's a lot of other stuff going on with PlayStation, and they were making this multiplayer game that they ended up canceling, and it was just a complete waste of time and resources. And, he would have had something to show for it. Probably it would have come out by now, and that hasn't happened. And now he's working on this other game, and it's a completely new IP, which means that he's having to write a completely new world and new characters and like new everything. And I'm sure that is taking up the majority of his time.
Sure. I don't think that means that he doesn't share any accountability.
I also don't know if he was. I don't think he was. I don't think he was the number one guy in charge of Naughty Dog in 2021, 2022, like he is. He was promoted.
Okay.
So yeah, I put a lot of the blame on Greg Mazin, yes.
Okay.
If there are
My other critique would be that we have seen the Tim Schafer Psychonauts documentary.
okay.
And Tim Schafer was the least busy man in that building.
Okay. Well, I don't.
He spent a lot of time behind closed doors in his office
Yes.
doing allegedly something.
I really love Psychonauts 2. It's a masterpiece of a game. It's got a really good story. That story is in the writing load that he had pales in comparison to the writing load that Neil Druckmann has for writing The Last of Us and whatever he's doing now with the space game, I would wager.
Sure.
So I don't think it's the same thing.
Well,
Not every video game is made the same way.
I hope that it's worth it.
Yes. So well, yeah, me too. 24 is Ellie torturing Nora in the original.
Mm.
Wow,
that I would not have that high.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either if it was just a show version. But and I kind of felt nothing about that version. But the game is just there's a lot of things that kind of add to why I think this game is so cool. It's a point of no return kind of for the character, so that's kind of a big moment where she's actually like really going to this dark place. I think a big part of why I love it so much is the ominous Rogue One-esque red lighting in the hallway as she beats down on her hapless victim, and another is how the camera stays locked on her face, focusing on her and like what she's going through instead of the violence that's happening on Nora, because realistically we care a lot more about Ellie than we do about Nora. And then
Especially at this point.
yeah, and then putting it all over the top is the interactivity of the scene where the passive medium like television just can't quite replicate, where you are the one that's doing the hits. And then like I really love the shot where the bar is like swinging in front of the camera, and like they just didn't do. I mean, I could show it to you if you want to see it, but
Well, we watched the scene.
okay. But yeah, I just really think that it's a scene that I think Ellie comes off as very cool in this scene, but also it's like very tragic in the sense that she's going to this place and there's kind of no telling
You don't think it's supposed to be a little painful?
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, if you think about it, Darth Vader killing all those guys in the hallway is tragic because Darth Vader is a tragic character, but also he looks badass while he's doing it.
I think you're more inclined to think acts of violence look cool than I am. Like,
Okay.
and that's a very common thing in media. Like,
Yes.
Classic sword fights and all this stuff is supposed to be cool, and I don't.
Well, it's
see it
just
that
that
way.
yeah, it's just the evolution of this character too. It's like, man, boy, she's come a long way from her first kill in The Last of Us 1, where she's like, I think I'm gonna be sick. Even though she shoots that guy like and he's dead real fast. Anyway, I really love that scene in the original. 23 is LA versus David. No, I have to go too deep into that. That's pretty awesome. I prefer the game version because of just how scary it is to actually have to fight that guy. Oof, it's very intimidating. 22 is the Joel is dead scene in the original where you think that he's dead, particularly the first time you play if you don't do the DLC, where he falls in the rebar. He definitely is a believable as a death-worthy event.
Yeah.
And then it like cuts ahead and you're just like, Ellie's on her own and you're playing as her and you're like, damn, did they really kill him? There's like a few minutes there where it's like,
Because that's the first time you play as Ellie in the
yeah,
game,
yeah,
right?
and they lied. That was another example of Neil Druckmann not being truthful about like the people would ask him, "Do you play as Ellie?" And he would say, "No, you do not." And
some people lie and some people are liars.
yeah, exactly.
But man, he's a liar.
Yeah, he is a liar. It was a 1000% a liar. Neil Druckmann is a liar. Anyway, really like that scene in the original context. 21 is the brotherly reunion between Joel and Tommy in the original. It's not.
I also love it in the show. That's a good hug.
It's good in the show, but I think it hits harder in the game, just which doesn't really have anything to do with the performances because they're great in both. But I think it's just like the actual sense of relief you feel being in this place among friends or people that are actually friendly to you, because you just gone through a lot of work. Like what's directly before this is all the Pittsburgh stuff, which is a ton of combat. A lot of it's really hard, and it's also literally the last thing that you saw is Henry killed himself, which is like a really dark scene. And so like just to have like just like a nice scene of like these two brothers reuniting, and it's like you have nothing is threatening you in this moment, and it's like really nice.
Yeah.
Boy, it feels really good.
Well, and it's less purely happy in the show because in the game I don't remember a cut to Ellie where you see her a little bit
You do not have that.
sad, which I think is interesting psychologically for her, and I think it makes sense that she would be a little bit like, oh, I want that. Like,
Well,
she maybe never has had someone that would be that relieved to have her back and that loved. Maybe she's getting there with Joel, but to see him at that level with someone
yeah,
else,
but then she finds out she's not there with Joel because then he wants to hand her off.
yeah, and like he's the person closest to her, so like to see how much closer he is to someone else, I think is a little hard for her.
Well, there is a cool moment in the game where it's very subtle. Like a lot of stuff in the game is, but she does have separation anxiety from Joel because there's a moment where she's like, Maria's like, let's go get something to eat, Ellie, and let them, because like Joel clearly wants to talk with Tommy by himself, and she's like, Joel, like she doesn't want to. He's like, go on, and so she does.
Yeah,
but that's very cool. But anyway, it's really great. That's my number 21. Number 20 is Billstown in the original. So obviously, I do have the show version higher, but I really love the game version as well.
This one's different enough to split them up.
The interaction between Ellie and Bill in particular is just
hilarious.
And then Bill himself is just a great character. And like actually seeing him in those situations, like actually having to be in combat is fun. And like they a lot of things go wrong during that sequence, and he's very pissed off and frustrated. And like they end up fighting this. They're running from this big horde. They finally get to this truck that he doesn't even really want to get to Joel.
This big what? Horde.
And
That's not what I heard.
He gets to this truck that he really doesn't want to get to Joel in the first place. He finally get there. They open it. The battery's gone. And he's like, oh man, like just very stressed out in that moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's just so much good stuff that happens there that I like a lot.
And I agree with your decision to split them up there.
19 is Tessa Sacrifice from the show.
Oh, so
You know
good.
that that's very good.
Creepy and beautiful and heartbreaking.
18 is the reveal for the audience and for Joel and Tess that Ellie is infected.
Mm.
And I included both versions here, so I kind of gave him a tie between the show and the game.
Okay.
Where, in the show, Joel like beats the crap out of that guy with his bare fist, and in the game he doesn't, but there's like some cool stuff that they do in the game that they don't really do in the show about, I don't know, their reaction I think is kind of well done in the game, and like there's like some subtle stuff they do with the camera where it's like they are really about to kill her if she doesn't come up with good reason not to for them not to do that.
Yeah.
And anyway, it's just a really good scene.
Well, in the show, that we saw that in the beginning of the episode where they killed that little kid.
Mhm. And it's just if you don't know that's coming, which I didn't the first time I played the game, it's a big reveal. So 17 is the don't go moment from Left Behind. So this is in the game because I don't really like the show version as much. But
The DLC.
this is well, yeah, when it's basically Ellie's coming out as a gay person in the game.
Hmm.
And I just remember seeing that for the first time and just being like, wow, that's a pretty big development.
I was very excited.
Yeah, and yeah, for you it was kind of cool too because you were kind of getting those thoughts or that you were kind of getting that idea as you were seeing this relationship, but you were just like didn't want to say anything.
Well, because I often read those things and people are like, no, you just want to make everything gay. And so I kind of tend towards not, or maybe I've been like, I've shied away from being as vocal about that. And so then to be proven right.
Yeah.
It felt really, in the game specifically, it felt very authentic.
Yes, yeah, they had definitely had
young
more.
girl
I felt like they had a little bit more chemistry in the game than they did in the show. And then also I think it was just bolder storytelling at the time. Like this is 2013,
Hmm.
and then it was just kind of more of them putting themselves out there than it is now, where it's not as big a deal.
Hmm.
16 is I Believe Him. So this is the scene where Joel tortures those guys to get Ellie's location.
Yeah.
Realistically, I do like the game version a little bit more. I gave it a tie here because it's basically the same, but um, in the game in particular, it's kind of a cool, empowering moment because you're back in control of Joel, and playing as Ellie is harder in the original because she's just a little girl. Um, and
You lose a lot of your resources.
yeah. So that like that's kind of satisfying, but also just like seeing him because Joel has been out this whole time, so it's like Joel's back and he's just as badass, if not more badass. And Ellie is in real trouble, so he has reason to be coming after these guys because I mean they are going to eat her.
Is he a little handicapped though? I mean, he's coming
Yeah,
out of
he
it.
is. He is like he's not at his full strength, but that's kind of adds to how badass it is because he's like not even operating at full strength and he's just absolutely eviscerating these guys.
Yeah.
And then like it's just like the cap off because he definitely this is an example of him being a great character because he's absolutely brutally torturing these guys and then one of them like tells him where she is and then he kills him anyway.
Mhm.
And then the other guy reacts to that. He's like, "Fuck you, man! Like he told you what you wanted. I'm not giving you shit." And then that's where he hits him with the line like, "That's all right. I believe him."
Yeah.
And then kills him.
And it's
very cool.
a taste of what's to come.
Yeah.
It's escalation in his character,
Mhm.
and that makes it a more natural
Yeah, that's
progression
true.
into where we get at the end.
Yeah, definitely. So it's like kind of like shows what he's willing to do for her.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's awesome. And just the fact that she is actually in really big trouble at that moment. So kind of helps.
Well, yeah, at this point, like you're absolutely, but like when I watch the end, I'm like, this is probably not a good thing for him to do. But at this point, even me, as a because I'm right there with him,
Yeah.
I'm like, whatever you got to do, get her.
Yeah. 15 is the road trip scene. This is only in the original. Well, that's not true. They did it in the show, but it's like way worse. But it's a scene where they're leaving Bill's place and the whole time Bill's yelling at her about don't steal, don't touch my stuff. And so you don't actually see her take anything. And then like they're in the truck and they're driving off. She's like, all right, here's all the stuff I got. And she's just like she's like stuffed her backpack full of stuff. And Joel's just like, at first he's just like, oh geez, I can't believe that. And then he's just like, well, what else did you get? And so she like gets the tape with the Hank Williams cassette and like they're listening to
Yeah.
that and there's like some nice foreshadowing too where she gets like the porn magazine where it's men
Mhm.
and then she like throws it out the window, not interested.
Mm.
And it's anyway just like the report, like the performance. This is kind of the first time that you actually see Joel and Ellie interacting with each other, like where they kind of have a relationship now because they've kind of
Mhm.
gone through some stuff at this point, and it's just great chemistry.
Now, was that a coincidence, or had they decided that Ellie was gay before they wrote the DLC?
I don't think they had if you asked Neil Druckmann, I'm sure he would tell you that it was by design. But
Maybe setting you up for that.
I think that they probably hadn't completely locked that in, but I think Neil Druckmann has talked about how he had that idea for the character, and then whenever I don't think he had maybe told Ashley Johnson about that yet, and then whenever he did tell her, she was like, "That's an excellent idea," like for the DLC.
Okay.
14 is Joel meets Ellie in the original. So this is
Yeah, that is better.
like in the show, like they're kind of overplaying Ellie's sass, and they're kind of trying to, I don't know, they kind of tried to recreate the scene to some diminishing effect. You know, it's one of those where they kind of tried to do it line for line. It wasn't quite as good. But in the game, like the ramp up of Ellie's, they kind of hammer home that Ellie has this connection with Marlene, and she's fearful of Joel, and she doesn't fear Joel in the show, which I think is a mistake because if you're a 14-year-old girl and you're being asked to like go with this 50-year-old man, you should be afraid that you do not know and that he is a violent man, frankly. And so like it's realistic in the game that she would be afraid of this guy.
Whereas in the show, she's more, I don't know, resentful.
Yeah, she's just like really sassy and like doesn't not taking him seriously, it feels. Um, so I'd say I like that a lot more. And then but it also they give a moment to accent her intelligence in the game version because she asks like when Marlene asks her to do that, she's like, "How do you know them?" And it's like, she's like asking the right questions, basically. And then let's see what else. Like by the time Tess arrives in the game, so it's kind of their first sort of conversation when they get back to their room, and they kind of just have to wait for Tess to show up because Tess is going with Marlene to make sure to verify that she actually has what she's promising them. And so already like she's like Joel has his walls up. She's already kind of starting to break them down a little bit because while they're walking up there, he's like, I don't give a damn what they're doing with you. I'm just getting paid to take you to over there, so I don't even doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But then like by the time Tess is coming in, like right before she comes in, he's like he's asking about what's going on. Like he cares about her enough already to like genuinely ask like what they want with her,
Your big softy, Joel.
And so it's like, I don't know, it's just a really good scene.
Yeah.
13, and she has like the little joke about his watch because obviously she doesn't know what it means to him. She just like walks back because like they get in the room and they're just kind of waiting for Tess to show up. So he's gonna take a nap, and she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Killing time." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" He's like, "I'm sure you'll figure that out." And so she just like kind of walks by him, she's kind of mean mugging him, and then she like looks down and she's like, "Your watch is broken." And he
Time killed, if you will.
kind of snickers at that. 13 is for emergencies only, also only in the original game. This is the kind of the culmination of Joel doesn't want to give Ellie a gun saga in the game, and where he finally has to trust her, and he gives her the rifle, and they just have like this funny banter about, she's been asking for it. He finally is like giving it to her, and she's like, "Well, I've sort of shot a rifle before, but it was at rats." And he goes, "Rats."
Well, I was gonna say in the show she has more like I feel like they lean more into she was trained by Fedra.
Right.
But he does teach her how to hold a gun. So
yeah, he teaches her how to shoot it, and it's cool how they reinforce that in the gameplay where like she actually does back you up in that scene, which is cool. But anyway, I remember at the time in particular, just like the level of charisma that both of those characters have, and the relationship that they have up to that point is just so well captured. Like I remember playing that for the first time, like I would actually go back and just like watch those scenes because I just had never seen anything that good before in a game,
Yeah, it really helped build their relationship. I remember it.
12 is Bomb. Man, that is high praise, but I really love that beginning of episode 2 of
That cold
season
open.
1. The cold open is 10 minutes. It's very long with the Indonesian mycologist, and she confirms that the cordyceps has infected this captured and deceased woman in the hands of the military. And then when she learns about the scale, she's like, "What do we do about it?" She just says, "Bomb."
Yeah, and then she just wants to go home to be with her family.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't want to, like there's a world where she could have gotten a plane out of there. Like then they could have taken her word that she wasn't infected because she had the specialty or whatever.
Yeah.
But she is not playing around.
No.
She knows what needs to be done. She sucks it up and says it, and then
it's really
so strong.
Really
it's
good
so brutal.
Number 11 is the original version of the Future Days scene. Which I know that they kind of try to do it in the show, and I like that scene. It was down there, but obviously much lower than the actual original version,
Hmm.
where he sings Future Days, and this is where he actually like promises to teach her how to play guitar.
Yeah.
Well, he'd promised that in the first game, but he like is actually coming through on that.
Is it when he had just gifted it to her, or is
He's
that
gifting
just
it to her after he plays it to her. He plays it first, then
okay?
he gives it to her. It's just as iconic as anything else that happens in the game, really, and for good reason. Music is good, but really the reason that scene works is because when he walks in that room, which is kind of interesting because she's like already in the garage at that point.
Hmm.
So like he maybe she's not sleeping there, but like they don't really go into the detail on this, but she's at least like has that space that he's given her.
Hmm.
And he walks in and um this is the it's not long it's clearly not long after the end of the first game. And so there's still like that tension there. And so when he walks in, there's a lot of tension between these characters. And then like seeing that just melt away because
Hmm.
of that, the performance
Yeah.
is just like the way they capture that is just like so awesome. And the fact that this happens like you have not even really played the game at this point. Like like the game is just firing on all cylinders because it starts with that amazing scene with him and Tommy, which that I haven't even gotten to yet. So I like that scene more. And then they'll ride through sunset into Jackson that looks so unbelievable. And then this. So it's just like that game is operating on a level that is just like unheard of.
Compared to Abby funeral
Abby
scene.
funeral scene, Ellie wrestling that guy we don't even know.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Oh, I could not believe how flat that introduction of the season fell.
Mm. So yeah, it just legendary scene. Pretty much everything at this point is obviously pretty legendary. So that doesn't even quite make my top 10. Here's my number 10, which is I Saved Her, which is the scene right before that in the game, which is where he has a conversation with Tommy.
Mhm.
Um, I noted here one of the many exemplary scenes from the source material that is stripped out without cause in the television show. Um,
It's half transferred to the Gale scene.
but I really like how this takes place before the big time jump. So it's like he's freshly into Jackson. This is the first time that he's had a chance to like actually sit down and talk to Tommy about this, and he just
Mhm.
totally comes clean. Like this is the only character that we see him being totally honest with about what happened, and Tommy is like, "Whoa," you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And like seeing that reaction, and then I'm including the ride into Jackson here because it basically is the same scene.
Mhm.
And it's
We do see him come clean to Tommy, don't we?
no,
We don't at all?
no.
Okay, interesting.
So it's just a brilliant way also just like this is the cold open of the game. And so, one of the big things that I don't know if you didn't really get because you didn't have any gap between the first game and the second one, and
Hmm.
I only got like a small version of that because I played the first one in 2018 and the game came out in 2020. So I had a 2 year wait. But
Hmm.
most people have like a 7 year wait. And one of the big talking points was there shouldn't even be a second game.
Hmm.
And part of that, I've heard Jeff Markifava talk about this on Min-Max in particular, how effective this scene is. But like that scene just immediately bringing you back in, like it's catching you up to speed in the sense of we know they know that you have that question of like how are people going to react to what Joel did. That's obviously a big thing. Like how is Ellie going to find out and all that stuff. Like that's like the big thing that people didn't know if they wanted that answered.
Hmm.
But the fact that they just like start off with that and they're like him telling Tommy, it's just like I just think such an effective way of just bringing you back in after however
Hmm.
much time it has been. And by the end of that scene, you're just like, oh man, this is gonna be good. And then like of course they go right from that into the Future Day scene, which is like an unbelievable 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just think that scene is brilliant. And
Okay.
and of course absolutely gorgeous with the sunset. Okay, number 9 is the show. I'm giving it to the show over the game is I called it Sam's biggest fear, but it's this basically the Sam and Henry death scene.
Oh.
But my favorite thing about this scene, in addition to obviously how rough it is for Sam and Henry, and I definitely think it hits harder with the version of Sam in the show because he's just a much better character in the show version. But I
Hmm.
really think it's important what it does with Ellie's character too, because they're both sharing their biggest fears. And Sam's biggest fear is turning into one of those infected, which is very tragic. And
Hmm.
Ellie's biggest fear is ending up alone, which is equally tragic.
Yeah.
And so I think that that is just such an important scene for the whole series,
Yeah.
even though it comes and goes very fast.
It's a hard watch. Just come with a trigger warning, but man, it's good.
Number 8 is just the outbreak. So the beginning, basically, of the first game. And I, well, I really like what they did in the show too, because they fleshed out Sarah more, right? But I think in the game, it's just kind of generally considered to be one of the greatest video game opens of all time. And I could just kind of put myself back in my shoes of like actually experiencing that for the first time. It just kind of felt very unique for that medium because like you play as this actually helpless character.
Hmm.
That and so there, it's it kind of goes back to how George R. R. Martin writes, where it's like it's cold open with a character that you're not actually going to be with much longer than just this first introductory chapter.
Hmm. Which is
Um,
I like it,
I do too.
that format.
But I think the added agency the player has and just the uniqueness that the medium has, where you know that there's nothing that you can do about this, and so it kind of like makes you even more scared, and then you're justified to be scared because she does end up getting killed, but then
Hmm.
she doesn't get killed in the way that you expect.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just obviously a legendary scene in both cases. It's awesome in the show too, but
I wish that I hadn't been so frustrated the first time I played it
yeah,
because it does taint it a little bit for me.
yeah. You
Like
should
wishing
you should have just watched it.
yeah, I mean, I wish that I had that skill set. I just don't have the same background with video games that you
Yeah,
do. And I mean, I don't know what mode we had it on. Maybe if you'd put it
yeah. I
in
don't.
baby mode.
Surely I had it on easy, but I'm not sure. Number 7 is I Swear from
Mm,
I guess realistically, show Endgame is equally great, but it's the
his story in the show is more plausible.
okay. Yeah, right. You did talk about that. So it's basically just the climax of the end of the first arc of this story.
Yeah.
And it's
Which is the end of your favorite episode of season one.
yes, um, and it was like I said, it was such a strong ending that people didn't even think that they should do a second one because they just loved how open ended it was. Like, did she believe him? All that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just a really awesome way to end a story. Number 6, very high praise here. Eugene from episode
Eugene,
6 of season
respect
2.
on his name.
I did end up just using this as because like I just couldn't figure out where I would have put the original version of Ellie finding out the truth because I do like this version better. And so I
Hmm.
just used this version as the stand-in for that scene. So it's just really good. Obviously, a brilliant scene with Joel lying to Eugene and Ellie about letting him see Gale again after he's been bitten. It's how Ellie realizes that or confirms that she lied to him or he lied to her in the show version of the events. I mentioned that I do think that it's a little bit more plausible than what happens in the game. Performances are brilliant from everybody. I do think Eugene kind of steals the show.
Definitely.
Um, I will say I think it might have hit even harder if Gail hadn't opened her big mouth and spoiled that she was like had this resentment towards her. Like imagine if you didn't know that. Then it would be
Mm.
like I feel like it would hit even harder because you would have no preconceptions about what's going to happen here.
Mm.
There would have been more tension about you know Joel's decision making there. But anyway,
Whereas it's more of like a tragic vibe,
right.
like, oh, we know how this is gonna end.
We know that Gail spoils everything she touches, so we don't have to go on that anymore.
Well, I'm so happy that you love this scene because I also really loved it. It would be very up there for me, and it is nice. I know the season disappointed you so much, so it's nice that it gave you some joy.
Yes. And number 5 is the last conversation between Joel and Ellie. And I gave this a tie as well between the two mediums. There are things I like about the original more. There are things that I appreciate about the show version. So I just gave them equal credit.
I think that's fair. I
It's
think, I guess my only critique of the show version would be it does make a little bit more sense in terms of Ellie's, how emotionally mature she is, for her to need a little break in between being ready to forgive him.
well, she did have a break because it was a 9-month break between the Eugene stuff and this.
Sure. I guess, yeah. So she doesn't have a break between when he owns it.
Right.
But
That is true.
you're right in that it doesn't, she did already know at that point, so
Mhm.
she had time to come to terms with it. And him owning it like opened up the door for her to
Yeah.
start to heal. So you kind of talked me out of it just now.
Okay.
They're both great.
Yeah, and so the show version has a bigger lift in the sense that they are combining basically two conversations into one, which that was a heavy, that was a lot for them to actually have to take on there. But I do think that it was up to snuff, and I do agree with Brandon that I think it does mean a little bit more if you do it at the end instead of there. But I understand for the show that why they did it that way.
I wonder if they'll flash back to it, like just give us a glimpse when it comes up in the game or not.
Maybe.
Did you cry?
I don't know if I did or not.
I cried. I cried a lot in the show.
Yeah. Episode 4 is Separate Ways. This is the one where I was talking about last time where I cried just on the podcast.
Number 4.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I
It's whenever, oh geez, all right. Just stop. It's where in the first game when Ellie realizes that Joel is trying to pass her off to Tommy, and she's very upset, and she runs away, and he has to go confront her, and they have the conversation,
yeah.
and then what really gets me, I mean, the conversation in the house is very good, but what really gets me is then Joel internally coming to making the decision to change his mind, and like not saying it out loud, but it's just like it becomes apparent based on what he says that he's changed his mind.
Yeah.
And then like he asks her if she's good, and she says she's good.
So why'd you call it Separate Ways?
Because he says in the house, but you're right. I'm not. You're not my daughter, and I'm sure as hell not your dad, and we're going our separate ways.
Okay.
But then they don't. So yeah, that's my number 4. Number 3 is Long, Long Time, which is the Bill and Frank stuff from the show.
Yeah, it's incredible. No notes.
Number 2 is Joel's death in the original. I think it is one of the boldest moments of storytelling in any medium, at which the main character of the previous game or story, beloved as all get out, brutally tortured and murdered in seemingly cold blood if it's the original version and you don't have any context for why this is happening, while the player is helpless to do anything about it. The way that the game does not lift the veil on who Abby is and who her accomplices are, it is I think brilliant, and the game perfect, and Hallie Rose has talked about this. They perfectly put you, at least for me and for Brandon and for Brett, put you in lockstep with Ellie, that's like just filled with like this animosity toward these people. You want to hunt them down and bring them to justice in a way that the death of any other character would not have worked. Because if it would have been Dina, like everybody was kind of guessing going into it, it would have been like you could have felt for Ellie and been like, okay, great, it makes sense that Ellie is so mad. But you would not have felt that anger like they did if they are actually taking a character away from you, which is what they did. And then, of course, also that's just iconic as hell. Like him getting killed by the golf club by Abby. It's just like it's actually a callback to another game that I won't spoil for you, because it is a game it's something that we will absolutely experience.
Okay.
But it like the death by golf club is just an iconic thing that is cool that they do it that way. So
Interesting. I do think that the limited perspective, like you really only seeing what Ellie's seeing and everything's blacked out. I think that might work better for a video game than it would have for the show. Like the show is a little bit more third person as opposed to first person. Like you get more perspective.
Well, I think that's why because of that, I think it might have even worked better in the show because people would have been so expectant to have every angle that they need, and then to find out that they don't. I think that would have been even more surprising. Yeah, I hate. It's my biggest of all the critiques I have. I hate what they did with Ellie's character, but if I could change any one thing, it would be not knowing who Abby is.
Well, yes, but that's not this scene.
Well, yes, it is because in the she goes on this gigantic fucking monologue, and in the game,
yeah, but it's already been.
And in the game, I really like how she's clearly planned this monologue, and Joel cuts her off. He's like, why don't you just get it? Whatever speech you rehearsed.
Well, they have that moment too.
Yeah, no, but he doesn't say it
longer.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so good in the original, and also the lighting. People talk about the lighting really makes it a much darker scene, and like literally in the original that is kind of lost in the show.
Yeah, I think there's something eerie about how bright it is in the big windows, but I understand where people are coming from.
And then my number 1 is just the hospital stuff from Last of Us 1. I prefer the original, but it's awesome in the show as well. And I think it's still. I mean, you could argue that Joel's death is a bigger twist, and there are definitely some like who Abby is supposed to be a huge twist, and I might like that twist even more. But it is a huge twist in the original game where unless you've like really thought it through, you haven't been thinking that okay they're gonna kill Ellie when they get her in this hospital. Obviously, Joel hasn't been thinking that, and so this is another situation where they do a good job of like kind of putting you in lockstep with the character that you are controlling. And they do a good job of recreating the show too, but I think it hit harder in the game just because you were the one that was controlling it. But at the same time, I liked how in the show he didn't have anywhere near as high of a body count. And then of course he was just kill everybody. Like he was Joel version. It was the game version of Joel in that hospital in the show, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Then there's that one line that's a little bit better in the show.
that is true. I can't even remember exactly what it
I
is.
think it's like Marlene says something like, I don't have any choice.
Right. Yeah, I know that.
And he's like, I do.
That's right. That is better.
It's so good.
That is
It's exactly what it needs to be.
Yeah, that is a better change. I do agree with you on that. But I actually did write that here on notes. But with that question, I think it's obviously the biggest talker. Probably, well, you could I guess Joel's death is equally big, but certainly the biggest talker for first season or the first game, obviously, and continues to be just as relevant going forward as we've discussed. His decision making there. So obviously it's just kind of a legendary scene. So that's a number one at this point. I don't know if it would be my number one if we counted the rest of part two, but we'll have to leave that for later.
Well, we know that you like the second game better.
Yes,
So
that's true. Okay, well, now it is time to go through the ranking of the episodes.
the episodes. Okay, I was ready for dead characters.
We'll do that next.
Okay.
And it's not just dead characters. I just went ahead and did all of them, except for not Abby's crew.
Okay. Wow.
But still not that many because there's really not that many characters in the last one. It's 6.
Did you limit yourself to how far the characters have gotten
Yes,
at this point?
I did.
Okay.
Which, some of them well, I mean, realistically, like most of them are have done that, except for obviously not Ellie. But like we've basically seen everything there is to know about Joel at this point. And
Yeah.
there's Tommy and Dean. I guess there are actually quite a few that do have a little bit more, but I just didn't do Abby's crew because we don't have enough.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to rank them because of how much I know versus how much that we're supposed to know here. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait. First is the episodes, and number 60, my last place. Do you have a prediction? Last place episode, and I will give you a hint. It is from season 2. Last place for all the episodes.
It's the finale.
It is the finale of season 2. I think it is one of the most anticlimactic, in some ways baffling season finales I've ever seen for a show. Like maybe not as bad as like I don't know season 3 finale of the Umbrella Academy or something.
Oof.
But like I do think it is a legitimately bad episode of television. I don't think I agree with a single decision about Ellie's character in this episode. I hate about her knowing who Abby is, like we talked about. I hate what they did with Jesse's character. I don't think I agree with any of the decisions they made with him either. I don't like them showing Isaac in this episode randomly and like giving us insight into that Abby has deserted or that there's like a big fight with the Seraphites. I hate the scene with Ellie washing up on the Seraphite Island. I don't really like the scene where she kills Owen and Mel as much as I do in the game. Not as upset about it as some of this other stuff, but I still definitely think it's better than the original. I don't like the ending where Ellie is begging for her life like a whiny chump.
That's when you kind of jumped on the bandwagon on, like
That's true, but like I
didn't
just
bother you in the moment.
well, it might have subtly, but I think at that point I had just already decided I hated this episode to where it didn't stand out as much as all the other stuff that had happened before it. But in hindsight, I do think it's dumb because at no point does Ellie's character in the game ever beg for her life, and I do think that is kind of a cool, badass thing about her. And of course, it's just not the case in this version of Ellie, who I just can't stand.
Well, I don't think I would have I have a hard time ranking episodes. Obviously, I don't make these lists.
Right.
And so I didn't really have an idea of what I thought the worst one of the season is. I knew that I liked the one before this best.
Well, that also probably hurts it because it's coming off of the best episode of the season to what I think is the worst.
But just throughout this conversation, talking about the episode,
I've convinced you.
Well, not that necessarily you've convinced me, but I think if I listen back to this, I've been most critical of this episode.
I think this is the only like if I'm being honest, I think this is the only episode of this season that I would say is categorically bad. Like there's other episodes that I have a lot of criticisms of, but in terms of their overall level of quality from a more objective point of view, I think this is the only one that I would say is
the television standards. In general.
Yeah, right. I think this is the only one that I would consider bad. Like I remember we kind of came down hard on that Game of Thrones episode where it's the one where Sansa gets raped and there's like a bunch of other stuff that I can't remember off the top of my head what all's in there, but it was like the horrible the horrible sand snake stuff is in that episode.
Yeah.
It's just clearly the worst episode of Game of Thrones up to that point. And I still think I like that episode more than I like this episode of The Last of Us.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I do hear you.
So I wrote in my notes that this was a true cap on a terrible season of television, and then I was like, that's not really fair. It's a cap on the most disappointing season of television I can recall watching. So disappointing more than terrible.
What's the most disappointed I've been? Probably Umbrella Academy in terms of
Sure,
fall from
that's fair.
grace.
But I don't think I had as much investment in that show as I'm certainly disappointed by it because I liked the first season a lot.
Well,
But
yeah, I'd rewatched season 1 5 times. Like it was ridiculous.
I was very impressed with season 1, and then yeah, it was a steep drop.
And I still have not finished that show.
I know.
I couldn't get through the last season.
Yeah, well, you didn't get even close.
No.
We watched like 2 episodes.
Can you imagine how disappointed you have to be to watch season 1 5 times and not finish the 4th season?
Sure. Anyway, so that's my last place. 15th place, I have Feel Her Love, which is episode 5 of season 2. This really feels like a filler episode for me. I think that is more based on the missed opportunities in the show, though, versus than a lull in the script. This is where we have the big reveal of the Seraphites, but because we've already seen a bunch of stuff with them, it doesn't really work in the show.
Ooh, this does remind me, just the episode name reminded me. One thing I am really excited about next season is I hope that we get more information.
Surely we will.
About the cult leader.
I
And
do
I
agree.
think they even insinuated that in the podcast.
I do agree that will be cool.
I'm very interested in that.
So we've already talked about how I love that moment of the reveal of the Seraphites in the game. So for that not to work in the show, this is a big disappointment for me. I think that Ellie's torture of Nora is better in the game, but not to as big of a degree as I think the gap is between the Seraphite moment. I just don't think any of those moments hit as hard because like this sequence of the game I think is really great, where you have the reveal of the Seraphites and then you have the Nora torture scene, both scenes that were in my top moments. And so like here it's just none of those moments hit anywhere near as hard in the show as they do with the game. We also have Jesse coming out of nowhere and showing up, and it just happens real fast where he shows up and you don't even really have time to like really sit with that. Whereas in the game, like he comes in, you have like this awesome like scene with him where you like fight out of there, and there's like this big set piece moment where they steal a truck and they fight their way out of there, and then they actually go back to the theater. And so like it gives you just a lot more time to breathe. Like Jesse is here now; he is in the group, and like Dina gets to see him and all that stuff. Whereas in the show, it just happens so fast, and you don't even really doesn't really hit home. Seraphite reveal, Ellie's torture, pretty much. I think some of that. To be fair, like some of that stuff probably works better in a game than it would in a TV show. But yeah, I was pretty disappointed by that episode. Not a complete disaster like the finale, but not a great episode at all. 14 is the Left Behind episodes. This is from season 1, which we've already talked about already. I already think it's kind of the weakest part of the game, and I thought that Riley was worse in the show, so this was kind of rough. But not terrible, but
still has some of your best moments.
Thanks. Not the show version.
But I know, but
yeah. So 13 is Please Hold My Hand. This is episode 4 of season 1. This is the first episode of the Kathleen arc, but we kind of agreed that the second episode is where a lot of that stuff really hits home. The first episode is just them kind of beginning that character. Like you don't really know anything about her yet. Haven't met Henry and Sam yet. It's kind of a filler episode in a way.
Although we did look at episode rankings, like in terms of ratings.
No, it was the one after this that was really high.
I know, and I guess this was just my excuse to say that baffled me a little bit. That's the highest rated episode.
I think it's because of the Henry and Sam stuff.
I mean, that's good, but it also had like my biggest critique of that season.
That's true.
And I think part of it might just be it has like one of the biggest action
That's true.
scenes
Yeah, that's important to a lot of people.
for like a lot of a general audience. That hits harder than I guess a lot of the episode 3 stuff that I just ate right up.
Yeah, definitely. Number 12 is The Path. That's episode 3 of season 2. I didn't think it was as disappointing as the season opener, but I did end up putting it below it because it didn't have as many kind of good scenes, honestly. Like, at least, even though I was very disappointed by the decisions they made with Abby in the opener, it also gave us stuff like Joel interacting with Dina, the dance sequence, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
whereas
highs in that one, just a really rough start.
Right, whereas in episode 3, we didn't have as many highs. It kind of felt like we were kind of killing time waiting for Ellie to inevitably leave. But it wasn't a complete loss because I liked the fleshing out of Seth's character. I thought the relationship between Dina and Ellie was kind of more natural than in the game. They weren't actually an item yet. So,
This is where we learned that Dana's fantastic in the show. So,
well, that's actually we learned that from episode 1.
oh, you're right.
Yeah, which then the next one is episode 1, so they were close. That one's called Future Days.
Well, in my head, I thought we were talking about episode 1 because I thought that's when the dance scene was. I got
It
it.
is. I was saying that episode 3 is lower because it doesn't have kind of those more standout moments. And calling them standouts is a stretch because there weren't even moments that were on my list. But
I see.
it was just like the other Jackson episode that I just put it lower. So I was just comparing it. But
I've
yes,
seen a moment in both.
yes, there are. And so 11 is the first episode. So I'm noted here while it was objectively better than I thought the two worst episodes. Well, not objectively, but I thought that it was better than the two worst episodes of season 1, the ones that I've ranked below it, left behind in that first Kathleen episode.
Mhm.
This episode disappointed me more than anything in season 1, obviously, because it was where they made the Abby decision that I hated.
Yeah.
But I still thought that there wasn't a ton of standout stuff even in it. Like obviously Dina was very strong in this one, and we got Joel with interacting with people and Jackson, which was nice. I hated the therapy scene. I didn't like the long scene between Ellie and the stalker. I didn't like the characterization of Ellie. We know that. The dance scene, I think, probably hits hard for people who don't know the source material as well, and it does make sense to move it up in the show versus the game, but I don't think you can kind of replicate the feeling of seeing it as a flashback. I just thought that was a cool touch in the way they told the story in the game.
Yeah, but it was still so lovely to see that set come to life. And I mean, I know they'd kind of done stuff with that set before, but
Yeah.
not fully where it's all those characters are there, and it was just so beautiful to see them dance together. And I don't know, that was a high for me for sure of the season.
So that's my number 11. Number 10 is episode 4 of season 2, which is the one that is actually ranked the lowest on IMDb. But I thought this episode was really carried by Isaac. Like I had all the good Isaac stuff, and basically that's the reason it's here.
Okay.
Because the rest of the episode I didn't really like that much. Ellie and Dina fight the WLF in the TV station, but they don't really. They kill one guy and they run for it, and then they fight the infected in the subway tunnel. Dina finds out Ellie is immune. Ellie finds out that Dina is pregnant, and then they have the controversial sex scene instead of Ellie being annoyed by that. And I don't really like that scene very much, but I don't hate it as much as some of the other ones, and so it didn't drag it down for me as much as some of the other stuff. So number 10, kind of in the middle of the pack.
Not rated enough to not yuck on my
yeah, in the
afterwards.
moment, yeah. Number 9 is episode 6 of season 1 called Kin. This is the reunion episode between Joel and Tommy. And it's also Maria's best episode by far of either season.
Well, sure, we barely got any Maria.
Right, I was kind of disappointed by that.
Me too.
So I really liked what they did with Maria's character in that episode, like we talked about during that podcast. And, the fleshing out with Joel and Tommy was a little bit heavy-handed how whiny Joel was, to be honest. But, it's fine. And then they had the conversation with Joel and Ellie in the house, which is obviously one of my top moments in the game, but I didn't think it was quite as good in the show. Episode 8 is episode 2 of season 1. And it's number 8, episode 2 of season 1, which is the end of Tess in the show.
Oh.
And also the cold open with the mycologist. So I really love that. So I really like that episode a lot. Very solid. That's my number 8. My number 7 is When We Are in Need, which is the David episode of season 1. Which is very good stuff. Number 6 is Endure and Survive, which is the top rated episode of season 1 on IMDb, the one that you had the biggest criticism of. But all this Henry and Sam stuff is in that episode, so it's definitely one of the better episodes.
Sure, it's just
I agree with you. It's definitely not
character stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely not number 1, but I do think the Henry and Sam stuff, particularly the Sam moment at the end, it's not my number 1 moment in the season, but it was close. So I was a little bit surprised to see that as number 1, but I can understand that one more than some of the others.
I think what made it more surprising is that the Bill and Frank episode was one of the lower ones, if not the lowest.
But I think that also, I'm still a little bit unsure about how IMDb ratings work. So I think it's a combination of critic and audience scores. And so it's probably because of that.
Yeah, I can't imagine not loving that unless you're, I mean, I guess there's a lot of homophobic people. All right, I've answered it for myself. Next.
Number 5, top 5 now is season 2 episode. It's Through the Valley. which is the Joel Death episode
And a great song.
and a great song. It is. Apparently, it was ranked. I guess this at the time this was ranked, or maybe even just of all the episodes, this is now the highest ranked. I'm not sure if that's true. I think maybe at the time it was, and then it actually slipped down below
The
that.
Joel Death episode is ranked the highest.
Yeah,
Is that what you just said?
yeah, definitely.
Huh.
For season 2, it is definitely the highest. Well, unless, yeah, I think it is. I think it's even above the flashback episode.
Interesting. Because I just thought viewership dropped off after that.
Yeah, after that, but everybody watched this episode, and I think you know a lot of the criticisms that people have of this show is Ellie, and this is not really an Ellie episode. This is a Joel episode, so and an Abby episode, and a Tommy episode. And so it's
Yeah.
like, a lot of that stuff. And people really like
And
that.
there's the whole battle.
Yeah,
Okay.
people really
Love
like the
action.
battle. Yeah, people love the action. I didn't like that as much, but I really liked, obviously, even though I think basically everything that happens here I like better in the game, still, in terms of storytelling, some of the boldest that you will ever see.
I
So,
remember I was happy with it.
yeah, I was happy with it too. That's number 5. Number 4 is the pilot. Season 1, episode 1, When You're Lost in the Darkness. I think it's a really great introductory episode to a show. It has the cold open that you like so much. It has the Sarah stuff.
Can't give enough props to that actor.
It has like the reveal that Ellie is infected for people who don't know, and Joel beating up that guy, and just does a great job introducing all these characters. So just an awesome first episode of any show, I would say.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Long, Long Time.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what more we can say about that. We've gushed about it enough in the last episode.
Well, I guess it's just because because I can predict your next 2.
Mhm.
And it's just that you have the finale of season 1 higher than I do. Because I would put this one and your next one both above that.
Well, what do you think is my number 2 then?
I think that it's the flashback episode.
Incorrect. It is the finale of season 1.
Season 2 surpassing season 1
Look for the light.
episode.
That's true. So yeah, again, like I do like most of the stuff in the game more than the finale in the show, but the show does give us the "it wasn't the time that did it" scene, which is totally original for the show, and that's awesome. And then I still think that the way they do everything in the show is pretty much equally as good. And I think this is one that Neil Druckmann directed too, so maybe that's why.
Interesting.
But I think that it's pretty much equally as good as what they did in the game. So I mean, it's just awesome. Like I just remember I put myself where I was whenever I saw this story for the first time, like that totally got me. The twist that they were going to kill Ellie and you had to kill these guys, and it's just awesome.
Fascinating. It's because I just knew for me that the flashback episode was the first one that was like reached the emotional heights of the Bill and Frank episode. And I guess I just assumed for you that because you were so negative on season 2, I knew you liked this one, but I didn't know that it could earn the favorite spot for you.
It did. Number 1, the price. And so hopefully this give me some credit here that even though I hate season 2, I am giving it respect when it deserves it. It really shouldn't be that big of a surprise because I don't want to spoil another list, but Joel is my favorite character in The Last of Us. He is one of my favorite characters like ever written. He's up like it's like the upper echelon of characters ever. It's like him, Arthur Morgan, Sephiroth, Cloud. Like they're all in competition for that top spot,
Yeah.
And this is all about him. And like we got insight.
Well, that's not true. It's all about him and Ellie.
That's true, but we got insight into his character that we did not have before this episode. So it built on one of my favorite characters that we've ever seen. And I love that scene that does that, where it's him and his father, obviously.
In a really organic way on the level of season 1.
Right. And then there's other things that were not in the game, or that were not in the game that were, making changes or just additions, like the one where he walks in on her and Kat, like that's not in the game. And so like that was so cool fleshing out of his character. I really liked how they wrote him basically in every scene. I loved even though I don't like the Future Day stuff as much and as I do in the original, there was the whole thing with the cake that I thought was hilarious.
Yeah.
And even the stuff that people love and is good in either medium, like the museum is here. It's not one. It's up there. It's low on my list, but it's still obviously a great moment. And then of course they have the big port scene at the end. Like they packed all the best Joel stuff in all of The Last of Us Part 2, the game, into this one episode, so it's the best one.
Yeah. All right.
Uh, so yeah, there you go.
Solid list.
Yeah. Okay, so 24 characters ranked from all of game 1 in season 1, and half of game 2 and all of season 2.
Okay.
24 is James, which is David's right-hand man. Only the show,
Baker.
yeah, the show version because it's played by Troy Baker. I don't think the game version would even be worth putting on the list.
Yeah.
23, and remember, I always just put the best version of the character.
Important to know.
That's just good to know because otherwise Ellie would probably be last. 23, maybe not, maybe above David. 23 is game version of Riley. It's a little bit of a miss for me in both, but I don't know. She was better in the game, I guess. Had more of a rapport, believable relationship with Ellie.
And better than show Ellie.
Yeah. 22. You know, my instinct was to put her lower. I was like, if I'm being honest with myself, I'm gonna be as generous as possible. At 22, I put Gail.
Okay, Gail.
I do have to admit the relationship she had with Eugene did add something to the character, even though Eugene's actor, I think, deserves the lion's share of the credit for portraying that. I pretty much hate.
He's really the likable one in the relationship.
Yes, I pretty much hate every other scene she's in. I still think that she's kind of used as a stand-in for Craig Mazin's misread of Ellie.
Strongly disagree.
And
But I hope you're wrong.
I also kind of find therapists annoying, if I'm being honest. So maybe that rubs off on her a little bit.
Well, I've seen a lot of therapists, and they are not a monolith.
So that's my 22. Number 21 is Perry, which is Kathleen's right-hand man, played by Tommy's original voice actor.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, we talked about him, the merits of him last time. Number 20 is Marlene. We kind of talked about how realistically she's a little bit of a miss for us.
I'm happy for her actress.
Yeah, she's not a bad character by any means, but
They could have done more with her.
yeah, she's just.
It's been fun to get more.
And maybe they will.
Her and Ashley Johnson.
Yeah, maybe they'll blow her up in a big way in that Abby flashback episode. I don't know.
Well, if they're thinking about doing a season 4, they certainly need some more content.
Yeah. So number 19, so she's number 20. Number 19 is, she's fallen a little bit 'cause she was higher in the original list from just season 1, but I have Ibu Ratna. She's the mycologist from season 1.
Oh, pretty low for someone you love so much. But
I know, but
compared to her screen.
yeah, exactly. She has 10 minutes of total screen time. But you know, we've talked about why she's awesome. Number 18 is Seth.
Seth.
Show Seth. A great example of the show fleshing out characters that were not super fleshed out in the game.
Can't spell, makes good cake.
We never see Seth in the source material outside of his outburst at the dance in the infamous bigot sandwich scene. That the show portrays him as a flawed, but I would say important figure of the community. He is clearly like their main chef cook guy.
Especially a note we find about him in the game.
There probably is.
About like his
Yeah,
family dying.
there was. That was kind of cool.
Sure.
I love that he misspelled Ellie's name on the cake. And I think that it's interesting that his dislike for Ellie's gayness and his humbling at the hands of Joel did not dull his desire for justice after the WLF attack, and that led him to ultimately help Ellie and Dina out of Jackson. And he gave her that prized rifle, which probably would have been a lot more if she had ever, used it.
And maybe part of that comes from having his family killed and having personal experience with desiring revenge.
Sure.
I don't know what his canon is in the show, but
yeah. That's number 18. Number 17 is Henry, which is, about the same in both mediums, I would say.
maybe a little better in the show, but
Maybe. 16, I have Kathleen. So she's fallen a bit as well, thanks to the addition of part 2 characters, and also just characters have moved up.
as we get more from
Yeah, right. Particularly from the game versions. So, I like her a lot, but realistically, in terms of her, she's only in a couple episodes and her arc is over pretty fast. But of course, according to most, or not most, but a lot of people, it's the best episode.
It is good.
Maybe they put her higher. Number 15, I have Sarah.
Sarah.
I did give the show version the edge over the original.
Sarah.
But, also she has Yeah, about 30 minutes of screen time, so it comes and goes pretty fast. But she's great while she's there.
Yeah.
Number 14, I have Maria, who's probably about in the same place that she would have been because we really didn't get anything more from her in season two, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which, you know,
It's in the Battle of Jackson.
yeah, and she does have a pretty minor role in the game as well, so it's not a big change or anything.
As a cute kid, would have loved to see.
Yeah, the pregnancy I thought was going to be a bigger deal than it ended up being. It was a little bit of a disappointment to me, although
Major disappointment to me.
a mild disappointment for me compared to many of the other problems that I have with season two.
It just was so distracting to me. Was always worried about where that kid was.
Yeah. So maybe we'll skip more of her in season three. 13, a new character, Javier Miller, which is Joel's father.
Oh.
10 minutes of screen time for Javier, and I still put him above all these characters that we've heard before. Probably not even 10. Maybe more like 5. I do think season 2 missed with many of the most important characters of the show, but it did excel at its one-off depictions of some new characters, and this was a standout for me. I thought that the Tony Dalton's portrayal of Joel's father was really excellent, even though we only got him for one scene. He conveys a lot of things in that scene. You know, there's like some menace there, there's some intelligence there because he, you know, quickly figures out that Joel's lying.
Trauma.
There's some hurt and trauma there, and some regret there.
Mm-hmm.
Really showstopper of a scene. And then, of course, you know, the impact that he has on Joel's kind of psyche is very interesting,
Mm-hmm.
and the whole "be a little bit better than me" thing.
And him being a cop, like, is not something you would expect
Mhm.
from Joel's parent, but
Right. And so it basically just gives an added layer of complexity and relatability, really, to a character that I already thought excelled in both categories in Joel. So loved that. Number 12, I have Tess, show version of Tess.
oh, show Tess.
She's really great. 11, I have David. And there's things I like about him more in both cases. I think I still like Game David a little bit more than Show David, but they're pretty close.
Obviously, this is how much we like characters, not how much we like them as beings. Yeah.
Number 10 is Isaac.
Isaac, okay.
One of the few bright spots of season 2. Even though it's
Yes.
kind of weird to call him a bright spot. But I really liked the fleshing out of this character.
Should have cut him from the last episode.
Yes, but you only get but not, you know, outside of that, in like his episode, you only get a couple scenes with him, but he definitely makes the most out of that limited amount of time. I liked how we got some the scene of him betraying Fedra, which is cool because we only kind of got to hear about that in the game. And obviously, we got to see the depth he's willing to go to in his war against the Seraphite. So obviously, we'll be seeing more of him in season 3. So that's exciting.
Okay.
Number 9, I have Eugene.
Eugene.
Yeah, it's almost the same that we don't get to see more of him because he is a showstopper in the one sequence he's in.
Absolutely.
He's a tragic character, but he's also a funny character. Like whenever they first asked him, like, "Are you good?" and he's like, no."
He's just like, who else in the show has been that immediately likable? Frank.
Frank.
It's a great example, but truly very few else.
Yeah. So yeah, that combination of humorous and tragic is you don't really see that very often. That combination of traits. So
And
I thought
it's
it was
delight. Obviously, it's heartbreaking
Right,
to watch,
right.
but he's so delightful,
Mhm,
which
mhm.
makes it more heartbreaking to watch. It's just really, really great casting.
Yeah.
Like, really nailed it.
And then the desperation that he has to see Gale is very palpable and heart-wrenching. That's number 9. Number 8, I have Dina from the show.
Dina, number 8.
I had honestly hoped to put her a little bit higher, but I did stunt her position a little bit because I did have some issues with her in the back half. I thought she fell off kind of hard.
Aw.
But even at her worst moments, I do think that the show version is better than the game version. I think that in the game version, she was a solid but unremarkable character. And in the show, she was definitely a lot more than that.
Yeah.
So that's very good. I think that she's really good at portraying her as light, flirty, and, you know, funny, smart. Once she tried to get a little more serious, I didn't like that as much. But, you
A
know.
little messy
it-
in like kind of a fun way.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm obviously another character that was improved. 7, I have Show Sam, which we talked about before.
Oh, yeah.
Really great stuff from him. Number 6, this is the most improved character between season 1, game 1, and season 2, particularly game two,
Okay.
is the character of Tommy.
Hmm.
Because remember on by game one, season one, unless he was pretty low.
I think that Show Tommy, the actor, is very likable. Like he doesn't have to open his mouth to be very endearing. In a similar way to the guy that plays uh, Philip and the other guy in Hamilton.
Okay,
Like that actor, I forget his name.
I definitely like Tommy's actor a lot better than that guy, but okay,
Just in a similar way of like their face just makes you want to like squish them and
okay.
care for them.
I don't do not feel that way about the Hamilton guy, but okay. I don't think that he would be anywhere near this high if it was just show version of Tommy, if I'm being honest. But I see the game two really fleshes him out. I think in his relationship with Joel, because with Joel like really having a heart to heart with him about what he did in at Salt Lake City, which I think is really interesting. Anytime that it's just him and Joel interacting, I think is fascinating.
Hmm.
And getting to see them fight side by side during the Horde outbreak, and right before Joel dies, that's very interesting in the game.
Hmm.
And kind of seeing Tommy, like we don't actually get to see him, but we see that his handiwork in Seattle in the game. It's like, yeah, he's a man to be feared. It's pretty awesome, like seeing him, the destruction that he unleashes on the WLF.
There's really guessing we can do about his psychology. Like
Yeah, like
he's
it's kind of interesting to think about like what he goes through in those 3 days. It'd be interesting to do a Tommy Seattle day 1 through 3.
well, and he goes through what he goes through is like joining the army and then
Sure.
leaving and then joining the Fireflies and leaving and like kind of what motivates him and how he kind of broke out of all those horrible things he was doing and coped with them afterwards. And anyway, he's interesting.
Yeah. And then like he's also whenever he's not dealing with all that stuff, like he's in the flashbacks, he's a very cheerful character. Like
Yeah.
the sniping flashback with Ellie where he's having a great time and his goal in that scene is to just kind of push her and Joel together when he sees that they're drifting apart. And that's like really great. And the show took out a lot of a lot of that stuff, so that's why he would be lower in the show.
You
But
do get you do get little Tommy in the show for a second.
well, yeah, for a second. But yeah, game version of Tommy in game two, and honestly, like there's even more room for him to grow, quite frankly, in the back half of the game. I feel so, and in the show if they want to go that way, go that route. So
Hopefully they take advantage of that for Maria too.
sure, that's number six. Number five, I have game Jesse.
Oh.
I think the show totally misses the mark on him, but the game version, I think, is an example of an understated but psychologically rich and multi-layered character, which is my favorite kind.
Funniest.
Yes, he is very funny. He has some similarities to Ellie in the sense that he kind of keeps what he's feeling close to the chest in the game. He's not super outward with his emotions, but he is surprisingly funny. And, obviously he really cares for Dina, which comes through loud and clear. His rapport with Ellie is extremely believable, I feel, in the game, and particularly in the opening chapters, whenever he's, you know, just kind of interacting with her before the tragic events with Joel. There's a lot of really good stuff there. And then, of course, his willingness to bail her out when she's in need in Seattle further deepens that bond. And, even though he's obviously kind of a sad character because he's obviously, Dina kind of broke his heart.
Mm.
And particularly whenever he finds out that she's pregnant and didn't tell him about it, he still like never stops. His number one goal is to get her and Ellie and Tommy out of there safely.
To be fair,
Um,
she didn't have much of a window to tell him.
no, but still,
Yeah.
I think he has a standout moment where he tells, and this is only in the game, where he tells Ellie that he wished that she would have asked him to come with her because he would have.
Mm.
And which is obviously a complete departure from what they did with him in the show. I don't think he had even, and I think what makes that stand out even more is that he really is not a vengeful guy. So he wouldn't have even been doing it because he's like angry at these people. He would have been doing
It's
it
a
just
loyalty
to back
thing.
up his friend.
Mhm.
And I think that that's really cool. And I think the fact that his number one goal is to get everybody out safely, and he's the one guy that doesn't make it.
No.
It's just such a great twist of the knife.
Yeah.
So he's a number five. Number four is Bill. Both
So
versions of Bill are awesome. They're kind of equal, really. Um,
I don't know. I love Game Bill, but Show Bill does outdo him for me.
yeah, well, the story of Show Bill is better. But yeah, there's not much we could say about him. He's awesome, but and then I still have Frank above at number three, which I know was a big surprise for you back then.
I love that.
person. Well, like you said, such an immediately likable character.
I love what it says about us and our relationship, which ones we like.
Hmm. Now, in the last time I had Joel at number two and Ellie at number one, that has flipped. This time I do have Ellie at number two, and it cannot be make this point enough that it is game Ellie exclusively. Um, and it's kind of interesting because I do want to point out that I had a little bit of optimism and hope that I would like season two Ellie more because I already had some criticisms of her in
Yeah.
season one.
And I remember voicing that before you did. Like, what, based on your criticism season one. Like, well, now, you know, I was also hopeful for that.
But it's kind of like they went the opposite direction. She does like in season one, I felt like she was light on the lightness, the happiness, the innocence, um, they kind of try to make her funny, but I thought they kind of missed the mark. And they were already kind of making her a little bit angry and bitter, and kind of have like this pinch of violence that she's not really supposed to have yet. So because of that, I was hoping that season two would really. I'd be like, okay, well, that's great. They're clearly getting ready for the season two arc, but the problems that I had with her in season two say doubled, if not tripled, the issues that I had with her portrayal of the character, which is unfortunate. The video game version of Ellie is in part two is stoic and insular and like clearly kind of a very haunted character. And I think the show's version kind of overcorrected the issues with the character in the first season and kind of made her feel more immature and cheerful after Joel's death than before it. And so I just feel like it's a kind of baffling misread of one of my all-time favorite characters, and as a result, a bitter disappointment.
Mm.
And then we have number one is Joel. And there's not a lot. I don't know how much more I could say about him. I think he's one of the greatest characters of all time. He's obviously a very dark character. He has a lot of grayness about him, but also, like we said before, like he has a tenderness about him that kind of saves him from being like a one-note kind of grim character,
Mhm.
So I think he's like that kind of makes him very complex. I noted last time that he actually single-handedly changed the way that Game Informer like did their end of year lists on characters. They
Yes.
did top 10 heroes and villains, and now they had to just do top 10 characters.
Mhm. Now,
That-
you didn't specify which Joel, technically.
oh, well, it's definitely Game Joel, but I do think that Show Joel is not anywhere near as big of a gulf between them as there is between Show Ellie and Game Ellie. It's like close enough. Not well. I definitely prefer Game Joel, but not by like a wide margin.
Then there's some moments where Show Joel is a little better. His tear in the capsule,
That's one
for example.
example. I think they're few and far between, but I think he's an equally awesome character in the show.
Not an equally awesome singer.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
not an equally awesome singer. I think he's kind. We'll see how things pan out, but obviously I probably will have less violence in my life, but I could see my trajectory being
Well,
somewhat
that's concerning.
similar with Joel, where well, I just mean like where he is in like his retirement phase, whenever he's kind of old, or he's I don't know,
Oh yeah.
and Jackson the first couple episodes.
See you like in that scene with Dina.
Yeah. So even though he's like a morally dubious character at times, because we know so much about him leading up to it, like the decisions that he makes, like we understand him in all cases pretty much.
Yeah,
And that's very cool.
definitely.
So yeah, that's why he's my number one Lazarus character, one of my favorite characters of all time. And that brings us to the end of our discussion about The Last of Us season two, and probably the end of our Last of Us discussions for quite some time.
Yes, I'm sure we'll talk about season 3. But
Yeah.
who knows when that'll come out.
Yeah, got it. I had a blast playing through the second game over the last couple of weeks while I was getting ready for this podcast, and I certainly feel a pull to keep going, like because I'm at the Abby section now, so it's like, damn, I sure would like to keep going. But
I would love to keep watching the show. I was so excited when we got to Abby.
yeah, so that's the kind of thing where if you
Yeah.
like need an Abby fix, and I don't know, there's times where you like I feel like I don't have to, like I don't have like this thing pulling me through because obviously we're not going to talk about the Abby section of the podcast, so I don't have to play it, but you know you got some time on your hands, so you could go through it if you wanted while you played your games or something.
I just graduated high school, so
Not high school.
nope, not high school.
Thank you.
College.
Yep.
Different.
Big difference.
Big difference. I have a degree now.
Yes.
We've been talking a long time.
And how old are you? Give me some cover.
That's rude.
Well,
That's not a question you ask a woman.
well, I know, but it seemed like you having just graduated college makes it seem like it.
26.
Thank you.
I'm not close to
Right.
high school age. Thank you.
Yeah, well, because that's important information because we've been together for how long?
That's a fair point. Yeah. You've only got 4 years on me.
Okay, right. And we've been together since 2021, so over 4 years.
Yes.
So it is important to know your age.
Touche.
That's why I always have to iterate that to people. Like, she's a little slower. It's not like she went to college out of high school. Anyway, we have a lot of other things that we want to discuss on the podcast, so that's why it's probably time to put The Last of Us on the back burner. We still got this Game of Thrones series to finish. We have at least a 2-episode run of Andor to discuss.
Oh boy.
So that's that. I guess just to cap off my thoughts on The Last of Us Season 2, and I kind of touched on this earlier, but a big part of why I'm so hard on it is because I love the original game, and I think even though it was critically acclaimed, I do think it is also underrated by just the general gaming public, which I understand because it does tell a much bolder, nuanced, and challenging story that bucks a lot of storytelling structure trends or norms, and it asks a lot of the player or the person watching it.
Which we've talked about, like the show does not ask as much.
Right.
And
I love the game for all of those reasons, which is why I'm so disappointed by the show. And I think that what really makes it hard for me, because, I see something I see online is people, like, for people who are complaining about it, they're like, well, the original's still there, so why are you bitching? You can just go back to that. And that is true, and that's what I did, and I had a great time. But I'm just disappointed for other people who are never going to get to experience that version.
And it can still be, I mean, even if you haven't played the game at all and just really loved season 1, it's still fair to be disappointed. And
well, yeah, I think that was more directed
Season 2.
toward people that are game players that are critical of it.
I don't think it's fair to say that as someone that's been a little bit defensive of the season, I have very mixed feelings, clearly, but loved a lot of aspects of it. I don't think it's fair to say that all these criticisms are just because things are different than the game. Andrew has clearly shown that he's open to changes and thinks a lot of changes are better. It's just also
not as much as season 2, but there are some.
Cares deeply about these original characters and the source material and wants them to be done justice.
Right. And so I want to reiterate that I recognize that season 2 is not a terrible season of television, but at the same time, I have rarely consumed, well, I hate to say it, but rarely consumed any media that left me feeling this disappointed and at times disgusted with what I was seeing. So that has been a real shame. But, there's luckily it's kind of been in the midst of a lot of other things that I have been enjoying that we've been doing. I've obviously been extremely positive on Andor, which I want to discuss soon. And I think we both have reasonable critiques at the end of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, tune in to see how disappointed we are with that or not.
Right. And it'll be fun. We've been watching through season 1 of House of the Dragon, which we've been thoroughly enjoying.
Oh, yes.
So there's no shortage of fun things to talk about in the weeks ahead. I will have to... Oh, okay, so I think the way that we're going to do it is I want to... Well, I'm hoping that we have the time to actually record the Andor podcast before you go on a trip, because Reagan is about to go on a trip. And so then I can just put that one out while you're gone. And then I probably will still record a different one while you're gone. And so there will be one episode coming up that will not have you on it. But then we'll get back to all those things. So, look forward to that. Remember, you can write into the show at ControlledBurnes with an ES at gmail.com. And if you like the show, you can subscribe, follow, like, review wherever you listen to your podcasts. But for now, until next time, keep it warm.
Keep it warm.